Feel the light, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. Want your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator, listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. There's no failing when we fight. We're not afraid to. Level up. All we know is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello and welcome to the ESL Mobile Open weekly recap. We are now in week 4, and once again we're bringing you all the action from Europe, Middle East and North Africa. My name is Banks and I am your host, and joining me in the ESL virtual studio is of course D-Man.
Yes, we're back. It's the final recap of Ladder 1, Banks. It's been a roller coaster, no doubt about it. And last night, you know, the Brawl Stars players were going wild, trying to get last-minute wins in there. So there's a lot to catch up on.
There is indeed. This week has been a turning point for 2 of our titles, because Clash of Clans and Brawl Stars play-ins will determine who goes through to the next round of the Mobile Open. But first position will automatically get a place in the Challenge Finals, and 2nd to 9th will compete in the play-ins this weekend, starting today. So, before we get into our first title, let's take a quick look at the ESL Mobile Open format.
Welcome to ESL Mobile, the home of mobile esports. ESL Mobile is a global program designed to give you an opportunity to compete in your favorite mobile games, featuring multiple game titles, taking place in 3 regions and offering 2 levels of competition. There's something here for everyone. ESL Mobile Open is the gateway to competitive play, free to join and open to any resident of our supported regions. This is the best way for you to enjoy the thrill of victory and take your shot at winning cash prizes. Each season of Mobile Open will consist of 2 ladders, and the top competitors from each will qualify for the Mobile Open play-ins. ESL Mobile Challenge is your path to glory. If you are a top competitor in the Mobile Open play-ins, you will earn a spot in the Mobile Challenge season. The top team from each ladder will skip the play-ins and qualify directly for the Mobile Challenge season. This is where you'll have the chance to compete against the best players in your region. At the end of each season, top Mobile Challenge players will compete in the Mobile Challenge Finals to determine a winner and be crowned their region's champion. ESL Mobile is for everyone. This is your opportunity to join a diverse and growing community of players across the world and see just how far you can go.
D-Man and myself are going to be taking you through some of the best moments of the past week in each of our ESL Mobile Open tournaments, and we're going to kick things off with Asphalt 9, D-Man.
Yeah, jumping straight over to Shanghai and carrying on with, well, quite a few names that we've been recognizing throughout. Let's face it, it's the same guys. However, I will say, no sign of Nilo in the top 3 this week, which is actually a bit of a shocker. Let's have a look at the leaderboard. Obviously, we've got Android and iOS to go through. So at the moment, Furfur, my friends, is at the top with Jägermeister and Sukti behind him. And then, sure enough, there's a couple of the ones we've seen before. Onio in there, Marco Polo, Toto, Driver 7, and David V. We've not seen him since week 1.
No, we haven't. The usual suspects, like you have said. And we're going to be moving on now to iOS, checking out that leaderboard as well. Well, shortly, because we're actually going to go probably into our first race. No, we've got the late leaderboard. Here we go. iOS, we've got RPM Fra, RPM Alex, who we've seen week in, week out, but a different person taking up the top spot. I like it. I like what I see. Comet in there, Nilo as well. There he is, your man, number 5, and Russ Pro sitting at 8th, D-Man.
Yeah, so there's a couple of changes. You know, a hero we haven't had in there before, I don't believe. So it's good to see some new faces along with the old, like Alex and FRA. They've both been around for a very long time in this. So both posting some great times. It's going to be very interesting to see how the play-ins will go for Asphalt, which would be in a week or 2, if I'm not mistaken. So it'd be great to see them racing neck and neck instead of just doing time trials with a bit of luck.
Yes, exactly. Once again, we have a narrow track for this week's timed run. And don't forget, this is an in-app event. So when the week's qualifier commences, there's set tracks that you must try to set the fastest time on. But we are going to dive in to our first timed run on Asphalt 9. Here we go. 3rd fastest, Android, RPM Sukti. D-Man, take it away.
Yeah, Sukti coming in, it's a little unusual, and it's actually a pretty tight track to begin with. It's interesting to see how they ride the... what would you call them? I would say the rails, effectively, is what you'd say if it's a skateboarding term, but it's, you know, riding alongside the flower beds, effectively, to try and carry on as much as they can partition. In the air. The partition, that would work, but yeah, I mean, it's pretty straightforward for these guys at this level. Obviously, it's all about, hitting as many boosts, as many nitros. More importantly, hitting the ramps at the right time, at the right angle. Obviously, these guys will have many runs trying to figure this out and figure out exactly the best route, so you'll probably see pretty much identical runs. Now, bearing in mind we do say it's the 3rd fastest time, it actually is over a second slower, which is pretty big in terms of what we normally see. But this is still going to be a time of 1:10.461 for Sukti, so fantastic stuff for him, using just about the boost. And it's very wide towards the end, so not really too many mistakes. You can see on the spin he got a bit of a scuff there, so that would have slowed him down just a little bit. And now, of course, we look at the top 2. Both Furfur and Jägermeister have been in and around here a number of times in the top 3, so as you just saw with the leaderboard, it is going to be Furfur the fastest today. So let's just see exactly what he does, because he ends up being around about half a second faster, Banks, than Jägermeister.
Yes, he does indeed. I mean, definitely using that grind rail at the beginning like we've already spoken about. But yeah, there's so many winding corners in this. And you mentioned already the slightly narrow track like it was before opens up towards the end like you've mentioned. But it's a very windy track. So it's all about how you can execute these corners. I mean, you're probably right in the fact that they've all picked and felt out this track. So they've definitely chosen the best route, the optimal route for timing-wise. But yeah, it's just about how you can cut those corners and how you can use your nitro to the best of your ability towards the back end of this race, D-Man.
Absolutely, clipping and doing just about everything they can, making the track as short as you possibly can. Just a little nudge on the barrier there for Jägermeister. I wonder if that was what cost him a little bit of the time there just towards the end, because it did look like they were neck and neck throughout the large portion of that track. Now jumping over to iOS there, so congrats to Furfur, my friend, with a 109.795. However, between both Android and iOS, it wasn't the fastest time. It was the iOS that got the quickest by 4,000th of a second. We'll get to that in a moment, because Hero X is getting his limelight moment here. This is the first time we've seen him on the top 3 in the ladder, so it's great to see some new names creeping in there to challenge the RPM boys.
Yes, definitely is. As you can see, just ducking and weaving around these corners like absolute expert. But again, it's about it's actually over a second between third and fastest. The iOS boys just seem to be absolutely putting pedal to the metal every single week in, week out for Asphalt 9. So it's really impressive to see and really interesting to see that there's that slight edge I think that iOS has on them. Don't know why. It could be the players, could be the running of the game. I'm not actually sure. What do you reckon, D-Man?
I don't know, actually. I mean, I think maybe they've been around a lot longer. I don't know, really. I'm just trying to think of the players like Alex and Co. and FRA that have obviously been involved for a long time, so maybe experience has gone in there. I don't think particularly it's anything to do with the Android or iOS itself, because obviously both have run the game perfectly well. So, as you can see, obviously the 2 RPM guys here. Now, a 1.473 actually for Alex. Now, I mentioned that because that's not even a top 3 time for the Android. That's actually Sugti managed to beat that with a 110.461. But the difference is that RPM FRA just posts an absolute blinder over time here of a 109.791, which made him by far the quickest on both Android and iOS. And I'm really interested because you can see at the moment they're running pretty much neck and neck. So I'm looking towards where Alex actually makes this mistake. As you can see, the beauty of having the split screen side by side is that you can see exactly where those little mistakes are made, which is probably very important for the drivers themselves as well, because as it stands, I mean, they're hitting the boost ever so slightly first there, FRA was. Hits a spin there. Look at the boost build-up. Look at the difference there. That boost build-up was absolutely critical, and that gave him the edge there, hitting that extra little spin where Alex didn't.
Super tight, super tight. Really interesting to see the use of that 360 towards the back end. It just looks like that little scuff, like you've mentioned before, could be the difference maker, but we keep seeing week in, week out, whenever they're using the track, they're using the environment to their advantage as well. Just like at the very beginning of there, you saw that little grind at the beginning just to keep the momentum going. And many options on the track for potentially quickest route, but they figured it out pretty quickly, didn't they? So this time, seeing Furfur at the top of the leaderboard is a pleasant surprise. Still, we see the RPM boys up there as well, as per usual. So, do you have what it takes to set the time or to basically rival these times? Well, if you want to find out, just type !sign up in the chat and follow the instructions to sign up for the ESL Mobile Open and compete against some of the best. But D-Man, I mean, were there any surprises hidden in that track for you?
I don't think so. I mean, it like you say, it starts off nice and tight and then sort of expands out. Everybody was kind of hitting the exact moments. It was the smallest of margins in the little spins there that made the difference of the boost.
Well, Asphalt 9 done and dusted. Next up, we've got the 4th week of matches from Pubg Mobile. Don't go anywhere.
See the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark. No fear, getting ready for the ride. Yeah, stepping into the light. No limit, aim high. No limit, the prize is mine.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. Listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
The ESL Mobile Open is creating a great platform for up-and-coming Pubg Mobile squads to make their mark at a higher level. But wow, D-Man, do we have a lot of teams.
Yeah, non-stop, every week, without fail. I say every week because it's almost every other couple of days the actual matches happen. I think we're up to Cup 12 maybe, or 13. I'm not too sure how far they've gone along in the ladders. They're out, I think there's about 3 a week right now. So, and we're constantly hitting 320 plus teams. It is bonkers that they are filling out so much, and there's so many of you guys out there that are looking to get involved in the PUBG Mobile scene. It's great to see.
Yeah, we love to see the popularity just rising every single week. Now, we have kind of two strategies that we've been seeing week in, week out. We've had, do you play slow for position to get the points up that way, or do you just to get as many points as you can from the kills? I mean, like, what's been more exciting for you? I can imagine I know the answer.
Yeah, I mean, it's a contentious subject at the moment. Thankfully, we're not using the winner-winner chicken dinner format within PUBG Mobile for ESL right now. It's all about getting those kills, those points. Yes, first place obviously matters. That is the big part that you're aiming for because you get the 15 points from that. But obviously, it's a point per kill, so you want to try and get as many kills as possible. But it's a balance, right? You gotta get the kills, but you gotta survive to be there at the end. So it's a fine balance.
Well,
so let's have a look at some of the
lots of variety,
action.
Isn't there? You got 20 plus kill games and others with 4 kills in the bag and just waiting it out. So here we go. Let's open things up, D-Man.
Yeah, so straight away, obviously, looking over towards Big, or what they call themselves, Big, not to be mixed up with the mighty German organization, as far as I'm aware. We do have Calypso here. It does look like we've got a couple of teams surrounding him. Okay, so they're kind of wedged at the moment. You can see the circles actually favor team number 4 in the distance there, which looks like NB. So it has favored them. So they're kind of wedged in a really tricky spot. You can see there's one below them in the defilade. So he's got himself in cover. His teammates are trying to make the push. So it's a nice 2-2 flank. I did just see his teammate. Look at his teammate. Look at the mini-map now. His teammate's actually gone across the road. Took a vehicle, went across the road to give him this angle. So it's a really nice crossfire position. But unfortunately, it left Calypso open to the push in the rear guard action. But this is the man I was talking about. You can see he's gone across. It's a ballsy play. Don't get me wrong. Ballsy play to take a vehicle, go across the road, and it looks like he's actually screwed himself doing so because you can see too much damage from the blue, and now his teammates are feeling the pain. Zippis goes down as well, so 2 already dropped. Mantiles will get himself healed off. Reminisce on the side there, but they have managed to take the one team down that was causing them problems, which was the team number 4, NB. And now it's just these guys that were caught up behind him. But look at Arso. Arso in the ditch there. He's going to be the one that will cause them problems. just off the side there and immediately gets himself the knock. That's what you like to see. Now it's down to a 2-on-2. Make that a 3-on-2 because one of them's just been revived, but Calypso has been finished off now. And with 2 knocked as well. It's very close. It's almost effectively one-on-ones because the man over the road is now down. So this vehicle holding himself as close to the tire as possible so his feet don't get shot as well. But oh no, Mantios has been finished off as well. So we're straight up to a 2-on-2. The hill push, but the rock working out in his favor. And this is looking like a great push now. It's a 2-on-1. They're going to go for the pinch move. You can see they've got to move across the top there. The man that just got himself the knock, Zippis, he's going to be the one that needs to flank over to the left. If he just moves around the left there, he's going to know exactly where he is. So he's just waiting for, see where Groku was going to go, see if he's going to crawl to his teammate. And now, well, the circle is, well, it's in a horrible position now, which is why we're seeing Zippis smoking down there. They know they've got to go down the hillside. That molly looked like it was absolutely dead on. I've got to be honest, we can't see it over the smoke, but that molly looked like it was pretty much nailed onto us. So he's not taking the damage that I expect would come from it, though. So it will simply build the smoke wall, set themselves down there. And Zippis trying to flank around there, but he's got to be so careful. Holding in the ditch, gets himself the angle. Great spray down with the red dot, and it works out well for Zippis there. So Big in the end, doing a great job in it, or what was 2 teams either side of them.
Definitely put themselves in a really good position there. Great risk, great reward. Having the split obviously provides the risk because you don't have your covers against you. However, being down there and being able to get multiple angles was definitely beneficial. But we're on Sandhawk right now. Paradise Resort. There is a knock right there. That's a perfect nade landing right on his noggin.
It's a double.
Look at this. Is he going to be able to get up the res?
Yeah, I mean, it's the same team we just saw. These are the guys that just got second place in the previous game. So obviously doing a great job of staying there, following the German team, it seems. Grokke being already finished off, though. So the nade's working well. It's looking like they're going to get pushed either side. The Micro Uzi not working out for Ubika there. So Arso is on absolutely nothing. Both teams getting pushed out by LFX here. So I'm assuming that's going to be a looking for team or something like that. But either way, they're going to get flushed. Leaving SK up in, is this Paradise Resort? I was going to say, it looks like Paradise Resort to me on Sanox. Tricky spot, especially with Paradise Resort, because it's kind of a multi-layered compound with a lot of buildings, so easy for a lot of teams to sort of hide away when the circle's shrinking away. But you can see the circle pulling out of Paradise Resort, so anyone that's outside of it, that's on the ridge line, like the blue number 12 that's ahead of these guys, have the advantage because they're effectively the holding everyone off as they try and push out.
LF, 9 alive, 3 teams, but all 4 alive. Oh, 1 gets knocked. Oh, 2 get knocked. Trying to use that smoke for cover to potentially get a res. Back over to LF. Cobbo, is he going to flank the left? He knows there's someone inside this building. Can he get the free pick? Oh no, it's his teammate. What am I talking about? Sorry, bud.
Doesn't want to get a free pick. I mean, don't get me wrong.
Maybe not.
I've seen people do it.
Maybe not. 2 teams.
But, he's trying to hang there. Actually, Wasted just got himself a flush there. So nicely done. He will finally get taken down. So Colbo now effectively a 2v1. Oh no, he didn't see the man. He looked to the right. The timing was deadly there, and he missed out on it. So moving back over to Erangel now. Obviously, we're trying to cover as many of the matches as we can, and try and pick some of the moments. There's been so many matches happening. As I say, 320 teams, all split into obviously 16 teams per lobby, 5 matches per lobby. You can do the math. There's a lot of bloody games that happen every single day at the moment for the PUBG Mobile community. And it is an open cup, so anyone out there can get involved in these matches and test your skill levels to see if you're up for it. 5 teams and counting. Not too many of them. I think just 1 inside the circle right now. And Tip Top trying to move in.
Tip Top, after a stint in the water, a little splash about, he's decided to come to land. 11 team kills in total right now, pushing in. So pretty high kill games. If they can get a high position, they put themselves in a really good position regarding the leaderboard to potentially move on. But using cover, loads and loads of cover in this area, pushing towards the next circle. But it's looking like a pretty slow play, just trying to get a feel for where the enemies are, where the other teams are pushed. But yeah, great amount of smoke for cover as he approaches. Oh, there we go. Push up the hill as well. Yes. You need to watch out for the team above, looking up the hill. MI9, it looks like. Oh, getting picked from the left. manages to survive it. And
It's a
looks
tricky
like
area because it just pulled away
saviour
from the
another
cube
team.
compound. The cube compound, which is what this is known as, it's sort of up by Georgopol, north side of Georgopol as well, just over the river, which is where it's tricky. So they've managed to get across the river, as you just pointed out there, Tip Top. But really tough push for them to actually get this far. I'd be very surprised if they do come out on top, because you can see, look at the split that the team above on the hillside have here. XML, I think it is, that's up there, which is ironic because that's a name of a top player on the PC PUBG. But at the moment, he is going to finish him off. So XML, I was going to say, I'll be very surprised if you can actually make that push work out there. It's something that shouldn't have worked, so I'm glad that it didn't. But we're going to move across to Miramar. TG, 11 kills for these guys, 4 teams remaining. They're in a pretty good position at the moment. They've got the good, obviously the hillside, so you can see to the left side. Oh, that pull actually might be okay. You can see they're already in the buggy, ready and waiting. So nice transition there from TG. So already reading the position, going to the vehicles, going to the compound. They've got themselves the little crossroads compound, and they can let everybody else fight. So you can see on the hillside, the 2 teams are all fighting it out. They're happy right now and let that happen, let it play out. They're just looking for a little bit of extra free loot.
Definitely. Hold on to your seats, kids, because this one is a banger. We have 16 alive. 4 teams, all 4 still up from each team. They're holding the outer edge of this circle. Nice little push, but they, exactly like you just said, D-Man, all they need to do is just chill out, maybe get a few free picks if they manage to, but they don't need to rush anywhere anytime soon. Just getting a feel for where the teams are, letting them fight each other out at the top of the hill on the left side, and then just, yeah, sit, wait, see, only move if you have to move. Oh, getting a nice free pick. Taking some pot shots through the smoke to see if he can catch anyone off guard. But yeah, TG looking pretty comfortable as we come to the back end of this drop.
So I'm just trying to figure out, I wonder if that was that game. I assume it may well be on the hillside, but it doesn't matter because it looks like they are going to get picked off here. Looking great for TG. Can they collect any of the third-party kills? That's the question. That's what they're looking towards. Get a point per kill. Try and get as much as they can, as the blue will slowly suffocate and force the opposition teams in. Everybody's just about inside the zone, though, so we're going to be moving over to, I would assume, Circle 7 before the other teams do get finished off here, unless they make an absolute howler of a mistake. So it's TZ over to the left-hand side. We haven't seen a great deal of this green team on the right so far, which Mr. Result is... he's in charge of holding the anchor. You can see on the minimap, he's the anchor man, effectively. Okay, so it's Team Brave up on the hillside. So looks like 2 or 3, 3 members up there for TG holding that. Are they actually going to push up? See, now, I would have preferred to keep him exactly where he was. He's the anchor man. Okay, all he's doing is just repositioning the vehicle. If he can get the door closed. That's what I'm just trying to do. Just getting a little angle there.
Pretty solid start is that, isn't it? It's pretty solid position. That's what I'm saying. He doesn't need to move. This is what I would do, D-Man, right? Wait for next circle, okay? As soon as next circle appears on your screen in your minimap, then make a decision, because you could be holding next circle and then you're absolutely fine. You've got your teammates on the right, up on the hill. Great for outlooking for yourself. But yeah, here we come. Look, they're all starting to close in on each other. Still plenty distance between. Is he going to use the vehicle? He's just going to have a quick look on the left-hand side to see where that team is. Let's see. Here we go. Movement on the vehicle, potentially. Oh, little sneaky one forward, but nothing as of yet.
It's just waiting for the circle to pop. There we go. So it's pulled away from them. So that's going to be made very tricky for TG now, because the circle's moved away from this compound, and it's, judging by what we've seen so far, it goes into a pretty open area. So let's see what sort of smokes he's got left. You can see the teammate in the distance there. That's going to be a clear shot. Probably should have made that actually count, because needed to get the knock there. If he'd have got the knock there, that would have been a go sign effectively for the rest of his team to try and make a move onto that compound. Once you get that one knock in there, you can maybe try and punish it and move on in it. His team on the hillside should work out. Looks like Brave have just tried to make a move down the hill. They've just lost a player. Car 98, you were talking about that. Headshot coming in there. You love to see it. Don't get too many Car 98 action on the Pubg Mobile these days. A lot of people tend to be sticking with a more of an SMG and an AR effectively, rather than going for that bolt action. So you can see what he's doing right now, laying himself a smoke wall out there, because they realize they need to make this push. Just getting the rest of the team in is going to get pushed up on his feet, who got knocked coming down the hillside.
Yes, indeed. Quick res, and then it might be time for a push. Result has been basically just watching his teammates on the right-hand side up on the hill, getting a few picks on Team Brave. Nicely got 2 of them down, so there's only 2 remaining, so he feels comfortable making this push, pushing through into the smoke. Can his team get a few more picks on Brave on the right-hand side, using the smoke as cover for the team in front, so while they can pick off the team's Brave, there goes one. One's knocked. Can they get another? But 2 of his teammates are down right now. There's one as well. There's a good finish. Here we go. 1v1 in terms of the teams. Sorry, 2 teams remaining. 6 alive.
Yeah, they got a couple knocked there. That's a really good rip out of the van. That's very good spray down from Result. It was a Result, no doubt about it. You can see they finished off Brave as well. It was really well played for them. It's forcing his team. I mean, when you've got to cross a road, it's so tricky. I feel that the edge of their compound is actually... You can see with Enad actually pushing over. This is nice. That's what I like to see. So because they've got the knocks, you know what? Let's push the guy. Let's force on him. It was a 2v1. It works out well. Very nicely played there by TG in the end there. So really well executed the play to actually make the move. It was all about the smoke wall. They knew they had to deal with Brave on the hillside. Very well played.
That's what I've been telling you, D-Man. Nades, how important at the end of games? Smokes, nades, that's all you need. That nade perfectly positioned right at the very end. Bosh, thanks very much. TG, what a game to close things out for PUBG this week. And to keep up to date with everything happening in the ESL Mobile Open, don't forget to put !social in the chat. Hit follow, because we've got all the action right here. And then this weekend, we've got so much to bring you from Clash of Clans and Brawl Stars, but we've got more of that to come. But D-Man, what an ending by TG, right?
Absolutely fantastic stuff. You know, there's so many games that have been going on. It's great to catch what was effectively a 3-team battle. You know, I think all 3 teams had 4 alive. They're coming in towards the final circles. I mean, it's only circle 6. We didn't even reach circle 8 there. It was circle 7 in the end that they all died in. So great to see. Great team tactics.
Great team tactics. Well, up next, we are going to have all the action from this week in Clash Royale. So that's going to be an absolute banger, because we've seen some pretty significant leaderboard changes up to this point. So don't go anywhere. We're going to have Clash Royale after the break.
That's how we know when we're
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. Want your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. This is to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. There's no failing when we fight. We're not afraid to. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Clash Royale is now starting to level out at the top 10 with a few position changes between our players. Now, I know I said there's been significant leaderboard changes before the break. However, there is a noticeable change, okay? Where is David Rooney, D-Man?
He's actually,
We've got a lot of,
he's fell
changes up
down the
top we can
table a
see.
little
Ooh,
bit.
There you go.
Yeah, no, sorry, I muted myself in the break there. I was just having a little cough, but yeah, David Rooney fell all the way down. You know, he's been mashing out the games, but unfortunately he's tumbled down to 18th position. It does mean that Game Freak TV scores what at the top of the table, 18-0-0, unbeaten. Fantastic performance from him, obviously for ladder one. Brilliant stuff overall. Lucas, though, caught up in the end. Ended up with just a couple of points behind in terms of elo, so managed to climb the table. 53-0-23 for him. Incredible stuff, but Poldy also doing some work to get up there. Derp Light, another Portuguese player that's managed to scrape his way into the top 8, so it's great to see another Portuguese representation. But yeah, there's some players out there. We were talking about, obviously, Destroyer in the past. He's disappeared off, you know. When you're playing that many games, it's only a matter of time. He ended up in 30th position. 85-0-69. Incredible amount of games to cram in the time that he was allowed.
Yeah, I mean, we even had, like, Inoraj, here we go, like, in the top 10. Really unfortunate he didn't manage to make it just by one position. Didn't manage to scrape his way up for that ladder, but he was, for a brief moment, he was in first in our leaderboard, and then Game Freak TV just swung right back and managed to get it. Last week, we had Aslan competing. He ended up in 11th, and we've had a few players that are on your screens right now that we're going to be watching some of their gameplay today. So that was the leaderboard for Clash Royale as it stands right now. But speak of the devil, our first matchup is going to be David Rooney against the man in second on our leaderboard, Lucas GSM. I wonder where Lucas GSM got all those points from, D-Man.
Yeah, Lucas has done really well lately. Obviously, been working his way up the table. So let's just look out exactly how it's worked out for him and what he's done to get into that position, because he was very close to taking the #1 position for a while there. As you see, getting things started, you can tell pretty much what their builds are. Bit of an aerial attack setup for Lucas and David Rooney. But, oh, look at this. A full 20 seconds before anything actually hits the board.
They're eyeing each other up and thinking, go on, you go first. No, you go first. Nah, you go first. Right, Ice Whiz being dropped by David Rooney on the right-hand side is going to be met by a cannon cart. So nothing too offensive right now. We've kind of seen this before, haven't we? They're getting the feelers out, for each other, deciding what's going to be best. I mean, how are we going to play this? How offensive is my opponent going to play? And how defensive am I going to need to play, D-Man?
Yeah, great work with the fish hook there. Pulled him away from the cannon cart just by a fraction. Really worked well for him. So you can see he got a bit of damage down there. 1830 on the right-hand side turret. Royal Recruits coming out there. Baby Dragon dealt with by the tower itself. And now, of course, we see the little skeleton bomb. He should actually get a good hit on those. And say that. As soon as the snowball comes out and slaps him down there, the Royal Recruit's going to get a little bit of damage down on the left-hand turret, but not a great deal as the Valkyrie comes forward with that bomber. The bomber, I tell you what, it's such a weak unit, and it's been in there since the very start. But if it's allowed to get damage down, it can do a hell of a lot.
Yeah, it can absolutely smash an opponent's tower. We've got the Goblin Cage down on the left. Ice Wiz managing to get a few hits on that left side tower, but the Fisherman makes quick work of him and manages to go on the offensive now. Goblin versus Fisherman right now. Inferno Dragon dropped to the back by Lucas GSM. Going to push on this right-hand side. It's going to be met by the Baby Dragon. Look, so you can see David Rooney drops a Graveyard spell on that right side tower. Look how much damage you can get with a Graveyard spell if you're not too careful. Down to 1829 right now. Manages to drop the cannon cart in defense while the Inferno Baby Dragon takes care of the other Baby Dragon sent in by David Rooney.
Wasn't it Lucas last week that ended up with the Graveyard and the Poison? Wasn't it him that picked up that win? I'm pretty sure it was back last week. But anyway, the cannon cart unfortunately lost its wheels, so that's kind of stranded on the bridge right now. Does mean it's not going to be able to do any damage to the tower, just falls a little bit short there. But the Royal Recruit's coming back in once again. We hit the, obviously, double elixir, so things are going to start hotting up now as the Baby Dragon comes out once again. This time it's a bit of a, I don't know, a reckless fireball. I'm not too sure. It's just trying to tease something on the left-hand side, perhaps, there to try and get it going. But the cannon cart does seem to be what Lucas wants to build up to. This time throwing the Royal Recruits a little bit closer.
Here we go. This balloon on the left-hand side can do so much damage if it is allowed to get any shots off. Doesn't manage to get the tornado trap into the loon. So the loon is actually going to manage to get some off. Look at this.
Ooh,
one,
that
two,
backfired.
and drops the bomb. And that bomb is going to explode. Bosh, 676. Now Lucas is going to have to go on the defensive a little bit, just in case, but still got an Inferno Dragon up on the right. Look at how much damage he's managed to get on these two towers.
That tornado, I felt backfired a little bit because it actually pulled the units over to the right-hand side. I'm not thinking he wanted to try and keep them away from that left, but you can see how much damage has been now done to that right turret. There seems to be a lot coming through. The snowball goes out there. The balloon's going to get pulled away by the tornado just about. The cannon cart's still not able to get the damage down the balloon. I feel, is it going to get a hit? No, the bomb's going to go down. It should be enough. Not quite, just a little short at once again. So down to 304.56. It's clearly Lucas is doing all the damage here in overtime. The question is, will we be going the full distance here? We've got another minute of play to go potentially before one of these goes down, but I feel that something has to give any moment.
David Rooney is clinging on by his fingertips, and Lucas is going all out offensive. Snowball to the right-hand side tower. Balloon on the left-hand side. Doesn't quite make it, but drops the bomb, so he's going to get some HP off of that. Cannon cart on the right being destroyed by the Baby Dragon. Graveyard spell gets dropped by David Rooney, and it is all no holds barred. Right now, the Inferno Dragon on the right-hand side should make light work of the Baby Dragon. Royal Recruits go down. They're more of a nuisance, really, the Royal Recruits. You know?
I don't think he's got enough to try and slow this down. The Valkyrie gets dropped in there, doesn't quite connect enough. You can see everything's just pulling away, but the cannon cart, double cannon carts coming through now. That Wizard's not going to be able to hold them off. 161 hit points. The second Wizard goes down, but it's only a matter of time. Now there's a balloon on the left-hand side. That's going to get pulled in once again. The cannon's lost its wheels. 161. He's got a snowball in there, but I don't think that's quite enough to take down the turret. Isn't going to be able to try and pop it out there. So it will simply be a count. 10 hit points is all it requires. It doesn't matter. The pigs are going to come through. No, they don't get a hit. It will in the end be a tick down of the health. And of course, Lucas is always going to win that. Could have got both of them, really, honestly, Lucas, but he will take the game. And that was just one of David Rooney's many losses, unfortunately. So, Destroy, we've seen him so many times. Unfortunately, he's fell down the table. I mean, he's played that many games. It's not too surprising we see him against so many of these top players. But Potato, this time, is his opponent.
Destroy tried to smash out so many games as we approach the final parts of the ladder, but just managed to just drag himself further down into 62nd place. So we're going to feel this out. Potato in 4th right now. Potato's going to play it a little bit slow. You see Destroy's dropped quite a few troops already. Destroy has thrown down. He's got Skellies out right now. And he's got a Knight pushing forward and a Rocket. Is he going to just be able to Rocket cycle through this? I think that's what he's hoping for. Cycle through your elixir and manage to get back to the Rocket and just keep firing the Rocket on that right side tower. I think that might be what we're going to see, D-Man.
Oh, I hope not. I absolutely detest that style of play. I really do. Because when you come against it, you're just like, wow, okay, that's all you're going to do. And there's not a lot you can do about it other than just literally going all in, effectively. That's as much as you can do. Test the tower down to try and stop some of these recruits there. You can see actually having to use it defensively there. Did he? See, he just cried on that one. Okay, did he just make a mistake there? I'm not too sure.
What, do you think he dealt damage
he did a lot
to
of damage.
himself?
Well, it was more that obviously he took out the balloon, so the bomb obviously did a lot of damage to the turret on the left-hand side there. So, yeah, that's the best way you can do it, right? That's the best way to stop it, to just keep pummeling the troops onto it. Miner's going to come through. The recruits will deal with that, but not before he gets 1 or 2 hits down. And unfortunately, the Fisherman's not going to get much down either.
Got the Royal Recruits pushing for Potato. Potato taking a more conservative approach right now. The Royal Recruits are a solid... they're a solid unit to play, but they just don't carry a huge amount of HP and they don't deal out a huge amount of damage. But there's enough of them that if you don't deal with them quickly, you could get in trouble. Destroy once again using the rocket in defense, but doesn't quite take out the Royal Recruit, and it's picking off.
Yeah.
Bosh, there you go. Left side tower down by Potato. Look at this balloon just dealing out, so much damage. And when it gets popped, there you go, drops a bomb, and there you go. He's activated the middle King's Tower.
Yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy now because that rocket tactic is not working for him. There is a lot obviously being thrown down, but look at this. Potato has a bit of a build-up here. Royal Recruits coming through with the Hound as well, doing what it can. That's just going to go and push it down. Now we get the cart also come through. This is a lot of damage units. The Miner in the back gets hooked out. The Fishhook working wonders there. He's hooked back again. Why not? Just playing back and forward. The Fishhooks are working wonders. They pulled him up to the tower. Incredible stuff. Pulled him across the map here. I think we're going to be seeing a second turret go down. There's no doubt about it. There we are. It's going to be a 2-star victory for Potato. You love to see it. Just absolutely shutting down that dirty rocket tactic.
Potato absolutely making light work of Destroy. Just pummeled him. An all-out offensive towards that back end. So next up, we have Beneficious versus Sasa. Is going to be our next one. Beneficious a little bit further down the table in 13th. Sasa in 8th at the moment. So D-Man, it's going to be a big one.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. Obviously, Sasa was up there towards the start of the ladder. I think he was around about 3rd or 4th at one point. So obviously fell down a fair amount. But I can't even say his name. Beneficious has snuck up the ladder of late. So he's sort of worked his way in there. Sasa actually ended up 8th in the ladder. Beneficious ended up in 13th position. So overall, you know, they managed to put themselves into a good stead. Beneficious into that top 8. That's great for him, of course. But let's have a look at how this game's played out. Obviously, we're starting things off. Looking at the builds, it does look like it's nothing standing out to me at the moment. Anything fancy in there? Of course, we can't see all the cards just yet.
Beneficious coming in with the Barb Barrel, Ice Whiz, Goblin Cage, Dark Prince, and the Lightning Spell. So Lightning Spell's extremely strong. That's why it costs 6 elixir. Extremely strong unit to use. And we've got Sasa coming in with the Valk Minion, Lava Hound, Inferno Baby Dragon, and Baby Dragon. So going all out, attacking and offensive in the air. So we're looking at air versus ground. It's going to be a bloodbath, D-Man.
Dark Prince dealt with pretty quickly there. So Valkyrie always been a staple diet in my builds, no doubt. It's going to get a bit of value on the left-hand side here. The Lava Hound also, with the pups coming out now, should be able to surround that Baby Dragon and maybe get a bit down. I thought we'd get a little bit more from that, but obviously didn't in the end there. So now we're going to get the barrel come out there. It's going to get a little bit of punishment down. Good work there, just throwing out the one little barbarian to prevent the hit. And that was almost just like I don't know, you know when you're angry, you just throw out that spell? That's what it felt like from Sasa there, just like lightning.
One thing that I do think that Sasa needs to look out for is that the E-Giant, the Electro Giant, is not too much of a thorn in his side. It can take so much damage, much like the Lava Hound that he's using right now. But what's going to deal out more damage? Is it going to be the Lava Pups, or is it going to be the Electro Giants? It's all a matter of time until we find out. Your Dark Prince on the right going up against the Valkyrie. Valkyrie's going to take him down and push along this right side, which means Beneficious is going to be forced to make a defensive play. So Beneficious uses the Tornado Trap just to lock in some of these to get some splash damage basically from the baby dragon, D-Man.
Yeah, he's getting a lot more damage down than Sassa's been able to, while it's been Sassa that's actually been on the attack the majority of the time. Now we finally get to see the Loon going down with the minions in behind, so we'll see whether that can actually get some damage off first. It looks like he will get a drop or two off here. That's going to get a lot of damage down. Oh my word, they can't stop it quick enough. That's going to get the first tower down. That has backfired horribly. Beneficious, if I can even let me say his name. It has backfired horribly for Sassa.
Beneficious goes on the assault. Here we go. E-Drag, Lightning, Dark Prince on this left side. Here we go. You take my tower, let me take yours. Hold my beer. There you go. Thanks very much. Beneficious takes his first crown as well. Here we go. 2 down. Now, what can they do about these 2 king turrets, or do they go for the right-hand side? Lava Hound being popped on the right by Sassa to come and get the value. And here we go. Comes in with the E-Giant as well. Who can get the tower down quicker?
Well, ordinarily you've got to focus on the turret, because obviously the turret's got a lot less hit points, a lot less damage than the king turret. But you got to see whether there's a better option available. Fireball coming through. That's going to be the tornado to pull them in once again. The giant continues on walking. That balloon's going to sneak on through. It actually got a little nudge, but I don't think it got a drop off there, though. Doesn't matter. The pups and the dragons all in there, getting a lot of damage down. So at the moment, it's a race between DPS to see who can hang on. 400 hit points left, 300 hit points left now on that right-hand side. He's got to be careful with his attacks here. He has to time it right, because he could easily get something dropped again. And that giant, they've got to do a lot of work to stop the giant. Oh, he was hoping he could get the balloon in quick enough to get the damage down. It's getting pulled left and right, and it just doesn't get the damage done. And in the end, it was simply the giant strolling through, and Beneficious finally getting it done. And I think I got his name right there.
You definitely got the name right. I'm proud of you, mate. You had the ground versus air. Ground came out victorious that particular time. The E-Giant was just too hefty to take down before he made it towards the enemy's tower. Sassa, unfortunately, losing out on that one. But we can see the kind of tactics played by each of these players towards the final weeks of the ladder, because do we get to a point where it's like, I'm only going to play if I have to, otherwise I might get knocked out of the top 9? I mean, that's the tactic, it seems like, right? Or do you just potentially spoil your record, but just hammer the games?
Keep on going. I mean, we've seen it across all the ladders, across all the games. It's like you play just that one game and you get a loss, and then you just start chasing it and you get another loss, and then then you get a win. You're like, okay, I'm back on it, and then the loss comes in. You've tumbled down to like 16th, 20th place. We've seen it with a number of players. David E. Rooney being that prime example, who's been up there all 3 weeks, gets to week 4, has a bad slide and drops out.
I mean, bad slide is an understatement. He just kept digging that hole. Unfortunately, I've got to have to keep going. And yeah, unfortunately didn't work out for him. But don't forget, you can sign up and join the ESL Mobile Open today. Just put !sign up in the chat, follow the instructions, and you can compete against some of the best. But we have so many matches played this week in Brawl Stars, so the ladder has changed up quite a bit. So stick around and we'll be back after the break.
I go ready for it. I ever do is think about you, is think about you. All I ever do is think about you, is think about you. All I ever do is think about you, is think about you. All I ever do is think about you, is think about you. All I ever do is think about you, is think about you.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
A few of our Brawl Stars teams have stayed firmly in the top 10, proving their worth, and some newcomers have absolutely been smashing their way through the ladder as well. In particular, FA Trio D-Man, who are now in third.
Yeah, they're playing really well. We saw them last week. We obviously covered one of their matches, and they really have been performing very well. You know, obviously we've got free agents still also doing brilliantly at the top. They only picked up the one defeat, which was last week, of course, in the week 3 match. We covered that game, of course, along with the Tea Drinkers. The Tea Drinkers also picked up by Tribe Gaming, so that's a change there. So great for them. We were talking about, obviously, we've been talking about it throughout, you know, the agents that are out there, these teams that are looking to be picked up by some organizations. So it's great to see Tribe Gaming getting involved and picking up the Tea Drinkers there. But as you can see, Zero Zone sneaking in. Now, this ladder is very important because a lot of these matches were part all the way up to late last night because they are trying to get into the play-ins. The play-ins will be happening the moment we finish this recap show and we're getting straight into it. Now, free agents have already managed to make their way through. They are now into the ESL Mobile Challenge Series, so that will be happening in a couple of weeks' time after the Ladder 2 finishes out, and there's $45,000 up for grabs in that, which is why it's so important. And of course, we were going to be taking 2nd through to 9th. So anybody that got into those positions last night, and this is so important because we missed out on Reply Totem, Noble Elite, Mood Gaming. All these guys have dropped out. And I mention those because they've just taken part in the May monthly finals for the Brawl Stars Championships, and they didn't even make it into the top 9.
I mean, talk of the town right now as well as Blood Diamond Russia managing to get up to 2nd. They had an extremely successful run yesterday and the day before in the ladder. And there you go. All it takes is one day. Bosch straight up to 2nd position. AC Milan slipped down to 5th, but still remaining in that top 9. And SK Gaming, unfortunately, 7th as well. Now, looking into the teams that didn't quite make it, obviously Big being the team that did, but then anything from underneath that, like you mentioned, D-Man, Reply Totem, Noble Elite, Zero Zone Spain as well, unfortunately didn't make it, and Activium, who we saw quite high in the ladder in the early stages of the ESL Mobile Open.
Yeah, and it's a couple that just played a few games last night, and it just caught them off guard. Some just picked it up. You know, Reply Totem were playing, they were getting the enough for them. Zero Zone did sneak in there. Obviously, don't think we've seen Zero Zone in the top 8 throughout, and then obviously they've just pumped out the games to get and sneak into that top 9.
Well, the two Russian squads putting in the time, putting in the work to manage to secure their spot in the play-ins this weekend. It's going to be impressive. But speaking of Blood Diamond Russia, here we go. Blood Diamond Russia kicking things off against free agents in Brawl Ball. So it's looking like a pretty good, pretty standard, really, composition of brawlers. We've got Jean, Sandy, Max, and Sandy, Tara, Jean, D-Man.
Yeah, it's something we've seen a lot of through the ladder play. It's sort of the meta at the moment, certainly for the Brawl Ball, although some of the players don't agree with that. There's no doubt about it. But the Sandstorm being put to use straight away, Madison pushing forward. He's obviously someone we heard from the other week for free agents, but it's great to see, and that was such a nice clean goal, straight through the middle, good passing as well. And I do emphasize the passing because I know, you know, anyone that's played a lot of those Pug games out there, you gotta pass the ball, guys. You gotta pass the ball. Don't just try and run it all the way in. I know some people love to do, but look at this. Yoshi straight through the middle. What a great play. Madison to Yoshi, bam. Everybody else was pulled out of the way. And it was such an easy victory, that game. It seemed that it was only going to go one way.
Yeah, there was so much going on the left-hand side, including the healing winds. They didn't even notice Madison and Yoshi, a.k.a. Kirsten Yoshi, pair up and then slot that second goal. Easy peasy. Now into the second round of Brawl Ball. Here we go. Same same brawler composition. Here we go. Kagamu with the ball on the back. Manages to kick it out. There you go. There's your pass, D-Man. Pass into the center of field just to get it out. There's your clearance. Madison, a.k.a. Kirsten, pushing off this right side. YDE, are they going to combo up together and try and slot the first goal? Oh, healing winds goes down. What can we do? Can we get it in? Madison. Oh, with a save off the front of the line. Did they manage to get it in?
And just
walks it in, D-Man.
Walks it. I mean, when somebody walks past it, there's not a lot you can do. He had only just respawned, so I don't think he'd have only just been able to get up. So there's not a lot he could do about it. Yeah, Blood Diamond's getting pressure. It's just great pressure overall from the free agents here, making it work once again. Yoshi over to YDE, keeping the ball moving, looking to see options. And then what this does, it keeps the defensive team guessing. It's like you're trying to go punishing. Now, Yoshi, YDE actually went a little too aggressive there, but Tara's actually sneaking through. The ball's loose. If Madison can get a little shot off, oh, Kagamu last second there gets in front of it and just holds off there. So that was a full committal from free agents. And they've actually got away with it because they're going to get all three back on the feet, all three respawn, everybody back to hit points. So almost resetting. And now it's Blood Diamonds. They're going to have a little pop themselves, but that's backfired. Cube goes down. And with Gene picked off, that's a real problem.
It was interesting to see because you would have thought the Blood Diamond would have just gone all out offensive as soon as they dropped the two players from free agents. However, they kind of sat back and waited for their supers to regain so that they could just use them in their full frontal assault. But then the ball's just been left in the middle, so they didn't really take advantage of the fact that they only had one out in the field, free agents, at that time, D-Man.
Still looking for that one pick. The left-hand side, maybe it. Tara for Yoshi, trying to get some damage down onto Cube there. Going to go aggressive, but actually committed too much. Kagamu goes forward, gets the ball away. Where did the ball go? It looked like it went very close to the line there. We didn't quite catch where it went, but that looked like it was very nearly a goal before YD managed to get off. He gets picked off and punted down. So we're into a 2-on-2 at the moment while we wait for the respawns to come through, but Yoshi picks it up, and now he can make a move down the side. Doesn't want to go for it, just going to throw the ball in the corner. They've got the goal advantage. 10 seconds remaining. There's nothing that Blood Diamonds Russia can do about this one. They are going to fall to the free agents.
Such a shame to see towards that back end there. They so nearly secured a goal. Kagamu so close to getting it over the line, and it just rolled a little bit short. Free agents dominating yet again. That is why they're at the top of the table. With Blood Diamond Russia hot on their heels. But next up, we're going to see Blood Diamond Russia in a different war that they had against Yuchika Clan. So this is Blood Diamond, Kagamu, rocking Bo, and we've got Tara and Rosa, and then we've got Bo, Piper, and Tara on Yuchika's squad.
Rose are one of my personal favorites at the moment. I don't know why. I'm just like getting in people's faces and punching them. It's great. But anyway, that aside, this is really, obviously we saw Blood Diamonds, losing a game. They are the #2 team at the end of the day. So we're seeing exactly what they've done there. And talking about Rosa getting in the face, absolutely decimates them. Takes two of them down straight away, just in the face. It's so hard to defend against, especially when obviously they're using Bo, they're using Piper. So they kind of want that range, right? They're looking at the damage to try and punt them down. But if Sandy can get in your face, it can cause a lot of problems.
I was literally just about to say that all they need to really do is get Cube down right now, and then they'll just secure 5 stars, and that is exactly what they did. They just made a beeline for Cube while he was out on the right-hand side, kind of isolated, managed to get him. But early days, Cube popped his super and got so much value. That's why they're sitting on 9 stars right now, and this bounty is really starting to heat up. But you kind of see that Yuchika are kind of holding back a little bit. They're not getting as aggressive as Blood Diamond. When Blood Diamond need to get aggressive, they all push together, and they all work as a unit.
Nice.
This is why they've managed to secure these stars. Ladiu managing to get it up to 11 now. And it's looking pretty strong in the favor of Blood Diamond. So I feel like Yuchika are going to have to start making some strong plays.
Yeah, Kagamu being pretty active as well on Bo here, keeping Piper, basically keeping Rammer away, so not able to get the damage off more than anything. The man with no name is the one that's been doing the work to try and keep them at bay, but you can see they've got to chase it now. Just a couple of seconds left. They need to get themselves a kill down. Q pops his super and goes in there invulnerable and doesn't quite get the kill down he was after him, but Lalu got one at the end there, and Blood Diamonds will pick up the first round.
Yeah, Lalu with the last second kill. Didn't really make too much of a difference. It was a pretty significant win there, and Blood Diamond Russia looking to push on through and just basically act on the aggression. They're actually a far more aggressive squad, and I think that's what they need. I think this is what the opposing clans need. They need to just find that aggression, work together as a unit and push up against these squads like Blood Diamond Russia, like Free Agents, FA Trio. They're obviously just a lot more aggressive, a lot more confident in their ability to secure those kills early doors. But here we go. Brawl Ball against Uchica Clan once more. We've got Sandy, Max, and Gene. Sandy, Gene, and Max. So that would be exactly the same, D-Man.
Indeed. Meta, maybe? Don't know. Who knows? A lot of the teams certainly go for it, that's for sure. So, nobody touching the ball yet. Okay, there we go. Cube finally putting his first man to touch the ball. That's what Brawl Ball's about, guys. Got to move that ball. Got to get it around there, but looking like NG wants to try and get it switched across. Almost puts it in his own goal. That's an interesting move there. I think he was looking to pass it to Rammer and slightly got the angle a little bit wrong there, but moving it into the corner there, that's actually helping Blood Diamonds to try and push through. Sandy pops his Sandstorm to try and get in around there, see if they can get in unseen. Kagamu will get picked off. Everybody else has to back away and go defensive. Respect the Sandstorm super, no doubt about it. But now that's been used, let's see what they can get out of this one. Lalu on Max, trying desperately to keep them at bay. Sandstorm pop now. Cube's going to go looking to see if he can create some space. Kagamu passes the ball forward, looking towards to get it to Lalu. Didn't quite get it into the bush, but that's an overcommittal there. And unfortunately, that surely is going to lead to a goal. Oh, Cube with a missed pass, tries to get it through the middle. Yalu in the end will get the goal there. Just a small mistake, though, by Blood Diamonds Russia. Almost cost them there, the overcommittal.
Manages to reset and then managed to get the pass off. Both healing wins down. The Sandstorms are both down. Here we go. Now they can push through. Lalu with a really aggressive play as Max gets the drop. Now he can grab the ball, put it in the
Great
middle.
pass. Gotta be.
Cube's on it. Bosh! Thanks very much. 2-0. That was quick off the bat, wasn't it, D-Man?
Much quicker goal, no doubt about it. They seem to have the better of them there, but this was a best-of-3 series, and the fact that it made it to Gem Grab mean that Uchica are not quite as easy pushover as we've seen. We're only picking the highlights effectively from this, but clearly they came back and managed to pick up the win there on the Brawl Ball. So now Blood Diamonds forced to go over to the Gem Grab. And this is what we were talking about, some of those risky games. For Blood Diamonds, the number 2 team right now in the ladder, up against someone down in 45th, they'd be thinking this would be easy, but it took them the whole series. They had to go to Gen Grab. You've got to respect even the teams lower down in the tables because they might surprise you.
This is the tactic that we've seen work in Blood Diamond Russia's favor quite often. They send 2, one up the right and one up the left, and then they keep one in the middle, collecting up those gems and just stay aggressive on the right-hand side. Keep them pushed back. Look, they're almost backed into a corner. Uchica are just backed up and they need to push forward. Cube's got the 10. He needs to retreat. Kagamu's with him. Kagamu's quite low on health. They need to regen quickly. Pops the Sandstorm to keep them covered. And it's looking like GG with 10 seconds left to go. Cube's just sitting at the back with the 10 stars. Kagamu on the left gets dropped. And it just doesn't seem like there's enough time. Cube manages to get that kill. And thanks very much. Blood Diamond Russia take the first round of Gem Grab, D-Man.
Yeah, so we move on. Not really any adjustments either from either of these. Both sticking to pretty much the same teams. The slightest change... actually, no. There's no change whatsoever. They literally kept the exact same teams. I'm just looking at the lineup. It's like, no, that is identical to before. So Sandy, Tara, Jean for Blood Diamonds Russia once again. Seems to be their go-to. Pretty much everyone's go-to these days. Max, Jean, Sandy for Uchica. And they've started off strong. They've got themselves the 4-1 lead and done the damage early on. But we'll see how Blood Diamonds respond.
Yeah, a little bit slower this round of Gem Grab, isn't it? We only got Cube with 1. And at the moment, Uchika have 4. Jumps it up to 3 right now. Manages to secure 2 of the gems, but they don't need to push too hard. Neither of them going too aggressive. And I think that's actually... Uchika are a bit surprised right now. Normally, Blood Diamond are right in your face. There we go, singling out that left side. Engi gets dropped by Kagamu, but they also drop one of their players as well. Cube manages to get a kill as well. And here we go. Time to clean up some gems. Rama making good use of the Sandstorm. Manages to get 6. We're currently at 6-4. Laliu on the right with an aggressive push as Tara drops down. Dark Tara as well as she makes a slight push into the middle. Here we go. Cube and Kagamu. Making
that was actually identical.
Using the Sandstorm.
They literally did the same thing. Both had an overcommittal. The 2v1 left and right side, and it's kind of favored Blood Diamonds a little bit there. Now they're going to see whether they can pick off the right-hand side. You can see there's 3 gems up for grabs in the middle, but nobody dare get out of the hay grass at the moment to try and pick one up. And now we see them pushing through. Rama's the one that's trying to go commit for it. It's going to get caught out, and Laliu will catch him out there. Great use of the magic lamp to try and hook him in and do the damage down. You can see there's still Rama sitting on those 9 gems, taking a lot of damage. It's very risky right now.
Definitely a tighter match, this one. Laliu pushing up the left, quite an aggressive play. Manages to take out Engi. Now they can make a push for the gems. They can make a push either for the gems or they can try and take out Rama. Better idea to go for the gems. Cube gets that 10th, and now it's time to retreat. Or Laliu's going aggressive. Gets dropped. Kagamu on the right. Absolutely. 1v1. Takes it. Cube is still up as well. Engi needs to take out Cube to get those 7 gems. Doesn't manage to do it. Uses the Sandstorm. Laliu pushing up as well. And this is a GG. 21 gems to 0, D-Man. That was a close finish. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, the big push on Rama there, just catching him out. He thought he got safe behind the fence, but I think he just got clipped. Didn't see whether it was Sandy or Gene that actually managed to clip him just as he was getting around the fence there. Took him down. That was the 9 gems that Uchika had, and obviously that set the thing spiraling out of control for them. So Blood Diamonds Russia ended up 2nd in the ladder. Great performance from them, but as you can see, they are far from convincing right now. And moving into the play-ins, they're going to have to tighten up their game.
They are indeed. And don't forget that you can follow us on social media to stay updated as the ESL Mobile Open progresses. Just put !social in the chat and go give us a follow. And D-Man, we've only got 1 more title to go. And this is the last week for our clans to make it into the play-ins once again. So let's see who made it in Clash of Clans after the break.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Clash of Clans has to be regarded as one of the most competitive mobile esports around at the moment, as there's so many top tier clans, and that's going to show in our current leaderboard standings, right, D-Man?
Yeah, there has been some high moments and some absolute disasters for some of the teams this week. There's no doubt about it. I don't think anyone's too surprised in the end by the top two teams. Alternate Attacks do end up making their way up there. MCES finishing out on the first place. Now that's important because we're also going to be having the play-ins for Clash of Clans tomorrow. That's going to be happening. So MCES already through to the ESL Challenge. And now, of course, we're going to see which other 8 teams. So second down to 9th are the teams that are going to make it through there. Now, there's some big teams that have missed out here, Banks. Badzinga slipping out, SkyStars, One Hive, Underdogs. One Hive had a disaster of a week. Absolute nightmare for them. They played, oh my word, like 13 games and ended up losing around about 7 of those games. It was not a good time for them. We saw similar from SkyStars, Underdogs. Oh my word. They just couldn't buy themselves a win. They had a couple of wins. It was looking great for them. And then on Wednesday, they got matched against Alternate Atex. They lost that. They were thinking, okay, you know what? They're the world champions. Let's have another game. And they lost to Silver members. And that's it. That was enough. That was done. And it was just a disaster of a time overall. You know, so many teams could have been in this. But that's not it, Banks. They can make it into Ladder 2. They've got another chance.
Exactly, they have another chance. They have an olive branch that they can grab onto, and let's not miss out Nolex as well, one of the top German clans, and just not quite managing to make it into the top 9. It's really unfortunate, but second to 9th are going to be making it into the play-ins tomorrow, and yes, like you mentioned, MCES are going to take that top spot and go straight through into the Challenge Series. I mean, what a better way to close out week 4 as we progress into the play-ins than to show you some of the week's highlights. So here we have Wasman attacking from Dark Unicorns versus MCES. A huge match to define whether or not the Dark Unicorns were going to make it into the play-ins this weekend. Using the Bank special, no less. The Super Triple W, Super Witch, Warden, Walk. See, I'm telling you, D-Man, I've coined it myself.
The Bank special, there we go. We were talking about this last week as well. But yeah, I mean, Dark Unicorns, they did have a good week. You were talking about them, obviously, as your dark horse throughout. Obviously, they've been a team they've been there, done that. So it was a great setup for them to come through this. And I think they ended up in 7th maybe or 6th place in the end. So a team mention actually what I want to do while this attack gets started. I want to get into the attack in a second, but I just wanted to mention Aphelion. Aphelion actually got in there as a team we started week 1 talking about, and now the attack is underway.
Strong start with the Grand Warden Walk, and we've also got 2 very cleverly positioned super wall breakers that managed to break into these 2 compartments. One for the Queen in the middle and one for the King in the bottom. As you see, the King clears it out easily. Drop down a rage spell so that these big boys, along with the jump spell, can get over and into the middle compartment with the Super Witches, because these big boys can deal out so much damage. The Blint gets thrown in there. Nicely done right there to take out the Town Hall, and he's got a great opening right here, right now, D-Man.
I love it when players are so confident they can set the attacks up to go straight into the middle like they did. Obviously, pushing out, clearing out the side, and then straight into the middle. You know, they managed to get straight and get that multi-inferno down. Now the single infernos doing the damage. They managed to get the freeze spell down, and they're trying to just push the attack further south using those bats at the moment. To be honest, 61% done. This is actually looking like a bit of a rough attack to me overall. Dark Unicorns, I feel that we're just a little... I don't know how to say it. A bit messy because of the way it went, but you know, I can't pick off really what these guys do, because the Royal Champion's trying to make work in the top there. He's going to go down in the end, and you can see the tax just kind of petering out.
Yeah, we had a little bit of a fizzler here, D-Man, because unfortunately he's still holding on to the Queen's ability. He's got 2 freezes as well. The 5 bat spells that came in from the right. I think they unfortunately worked their way up to that top compartment and just got absolutely fried by the multi-target Inferno. Queen's gone down south as well, because maybe he didn't start cleanup as early as he should have to get those clean-up buildings at the bottom, and then the Queen might have pathed with the Grand Warden into that top compartment to see if they could take it out. But yeah, unfortunately, it just kind of fizzled out. Still holding on to that Queen ability at that time. Obviously, he's used it now with the two freezers. Could have been used to take out the single target Inferno and the multi at the top, and then he might have had a chance, but it just looks like it's an unfortunate time fail, D-Man.
Yeah, and you can just see it's just he's got the units left, but like I say, it was an interesting spread of an attack. The fact that he came almost into the center, and like you say, I think it's all down to the fact that I think it was the King that had the yak down the bottom there that the attack just failed, and I think that was where obviously things went wrong for him. So the Dark Unicorns, they continued. This was the defensive side though for Teemo up against EM from MCES. Obviously, MCES, we know what the story is right now. They end up being the #1 team, but it was such a great game.
Well, here we come with the Super Wizards inside the blimp with an invisibility and a rage. That basically covers the Super Wizards completely, drops down. He keeps dropping down invisibility spells to basically keep them covered, keep the rage up, and getting all that chain value. Coined the Blizzard attack, D-Man.
Are you claiming that one as well?
No, Blizzard,
We'll
that's
see,
a real
we'll
thing.
see.
That's a real thing. That's
a real
definitely not
thing.
me.
Okay. I'm gonna say I'll get Judo on tomorrow. We'll try and get down some of these terms that Banks has been claiming throughout there. But yeah, if we finally get the Queen down the south side, you can just about catch him on the bottom of your screen coming in, and the Yak also out there. We've been obviously tracking what pets, what they've been using with what hero abilities at the moment. It is going to be actually the Unicorn with the Queen, which is interesting. So the Yak with the King, obviously not going to use the healer stack with the Queen this time around. Let's see whether that Yak, this is why the Yak's there, to tank out all his damage. You can see the multi-inferno, the crossbows, everything's putting the damage down as it pulls him around.
So you see this middle compartment at the bottom has just completely been cleared out, and that was by the Blizzard part of this attack. The Super Wizards just took out so much. So now from this left side, you've got that beautiful L shape going up to the top and then down, and this is the hero dive section. So he's chucked in the Royal Champion, hasn't popped her ability yet. He's going to do it soon. There you go. There goes the ability. Trying to take down the scatter shot as well, but we've got the Queen, the Royal Champ, using the invisibility spell just to cover against the scatter, but doesn't quite get the Queen in it. So the Queen gets popped by the scatter shot, so she's going to go down shortly to the cannon. Really unfortunate losing there, but look how much he's taken out, and now the Lalo begins. Here we go, Grand Warden with the haste spell and the loons, going to pop the Grand Warden Eternal Tome quite shortly. There you go, Bosch, he's got it there to go in against this multi-target Inferno in the middle, and look how much value. He doesn't really need to do much with the loot portion, does he, D-Man?
No, absolutely. You can see the damage was done down the bottom there. You know, credit to Teemo, though. I think his multi-inferno on the left there got a lot of value. Obviously managed to take down the Yak, the King, a big portion of the Queen, so he got a lot out of it. But unfortunately, you know, just not quite enough there for him in the end. You can see what's left. The loons should be able to clean up. There's no real defensive units left, and it will be, in the end, EM picking up the 3-star, the triple. Really great stuff from him, and we're sticking with that game, so we get to see exactly how Teemo's attack works now as he moves against Tryhard.
Teemo firing back for Dark Unicorns, trying to basically make as much damage as he can, because he is going to try and secure the win for Dark Unicorns against the top team, MCES. Teemo to answer back. Here we go. He's got a Yeti blimp. So the Yeti came out of the blimp there to try and get as much value. The Yeti might get a lot of value. But here we go. Dragging down that Lava Hound out of the CC so we can make do with it by the Queen. Loads of value from this Queen charge, I reckon. Here we go. Going to drop the poison spell to take care of the pups. And a nice and sturdy beginning. I don't know how much value we really got from the Yeti, if I'm being totally honest, coming out of the blimp there, D-Man. I mean, remember how much we got from the Super Wizard blimp? And then look how much he's got from the Yeti. A couple of buildings, but I'm sure there's method to the attack. I am by no means better than Eve Teemo, D-Man.
Yeah, I mean, when you see them throwing a blimp straight out there, he's clearly got the objective that he wanted to go for, or he got to hope he did. Obviously, we're watching the Queen push at the moment, just slowly work in there. Now, if I'm going to get the rage down, so you can see just trying to speed things up a little bit. We haven't mentioned the builders too much. Now we get the King with the Yak on the top side. That's something we've been expecting. Actually, tell a lie, it's a Pecker up there, is it not? No, it is the King. Tell a lie. I'm looking at about 3 screens at once at the moment, so I'm trying to keep track of everything that goes on across the screens. But yeah, the queen push. I tell you what, we've seen the ground push a lot, and I just wanted to get to it because we got to hear about the meta yesterday from last week with One Hive, and he believed that the ground attack was where it's at right now. But we've still been seeing. Obviously, a lot of the ground attack starting, but then getting straight into the lava balloons. It's still there. The Lalo is still there.
About 15 seconds ago, I want to give an honorable mention to that super wall breaker that made his way in. He put so damage on the enemy Queen when he blew up. Queen's almost down. Queen almost goes down right there. If it wasn't for that rage spell with the healer, the Queen would have gone down. So let's see how much value the Queen can pick up from this back end of this attack. Given that if she had gone down, would this attack have been a 3-star? Now we come in from the top side with the Grand Warden and the Lalo portion of the attack. Going to take down the Eagle, no problem. Just going to use some haste spells to dive across the space. He's got a freeze left in the back pocket and a Queen's ability. So much left. He can even swag some of the. He can swag the ability, swag the freeze, swag the poison, whatever he wants to do. He's just Captain Swag right now, Timo. This is absolutely crushed this base. Nice work done there, and the Queen's still getting a lot of value. She's still up.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how Dark Unicorns do tomorrow. Obviously, they're going to be playing in the play-ins tomorrow. MCES, they're through. They're done. Top of the table. They were the kings of the ladder, so they're going to go on through. But you can see just how close it was. I believe this was a 14-15. I think the one and only fail was the first attack we saw there. So very tight between them, as you would expect. Dark Unicorns, absolutely fantastic team out there. MCES continuing though to, it seemed, deliver in Town Hall 14. Obviously, it's a very different game right now, Town Hall 14. People are still trying to find their footing, find out what their best attack is, and obviously the best defense. There's a lot of new options available to them, so it's great to see some adaptations.
D-Man, I can confirm that war was in fact 14-14 and Dark Unicorns won on percentage.
14-14.
So bish bosh bash, Dark Unicorns managed to take out MCES towards their back end of their the ESL Mobile Open as we approach the play-ins. So congratulations to them. An intense but incredible spectacle. Am I wrong, D-Man? I saw that face. Am I wrong?
No, you are. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. I'm going to double check that because I'm pretty sure I saw MCES.
Double triple check as
I'm going to double check.
Closing moments of the weekly recap show, because an intense but incredible spectacle from many of our clans as we reached the top 9. MCES automatically entered into the challenge finals. Gotcha. And 2 through to 9 are going to battle it out today this weekend. Moving through to this weekend and starting today. So D-Man, any highlights from this week that you would like to mention?
I think the biggest highlights has been the ones that maybe we didn't get a chance to show because there was a lot going on very late last night in terms of the Brawl Stars, which obviously sets us up for the play-ins that are going to be happening in just a few moments, because everybody was fighting for those last ladder positions to try and be in this play-ins to get to the challenge series, of course, and we'll see whether it's going to work out for them. I think that's been the highlight for me. Clash of Clans, unfortunately, there was quite a lot of action, and a couple of clans just completely missed out, like One Hive, who were up there around about 5th place throughout, and then just had a disastrous week and slid down the table.
It's unfortunate. RPM FRA, congratulations for making it to the top as well, and setting the fastest time on iOS for Asphalt 9. That was a big highlight. And PUBG, great to see some high kill wins, high kill chicken dinners to close out the PUBG Mobile for the 4th week. But week 4's now over. Asphalt 9, Clash of Clans, Brawl Stars, Clash Royale, and PUBG Mobile will be returning in a few weeks, and we're also going to be back to take you through some of the best moments. But do not forget, the play-ins for Brawl Stars and Clash of Clans, well, Brawl Stars starts in just a few moments. So go, grab a drink, get back here as soon as you can, because if you want to keep up to date with everything that's going on, don't forget to put !social in the chat. Give us a follow as well. Thank you so much to my co-host D-Man for smashing it this week, and good luck in the Brawl Stars play-ins, which will be live. And thank you to the production team for creating this show. My name is Banks, and I'll see you next time.
It's think about you. It's think about you.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for the play-ins. The ladder action's been going on all night long. Absolutely crazy stuff. I'm Lee Demon Smith, and joining me is Woody. And of course, we're going to have Ark here as well to take us through the night. And I do mean through the night, Woody, because my God, we were asking for the teams, the lineup. Well, they had to play last night to find out who it was going to be.
Yeah, it's all been leading up to this, D-Man. Weeks of preparation, competing in that ladder format to get finally the top 9. Now, of course, that number 1 team, the EXO Free Agents, are already moving on, but we have got 8 teams battling it out in that bracket format, double elimination, and only the strongest will survive.
Yeah, incredible stuff. There's so many matches that happened last night for people just trying to get in there. We were talking about, obviously, we had the championship matches that Brawl Stars run on the main monthly finals, which was just it was about 5 days ago now, I think it was, that Ark was obviously doing. So we'll be able to pluck his mind on that one. SK came out on top of that. But in this, SK were only 7th in the ladder. So what the heck is that going to mean? Who are they going to end up facing? Because a 7th in the ladder, that's not a top seed. Blood Diamonds Russia, you're going to see that was 2nd. We're going to, well, I assume will be the top seed coming into it. So we're going to get to see what the format will be and exactly how they're going to go through. But Woody, it has been lively in the European setup, no doubt about it. Some big teams, Reply Toads, Noble, Mood Gaming, all missing out.
Yeah, you know, the ladder qualification format is a lot different from just throwing teams into a bracket. With a bracket, you might get lucky on, one match or two, advance a little bit further over teams that have performed better in the long run. But with what we've got to qualify here today, a ladder format, we saw teams competing dozens of times to get their record up. In fact, Blood Diamond EU had a 25-12 record, so they're pushing at about a 2-1 win rate, but that's a lot of games to get into the play-ins today.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, big coming through. So I would say some of the teams we would expect to get through. I reckon FA Trio will probably pick up the win over Zero Zone. We'll see them go through. And it does mean, of course, as it's a double elimination, we go down to the lower bracket. And, of course, they are where we will be beginning today. So Blood Diamonds Russia up against Blood Diamonds EU. You hate to see it. T-Drinkers, a.k.a. Tribe Gaming, picked up, awaiting to see who is going to come out from that FA Trio game. Woody, just about the worst start, I would say, for the organization of Blood Diamonds. You're going to lose one of your teams.
Yeah, an unfortunate construction for that bracket there, but hey, they're going to find out which team is better in that roster lineup. I think that the big thing that I'm picking up on, though, is the drop for T-Drinkers, aka the Tribe squad in this region. Casey, Spen, and Tom are monsters in the Brawl Stars competitive scene, and to see them down in the lower bracket really suggests to me that maybe something had gone wrong, or that there was a pretty big upset earlier on. So we're going to get to see that drama unfolding live as the rest of the matches will all be played out today.
And just to get it across exactly what this is all for, they are playing for a place in the ESL Challenge Series. Of course, that's going to be happening after ladder 2, $45,000 up for grabs in that tournament, which is why these teams all want to be there. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, the first match, we're ready to go.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark. No fear, getting ready for the ride. Yeah, stepping into the light. No limit, aim high. No limit, the prize is mine.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator, listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone. 'Cause I'm just like you. There's no failing when we fight. We're not afraid to. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Brawl Stars play-ins. It is the first run of it. Obviously, this is from ladder 1. We will be having ladder 2 kicking off, so if you want to get involved, you got to get in there because it all starts next week. It's not going to be much time in between, Woody. But we go into what is probably a head-to-head I don't think they planned on. Blood Diamonds Rush Up versus Blood Diamond EU. Straight away, clashing with one another in the lower bracket. One of them is going to get knocked out. For the Russian team, well, we've been covering these guys in the recaps multiple times. It is Lalyu, Kagamu, and Cube. pretty sure I know what they're going to be picking in terms of brawlers, but we'll see, because they are against, of course, the European side of it. But the Russians have been strong. They finished second in the ladder overall, Woody. Yavi, Rafa, and I'm sad for Blood Diamond EU.
Brother versus brother, D-Man. These types of matches can really be surprising because a lot of the times these are teams that have competed against each other more than any other squads in the entire region. More in scrims just within their own organization than in actual competitive play. They have shared secrets with each other. They've given insights to each other. They often will be able to predict each other's steps before their opponents can even make it. So just seeing them on the other side of the battlefield when the stakes are this high with elimination on the line, it's going to add a lot to the drama factor there. And I hope that the Blood Diamond squads can handle the pressure, because sometimes when you have two squads from the same org going up head to head, a loss for one can really rattle their egos and result in the entire organization having to really look at itself and figure out where do we go forward from here. So I hope that they can all stick on script, and maybe if they don't manage to make it through this time around, like you mentioned, ladder 2 is coming up and there will be another opportunity to get back in.
Well, I can tell you, they played each other on Thursday, last week that was, Thursday last week, and actually the European team beat the Russians. So let's see how it plays out this time. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, the match will be underway.
I go ready for it. I go ready for it.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Brawl Stars. And of course, we're getting into the first game. Blood Diamond Russia up against Blood Diamond EU. I am D-Man, and joining me is Woody for this one. And Woody, I can tell you, the maps are set throughout this tournament, so we know exactly what they're going to be. We're starting off in the hot zone. It's going to be parallel plays to kick things off.
I think that the drama has just been building up so much between these two teams. I'm excited to see them in hot zone, but I gotta hammer home the point. These are two squads from the same organization, and Blood Diamond Russia is higher ranked right now in the ladder. They're number 2, but they dropped to Blood Diamond EU. They were on a 15-4 win record for the past week up through qualifications. But when they went up against Blood Diamond EU, they lost, and they lost hard. That tilt brought them on a 3-game losing streak, as many losses just in that day as they had in the prior week. So watching how this unfolds is going to be really important, setting the tone for the entirety of this best of 3.
Absolutely, it's been a fantastic start already. Lalio already picking him off. You can see pretty standard brawler picks for these guys. We've been covering them all long, and of course it has generally been Max, Jean, Tara they've dipped into now and again, but it looks like it's going to be Sandy in there with them once again. And well, you were talking about the fact they do play each other all the time, so surprise, surprise, they've got almost identical lineups as well. Kagamu, though, look at Kagamu trying to sneak around the side there as they try and push in for the zone. Lalio, can he try and take down? It's a Max off down the bottom there, but Kagamu just snuck in onto the zone unseen. Managed to sneak down there and try and lock that one down. And at the moment, he's going to get picked off. But while it's been happening, Sad's gone down to Lalio. Kagamu will finally be dealt with, but the damage has been done. Blood Diamond's with the advantage. That Russia with the
of course,
advantage.
Blood Diamond's got the advantage. It's Blood Diamond on both sides, but Blood Diamond EU going to be on the bottom there in the blue. So you actually see both of these squads have locked up their own side hot zone relatively early here. But wow, a big pickup now from Sad, hopping around, doing his best to get his squad back into it. It looks like Russia is ahead right now, D-Man, as they've gotten about 60% of that bottom hot zone filled in.
Yeah, absolutely. They're working well at the moment. Obviously, Kagamu's been the sneaky one coming down the bottom there. Yavi managed to get healed off just in time. That's a nice pickup on Kagamu there now. So let's see whether EU can go a little bit more aggressive, as Yavi and Rafa with Sad. They know exactly where Cube is, but can they get the punishment down in time? No, they don't. They don't manage to finish off. Rafa's going to have to get away and heal up. Instead, Sad's been picked off. And we were talking about Kagamu doing the damage. The whole team is here. Lalio comes in, almost gets him down. Yavi will go down to Kagamu, but he's picked off to the side, and now Europe are going to go on the push.
It is just the eternal pressure from BD Russia out the left side, just ticking up that hot zone in the bottom left, and you can see it's nearing completion. This is going to have to be an absolute wipe from Blood Diamond EU right here and now to push all the way back, and it is just not going to happen. 100% victory for the upset team. The Russians took the loss in the ladder, but they are on top right now.
Great start, no doubt about it. We expected the Russian team, as you say, they were second in the ladder. We've been following him throughout for the last month. We know they're certainly one of the teams that are going to be in and around challenging. For Europe, though, it's going to be a bit of a kicker for them. They did pick up the win in the ladder just a week ago, so they know they've got it in them, and it certainly looked close enough. There was a couple of moments, but it was just seemed to be down to those little individual one-on-ones. Kagamu was causing them so many problems down that left side.
Yeah, and as soon as you get just a little tiny bit behind in hot zone, you cannot go for that race, just trying to push as hard as you can into your enemy zone. You have to play a lot more defensively. Just that early little sneak from Kagumo really set up the entirety of the tactical approach for both teams going into the mid and late game. with the win now for the Russian squad, the EU teams are going to have to reconfigure, maybe look at their brawler lineups and make some changes that allow them for a little bit better coverage across such a wide map. These hot zones are really far spread out, and so I'm expecting to see a lot of value out of Max, out of Gene here, playing defensively and then swapping into that versatile mid-range role to try to get some additional pressure up on the top side of that hot zone.
Good pressure from Yavi, managing to dodge quite a lot of the damage there, the mitigation. Now they're going to make the push on him though, they realize that Yavi is a little low. Kagamu once again trying to cause some problems around the left side, but it has been picked off. Now we see Yavi going a little too deep, straight into Cube's face there, trying to do what he can with the magic lamp there. Just didn't quite work out though, trying to pop that super early on. Sad just managing to make this work on Cube, but just literally on the maximum range. Kagamu, that was a little aggressive, just trying to clear out some of that area, but now there's a real chance here for Europe to try and pressure.
Yeah, both hot zones are locked. Great pull! I'm Sad goes down, and that's going to be a power play opportunity for the Russians once again at a crucial opportunity. They're pushing hard over on the left side, but Yavi and Rafa are doing their best to hold off. It looks like they will be able to get it done just in time to get their squad back up again. They're pushing into the top now, and it's the Russians' turn to defend. D-Man, can they keep it up? Pulling Yavi in, and once again, it's the Gene Supers that are really the star play so far in this match.
Absolutely, the Magic Hand, sorry, has been working well. I'd say Magic Lantern because I'm thinking straight in there, but Magic Hand has actually been picking off, and it's been Yavi, unfortunately, that's been the victim to it so many times. He tries to push him down. It doesn't look like they've reinforced with Cube and Kagamo around the right-hand side. Yavi trying to sneak in there. Lalio's having none of it. Throws down that Sandstorm, and now Sad's going to wait for his reinforcements to respawn out there as Kagamu gets in there, tries to lock down some of the damage. It's still very close though, Woody. 55 to 57%. This is an open game.
Poppy and Q were trying to fight fire with fire, throwing magic hands at each other and seeing who came out on top. They both went down, but it's the advantage once again for the Russians, pushing deep into that hot zone, and it's going to be an opportunity to try to heal up here for the EU squad. They're going to get that big Sandy super down to provide a little bit of additional coverage, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. They've barely gotten any hot zone coverage on the Russian side of the field, and even with every single push, it seems like they just get repelled each time. Poppy having a lot of trouble over there on the left, but this could be the opportunity right here and now. Sandy super is down. They're pushing deep. Can the Russians find him? No! They snuck into the hot zone. A big pull, but there it is. That's going to be a lot of credit for the EU team. Can they catch up?
Sad's desperately trying to get Lalio down, and finally will. That's the big lockup they needed, but they've left the exposed the left side, and Kagamu is there again, causing so many troubles. Yavi finally getting down there so well. It looked like Europe were finally getting something. But damage, Russia just absolutely respond in kind and just say, you know what, we'll ignore you, and go straight for the backside. They still have the advantage. It's a straight up race at the moment, and it will be Russia that will pick up the first round on the hot zone. And you just felt Europe had it, but they just abandoned everything on the left again.
It is just heart-wrenching to see such a close game swap back to the other side. If you're rooting for the Blood Diamond EU squad, you gotta wonder, why did ImSat hop off that hot zone? He was trying to get a clutch shot in there to finish off a brawler on the enemy team and prevent them from being able to lock down their own side, but it looked to me like they had the advantage. If both teams were taking progress up on that hot zone, whichever team was ahead when they started ticking up at the end of the game is gonna get the win. So I feel like ImSat might have made a little bit of a tactical error there in hopping off the hot zone. There was no one else on his squad to hold the fort. And at that point, the Russians' all-in maneuver at the very end there was what got them the victory. Hats off to them for a hot zone victory.
I'm glad you mentioned Fort, because we're moving over to Ice Fort for the gem grab. That will be next up. And, well, it could be a very different thing. Certainly in terms of skill at attacking one another, it seems pretty even. It was just tactical prowess, if anything, on the hot zone that was the difference, and some sneaky, sneaky plays from the likes of Kagamu sneaking down that left-hand side. We'll see, of course, as we move across to gem grab. Now, in terms of brawlers that I'm expecting, well, pretty much the same. These guys have just been sticking with it. Gene, Sandy, Tara, Max, you know, one of the four, take a pick. Unfortunately, we've not been able to get to see what bans have come through, so we'll try and get that information as we progress through. They do get 2 bans in there, and I know, you know, while Ark's not here, I feel like I'm obliged to mention Bell as a ban because it's something that I know he's got very, very close to his heart.
Yeah, that long-range, relatively newer brawler getting lots of zappy value, particularly high value whenever enemy brawler teams are stacked, which they often do seem to be whenever you've got a game mode like Hot Zone when they're all right on top of each other trying to protect that one little tiny zone. So I guess with that game mode out of the picture, might not be getting quite as much value, but still a very popular pick and expect to see her at some point here.
Yeah, so moving on, gem grab, obviously different style, different tactics. It's simply going to be about who can pick it off. Now, obviously, we've literally just watched Blood Diamonds in a gem grab match, the Russian team against Uchika, and it was actually pretty close in all fairness. Bearing in mind, Uchika, 45th in the ladder, gave them a very good run for their money. So I would say the Russian team still, while they did just pick up a 2-0 on Hot Zone, don't think they're going to be overly confident because it was very close, you know, at the end of the day. But here we go. Let's get into it straight away. And the gem grab ready straight away. And what a surprise. Tara, Max, and Sandy straight in there. And Jean also switching up. So literally the full brawl, as I mentioned at the start. Not too surprised from these teams.
D-Man, if there were any match of this entire tournament that you would expect to go the distance, it would definitely be Blood Diamond in a mirror match for this org, fighting in gem grab. They're going to be shedding blood for these minerals in the center of the arena, and it's already an advantage now for the EU squad holding court right now with all 6 gems on their side. But as we all know, this sort of game can really flip on a dime. Just knocking down that gem carrier can be all your team needs to instantly take the lead. I'm sad taking a lot of heat now and is forced to retreat to the safety of the bushes.
Quick dash, very, very tight there. Yeah, as you say, Coach sort of pinned in the corner. Good aggression coming out there. So Russia do take control of the center, but now we see both sandstorms being used in the aggression. Oh my word! Sad. That was just a perfect combo lined up. Absolutely decimated the Russian side. Now with 11 gems, he's just going to make a run for it back out of there. The sandstorm being used once again to distract as much as possible, but the damage has been done. The European side will be coming out with the first round.
The super suck from Raifa gets every single brawler on the other side of the arena pulled into a black hole of doom and destruction. Complete wipe from the Russian side, and the European squad is back in action. They might have dropped the first set, but they are not going to go down without a fight.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. Showing exactly why Tara can be used and sort of in combo with the Max as well. Just get that massive damage down. So great start from the European team. Immediately responding to what they need. That's what they needed confidence-wise, mentally-wise. Obviously, you've just gone down 2-0 to your sister team. And in a game that was so tight. So amazing to see them get in there. Now, it's obviously all about getting control of that center. It worked out well for them. Let's see if they do the same again, Woody.
That was a big tactical misplay from the Russian squad, getting so stacked up against a team that had a Tara in it, and it looks like the Europeans are going to try it out again. We've got a different skin on Tara this time, but still given the same sort of pressure, those cards being tossed out, almost taking I'm Sad all the way down, but BB Cube and Lalu are both going to be holding on to gems this time around. A big army is going to be showing up for both sides over here as Rafa and Lalu both pop a huge assortment of mirror images to try to get at each other, but not much of a change in the structure of the game so far. The Europeans still holding the middle as the Russians try to pick at them from every side, but not finding an opening yet, D-Man.
Yavi just sort of sacrificed himself to have a little peek there, and immediately they take the fence down on the top side to try and give themselves a little advantage. It did cost them, though. They're down to 8 gems already, so at the moment, the Russians are really holding strong in the side here. It is Cube that's sitting on the gems at the moment. Yavi putting pressure down the side, but Rafa, he's got Lalio down, so it's going to be a 3-on-2 advantage. Let's see if they can try and find out Cube there. The sandstorm goes down. Kagamu going to be the focus target now. Yavi has to just get out of there. I'm Sad gets away with absolutely nothing. So still 8-2. They do take a little bit of control there. Rafa doing a great job, but he's going to get picked off at the side.
Oh, the pull! Cube gets the pull on the enemy gym carrier, and that is going to be all she wrote, D-Man. Another win for the EU squad in just as dominating a performance as we saw. Actually, even more dominating than we saw in the hot zone rounds from the Russian squad. Cube pulls back on defense, and there's nothing that Team Red can do about it this time around. That is going to be an even upset, and the match score is now 1-1.
Fantastic stuff there. So this means, of course, the European side will now be on the blue. It's been working well for both sides. Let's see whether they can keep the momentum rolling and even up this series. Remember, they're playing for their tournament lives right now because one more loss and they are out of there, and they will not be having a chance to get in towards that challenge series. Of course, for Russia, they're okay right now because they've got that little bank in the card. They've already got that win. If we do go to a third map, if we get there, it will be Siege. It will be nuts and bolts for Siege. So if we get there, of course, we've got to see, because it is only going to be the top 2 finalists. So whoever is to make it to that challenge, it's going to be a grueling series for them, no doubt about it, because they have to be grand finalists to get there. Woody, will Russia pull it out, or will Europe get to a third map?
The third and final set here now. I cannot wait to see how it unfolds. They're tied up, evenly split. They both have a relatively close win rate on the ladder at about 2-1. You know, we've only seen one match between the two of them, but on ladder, things are a lot different than in the bracket. When elimination is on the line, these teams are going to be fighting with all the adrenaline pumping in their veins, and with full cognizance of the weight that is bearing down on them right now. The ladder competition has spanned many weeks, and just like leading up to this one final set now to see who's going to clutch it all. I'm really excited to see whether or not this winds up going to that final tiebreaker, or if it's going to just be shut out here and now.
Cube getting that super down on Yavi. He actually survived, and now the Europeans with full force revived do try and take control of the middle. So Cube Super will be back up though. By now he's certainly done enough damage. I'm sad trying to get the spray down. That's working well for the Max at the moment. He gets the damage down, but Rafa's been picked off on the left-hand side, and now we're having to use the Sandstorm to escape more than anything, let alone try and get involved. They're still 4-4, so very even between the two at the moment. Simesad's around there. Lalio just getting a little split apart. Yabi's gone on an adventure on the right-hand side with Kagamu. Who's going to come out on the top of that one? The Yabi will. So meanwhile, Rafa gets picked up on the left-hand side. It's very much individual battles between the two sides, and still 5-5.
All right, a very close start in this gym grab, much different from the previous two games that we saw, where it was really kind of all the gyms stacked up on one side of the field. They are really going toe-to-toe right now, doing everything they can to get that total back up, but it is looking real bad and dangerous for the red squad up top. Only one more gem for the blue team, and they will get it down to the countdown.
Oh, but then they're going to pick it on the side. Yabi's going to get taken down. He's going to run around. Sad is the only man at the moment that's alive for the Europeans, and they have to respect that. So we're back to 8 apiece right now. This is going to go the distance. Yabi gets picked off by Lali around the side there. Cube actually gets a bit of damage from Sad there. Rafa's in trouble. Kagamu will get taken down. It's 1-for-1 at the moment as we see Yabi respawning. 9-8. They've hit the 10th gem, and here we go. It's now the Russians with control. I'm Sad doesn't want to go too aggressive. He's holding 8-9 himself now, so they have to try and pick off Cube, but they just don't know where he is. They find him, they get the damage down on him, but 5 seconds to go. They've got to go for it. As they got enough time to do it, they pick up the 10th, and now it hits the timer. Stop the clock. We're going the distance.
This is a big advantage for the European team. Even though they are down a gem, all of their gems are in Imsad's hands, so they just have to keep him up and alive. He's healthy and barely a treat by the skin of his teeth, hiding in the bushes. Now the countdown is good for the European team, and that's gonna be it. Rafa grabs a few more gems and hides in the bushes. There is no way that Russia can take down both of those players. Count it out, D-Man. That's all she wrote. Blood Diamond EU Supreme. They will take set number 2, and we are going to that tiebreaker after all.
Oh, if they'd have got Rafa there, that would have got back to 11. They would have been back even, because that's all I've sat out in his pocket. So close. As soon as I saw Rafa going aggressive, I was like, what are you doing? Back away, man. But oh, wow, we go the distance. Okay, this is what we wanted to see. In terms of tournament organization, fantastic. The Blood Diamond sister teams going all the way. So we're switching over to Siege as the final set of the series. It will be on nuts and bolts. That has got to be a big confidence booster for the Europeans.
Yeah, I mean, they're evened up now. They took a big loss and went to a match point, but they held their own. And I think that really speaks to their advantage as a squad. If you want to play at the highest levels of Brawl Stars, you have to be willing to take risks, put a loss on the line to potentially get a win from nothing. We've seen lots of changes in fortune in a very short amount of time in this game. With only 3 brawlers up on the field, if you lose any one of them, opportunity for a power play can really change the dynamic in an extremely quick fashion. So congratulations to the European squad there for keeping their cool under pressure. That's the sort of team synergy and reliability that you need to really advance to the finals. So we're going now to that tiebreaker, Blood Diamond EU versus Blood Diamond Russia. We will see which diamond is the hardest and which will crack under the pressure.
Apologies, I am actually fending off a cat. This is the downside of home casting, home studio, is there's a cat that's desperate to get across my desk. He's absolutely trying to do it. You don't understand the tension that we're in here. This is an exciting series, and all I'm trying to do is fend this cat off. But yes, going across
are you tossing treats
Siege
to the
and nuts
side?
and bolts.
Are you building up a shield
his
wall
food
around
is
you?
right there.
What are you doing? What's your strat?
He's gone. Okay, he's finally decided, you know what, I'm going to go around the back of the green screen. That's what I'm going to do if I can't walk in front of it. But yes, what I wanted to talk about while I was trying to do that is the difference. Obviously, we're moving on to Siege, so brawler changes could actually be a possibility this time around because it tends to be more about the long-range battles rather than getting in your face.
Yeah, the fact that you've got those bolts spawning all over the middle section of the arena means that it's not necessarily all about control of that one little spot where the gems are going to spawn, like in Gem Grab or in Hot Zone, where everyone kind of has to stack up in that one little area. You have a lot more broad control in this sort of setup, and a lot more requirement for team communication on the construction of these bots. Sometimes it might not even be to the advantage to grab a bolt if you want to try to keep the bolt economy in your favor for the long run. So they'll sometimes pick up bolts a little bit slowly, do little juke maneuvers, try to bait their opponents into making a risky play to go grab some bolts and then wiping them out in a 2v1. So look for some maybe atypical strategic choices here in Siege that could still play out to their advantage in the long run.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. We're just waiting for obviously the teams to get themselves sorted out. You know, understandably they do take a little few moments. They've just gone 1-1 in a very tense series. What was a very tense final finish there on Gem Grab. So we've got to give them a few moments to figure out exactly what they're going to play and what they're going to do. I can tell you in terms of what's been going on in the tournament so far, because if you missed the brackets already, they obviously maybe just tuned in a little bit late. I can tell you the Blood Diamonds Russia, they're in this situation low bracket because they lost to Big 2-1 in the winner bracket, the first round, the quarterfinals that happened earlier on, and they're going to be up against AC Milan Clash. That's going to be actually happening in the winner bracket semi-final. But let's get into the game as we start things off.
Quick grab by Umsad, gets one of those bolts, but he is going to pay the heavy price for it. Sent back to his spawn, and it is just going to be a matter of who can continue banking up more. The power play opportunity from the EU squad on the bottom has paid off, and they are now leading in the bolt score. But no! Javi gets one out the right side. He's going to tie it up and grab another couple. The Russian squad get the favor in the early stage of this game, D-Man.
We're in a little bit of trouble. The Europeans are looking great so far. Yavi pushing down 6-2. Big advantage at the moment. They really took control there. Very nicely played. I was desperately trying to push for different brawlers, but no, we got the same guys. They're sticking with it throughout because it seems to be working well for them. But yeah, 9-3 already. Big advantage for the Europeans. Rafa looking down there. Lalio sneaks in and sneaks straight out there. Quickly picked himself up another as Cube does the same. But they have to be careful. Rafa has got the support now. Yavi's back with him. Kagamu around the side there, but this is looking dangerous. A max flank could work out well. I'm Sad tries to do the same thing and gets around. Kagamu goes down. And Cube has to back away, trying to chase him down. And well, the Russians pick it up. Here we go. The siege bot once again on the push now. And let's see what they can do with this.
That's a big bot coming in for the Russians, but the Europeans holding 10 bolts on the side are going to have a big response later on. Excellent pull from Cube, gets that bot far and away from the Ike, and it is still
so
healthy
much.
above that half hit point mark. Congratulations on the defense there. The Russians are really holding their own. That big push is not going to get as much as they were hoping for, and the Europeans are going to be forced to play defense against a massive siege bot built up now. 14 bolts already, and the Russians are going to be getting even more.
They're just holding their nerve right now, the Russians. This seems to be a very strong strategy for them. And wow, Lalio gets the pull. Immediately, Rafa pulling him in there. But now we were talking about the bot. Look at this big bad boy, level 17, coming popping through the middle. But they don't choose to really support it as much as they would like now. Now they realize they've got Yavi down, so managed to push on through. Let's see what sort of damage they can get down. The bot's already down 30%. They have managed to get it down to 50. So actually, it's a great start from them. But actually, a pretty good defense. The siege bot will go down. But look at that. They got it down. They got the percentage in. And the Russians held their nerve, they held their bolts and pulled out one hell of a mother of a siege bot.
Let's go get him.
Yeah, you can't stop the rock. Just like Indiana Jones running away from that boulder. You can try to dodge it. You can try to get away from it. You can try to pull it out of there. But when that siege bot up at level 17 is pulverizing on a straight path toward your Ike, there's not a whole lot that you can do at the end there. Congrats to the Russian squad. They took one on the chin, but with excellent defense, gave the killing blow at the end there. And they're going to be ahead now in this set score, the final set of this match. It's now match point opportunity once again. The Russians have now picked up 4 game wins against the Europeans with only 2 game wins in just that one set. So it's time now for the Europeans to turn it on. They need a complete reverse sweep here and now, or it's just going to be all over. They're going to be bowled over by their own sister squad. What do you think is going to happen, D-Man?
I mean, they showed great poise at the start. They had the advantage. They just went a little early maybe on the siege bot, maybe thinking they had the advantage to try and push through, maybe pulled the trigger a little too soon. So they know that they can take control. They know they can get the bots, but of course they're going to be switching sides now. They're going to be over on the blue side. So we'll see whether that benefits them or maybe works against them, because it does seem that both of these teams are, as we would expect for sister teams, very much sticking with the same brawlers throughout. As we expect. We were talking about it earlier, the fact that these guys probably practice against each other quite a lot, sort of outside of ladder play, etc., just refine tactics on these maps. So, which is always the danger, right? Because you kind of know what each other's doing. And actually, if you look at that game, they kind of did the same thing with the exact same brawlers. So they'll go clearly 2 well-practiced teams, but unfortunately, one of them has to drop. And the question is, who will that be?
Well, we'll find out in just a moment. He who laughs last laughs best, and it was the third and final siege bot that got the win last time around. Let's see if that same sort of script plays out again here now. Looking like Lalu are going to get a good grab over there on the left side of the map. The Russians are going to pick up quite a few bolts early on, and it's up to the European squad to tie it up. Looks like they do barely manage to do so with less than half a second left. A tie for round 1, though, and no siege bot. Who's going to get it on the second round, and will it be enough, or will the third and final one deliver the killing blow as it did in game number 1?
Maybe trying to put the pressure down on the right-hand side. Sneaks that bolt away from Kagamu right in front of him. Lalio actually very low on the side there, but still managing to put the damage down. Sad should finally finish him off, and he will do, and that's going to buy him chance. Now, okay, do they pull the trigger early? They're up to 10 already. Will they go for it, or will they try and stack it as much as they can? They saw the Russian compatriots doing just that. They hit 15, I think, before they pulled the trigger and ended up with the level 17 bot. Now they're up to 15. They're absolutely holding their nerve because they know they have full control over the center.
This is an incredible advantage for the European squad. It's really hard to underestimate what they've set up here. They are just really going to be barreling straight through. That massive purple siege bot just gets a killing blow, knocks straight onto the Ike. Defense from the Russians, though, is working out.
That was brilliant.
A failure to commit for the European squad means only 16% damage off the Ike. Instead, they are going to try to get that third and final siege bot. I think that this is a good play from them, despite not getting very much value out of that second siege bot. They had nonetheless held control of the mid. They know that that third and final bot will be the decisive one, and they will not let it be built with Russian hands.
Yeah, they're trying desperately to get the bolts back there. Fantastic play from Pubg. You've got to give it to him, using that magic hand to pull the siege bot completely to the left-hand side. And as you say, they just didn't commit. They didn't back it up. But now they can see the sandstorm going down. But that's actually kind of worked backwards for them. They snuck a siege bot out there, trying to catch them off guard. And now they have to go on the defensive. But as you can see, it's not being backed up, not being supported. So the European team simply using that bot to try and regain control of the center map. They will get some good damage down now. Running out of time as well. 3 seconds to go. It should be the Europeans that will take it here. So they just threw out the bot and we go one apiece. Woody, we're going the distance. Would we expect anything else in the first match of the day?
Certainly should not. Those magic hands from Cube come in really handy on defense, pulling that big old siege bot out. But if they aren't grabbing bolts at all, it's not going to matter. They picked up 8 total, and relative to the Europeans' dominance in the midfield that last game, it just didn't cut the cheese. We are going to not only the tiebreaker for this set game, not only the tiebreaker for the match, but the decisive elimination for one of these squads. This team versus team showdown between the Blood Diamond EU and Blood Diamond Russian lineups is gonna all come down to this final game. They are now stacked completely evenly against each other, and even though Blood Diamond Russia has a 1-game advantage, the set number 2 flipped to the European squad, so it is a complete reset of the scoreboard. They are even Steven, all down to this, the last moments. All the drama has been building up, and we are finally going to have a winner now, Demon.
A month's worth of play in the ladders has got to this one moment for one of these teams. Russia, well, they lost out to the BIG in the quarterfinals. AC Milan Clash were the ones that put the European side down here, and now in the loser bracket, one of them will be done and dusted and heading back to ladder number 2, which will be kicking off, I think, on the 10th of May, actually, I think is when it starts off. So 3 days' time, you don't really have too long to rest on your laurels. You're going to have to get straight back to it. But of course, you know, you want to get there. You want to get into that challenge. And $45,000. That's what they're aiming at. That's what they're trying to get to. But you have a long journey to get there. Here we go. The final game of the series in the lower bracket. Blood Diamond Russia or Blood Diamond EU. One of them will be going through. One's going home.
Oh yeah, the only teams that can claim laurels from today's event are those that advance to the grand finals from the top of the bracket. Down here in the bottom bracket, in the very first step of the losers round, we have really seen these two teams go toe-to-toe.
Oh, wow.
Very close competition, but an advantage now coming out for the Russian squad. The first time that round 1 has seen a siege bot built for either team. This bodes really, really well for the Russian team because they are going to get a walloping strike on that Ike, down to 62%. One of the heaviest hitting bots that we have seen all set so far. And even with just a weak Ike, that means a big advantage for the Russians, holding midfield control now. Next siege in 15 seconds. They are tied up 2-2, but it looks like the Europeans have struck back, D-Man.
Perfect pressure to start things off in literally a set decider, you know, throwing the damage down, getting it in early, and the Europeans are buckling. They are under pressure and they are falling. The Russians are backing it up, and immediately they try and respond. The Europeans, they throw out a level 6 siege bot and try and back it up. Now they're all going to get the respawns, but I don't think it's even going to get there. It's just getting absolutely battered and bullied down, and the Russians will do the damage. Sad will try and get a bit down, but look at that. It's just a little measly 11% damage done, and it's still not enough. And now they don't have enough time right now. They've got to build up. They've got to get control. They do hold the center once again, but the Europeans, oh no, they're falling once again.
That is gonna be it, D-Man. Absolute domination from the Russians coming off of that second siege bot. There was no way that the Europeans could win unless they held absolute control of the mid. The Russians have pushed them back off. They have been under siege for a very long time, but this big old bot is coming to deliver the final blow. Blood Diamond Russia, supreme in set number 1, took a massive loss, but went the distance. They have gone to the tiebreaker, and they will not be denied. This elimination bracket sees Blood Diamond EU kicked out, down and out. Russia will march onward.
Oh, man, you really do put the boot in on the Europeans, but yeah, unfortunately, it does mean they are done and dusted. And it has been a grueling challenge for them. You know, they met AC Milan Clash in the winner bracket quarterfinals, one of the favorites for the tournament, and then they meet the sister team. One of them sadly had to go home. Fantastic series. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, Ark will be joining Woody to take us through that match onto the next one, which will be the winner bracket semis. See you in a sec.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
And we are back, as if that first match of brother versus brother weren't enough. The Blood Diamond Russian squad will be moving on, but we are moving up to the winners bracket, where I am joined once again by Ark. It's great to have you, Ark.
Great to be here, Woody. Yeah, what a great way to start the day, right? A really close game, but yeah, like you rightly say, going to be heading over now to the upper bracket. Big versus AC Milan clash. On the other side, we got as well SK Gaming versus Zero Zone. We've seen this rivalry between AC Milan clash and SK Gaming continuing on this year. I wonder whether we'll get to see that later on in the day, but maybe we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves first, because ultimately they got to go through BIG first, and they did actually lose to BIG early on this month. So I'm curious to see how this grudge match between AC Milan Clash and BIG is going to go.
Well, if you were impressed by the Blood Diamond Russian squad that just picked up the win in the lower bracket, you are going to be even more impressed, I am so certain of it, by the upper bracket team that beat them. The big dogs are barking loud, a newly formed org this year that has just been taking this entire region by storm, knocking out really big names, and now facing off against a big opponent in AC Milan Clash, a team that, if you know anything about the Brawl Stars European scene, you have heard that name before. They have been dominant in competing in BSC and all across the region. Art, can you tell us a little bit more about what we should expect from this next matchup?
I think expect a very close game. I expect a lot of rivalry and a lot of really interesting brawler picks. Clash likes going with a lot of big, fast brawlers like Max and heftier brawlers with HP like Frank. We see the roster as well for Big, Sugar, Lars, and Dean. Dean there. Very accomplished players coming into the scene. I remember playing on ladder a lot with Sugar last year, and I said, dude, you got what it takes to make it. And I really want to see go all the distance, and he's doing that this year with his teammates. This is a team that you should definitely not underestimate. They've really demonstrated their resolve this year. And what a day it would be if they could knock out Clash or push them rather into the lower bracket. That would be a huge achievement at this stage in the competition.
AC Milan Clash's lineup has got iChaos, Guille, VGX, and Lenan. Which of these two teams will it be? The old guard, the steady stalwarts in AC Milan Clash, or the new dogs on the block barking up the wrong tree? Which will it be? I'm going to go with AC Milan Clash. I think they've got the edge on it this time. Ark, who's got the upper hand in your eyes?
This could honestly genuinely go either way. I feel like, to me, AC Milan Clash have got the experience. That goes without saying. They've been in very perilous circumstances many a time and come out the other side clean. But nevertheless, let's go to a quick break and we'll come back to this.
Haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. There's no failing when we fight. We're not afraid to level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
All right, we are back in action, y'all. Up on the top in the winner's bracket, these two teams have been fighting for weeks, and guess what? They can still take a loss here and keep on swinging, but we should not expect that in the least from either of these two. We have already teed it off. It's AC Milan Clash versus the Big Dogs. I'm Woody, and joined here by Ark for this best-of-3 series.
Yeah, it's going to be big. They're looking for a big victory, and they're going to have to take one on. The big might of AC Milan Clash is definitely no easy feat, is got to be said. So, again, just to remind the viewers of you just coming to the stream, that this is a rivalry that we've seen over the past few weeks, and it was actually Clash that took the loss to Big in the past. So I kind of, in a way, feel like maybe they've got a bit of an inside knowledge here, an upper hand perhaps to be said. Also, in regards to the bans, we're pointing out that they are Stu, Sprout, Bell, and Jesse. So there's some big meta brawlers out of the mix, and I just kind of wonder how that's going to shape things up.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that Belle's knocked out again. I know you've been looking forward to seeing her in action. Ark, isn't that right?
I like
I don't want to make you cry. Don't dwell on it too long. It's gonna hurt.
I mean, it's just a brawler that I think is in a really, really great place. It definitely provides a way to enforce upon your opposition the way that they've got to separate and not stay clustered. Those shots will continue to rain and circulate until your opposition just disbands. So I think it's a really interesting brawler into the mix, but definitely one that is on the stronger side. It's a lot of the reason why we're seeing her banned out of the outset. Stu is another brawler which we haven't really seen too much in competitive, so no real surprises there as to why that particular brawler has been eradicated in this instance. And Sprout and Jesse have been in a good place for a while now, so I think at least for me, the bans all make sense, and I'm kind of curious to see how it's all going to play out. I think from the Clash side, at least, they like to play a lot of the Max Gene that we've seen obviously dominating the EU scene recently in terms of the meta, so I think that's a pretty safe bet. None of those two brawlers are off the cards here.
Yeah, you typically see teams either going for that kind of speed demon long range set. I think they can really leverage a higher skill cap player by getting those long range sharpshooter shots off. But when you've got two teams that are both really evenly matched on skill, sometimes it's just the bulk and survivability that you get from those slambulance setups that AC Milan Clash have brought time and again. That can get the win. So it'll all depend on the map. It all depends on the bans. And now that they are in, we know a little bit more about what to expect. But we kind of just got to throw the script out the window as soon as the games begin, because it's all up to these two teams to find that innovative pick, something that no caster could certainly come to expect, something that only the pros themselves have got cooking up in the book. So we're in the winner's bracket right now. Don't necessarily expect to see anything too wild and crazy here, but do expect to see some high-level brawling at the top of their game. These two squads duking it out now in Siege.
Okay, I was going to straight in some bot drop then, and already we're going to be seeing again that same comp, the Max Gene combo from AC Milan Clash. Equok there as well joining the roster, I presume. I mean, I'm kind of curious to see whether it might just be a name change there, but let's see what happens here as a pretty decent push already. Look at the damage raining down already. Actually, I'm just looking at the names. We're watching Tea Drinkers at the moment. Not BIG, so this could be well a scrim perhaps.
Yeah, not exactly sure what we're watching here, but we're going to report the results nonetheless. That was the second bot that was marching on in now, and we are back. Never mind, I wasn't ready to get on screen there, but goodness me, I have. I'm going to recompose
like, looking
now
through the pieces of the puzzle there and trying to figure out. Yeah, I'm looking for.
Well, hey.
Equok is not playing with Clash for a while here, so perhaps. And then I started to realize, oh, this is Tea Drinkers, and I thought the map was going to be Olive Branch actually in Siege, so that was another reason why I was kind of curious as to why I saw bot drop. But that kind of was going to lead me back to what I was saying in regards to the bans, because Sprout being banned here is going to make a huge difference when it comes to bot drop and into Olive Branch for Siege. So being able to shut down those corridors, I think it's going to go a really, really long way here. I think that was kind of a strategic ban based on the maps would follow. We've got a Snake Prairie as well. Where I think, Bell would be a good brawler to have to be able to kind of show up the opposition who lie in the bushes. But for me, I think Stu in general is just a really, really great brawler to have out of the mix when it comes to Siege. You really want to be dashing into the middle as fast as you can to get those bolts to get that all-important push.
Dashing in. You make me pine for the days when Mortis was a popular pick once upon a time. Didn't see a whole lot of him in Brawl Stars Championship last year, but when he came crashing back in, he certainly worked pretty well, at least in Gym Grab and maybe in a few different Siege maps. But haven't seen him yet today, and unfortunately not really expecting to see an off-meta pick like that. But nonetheless, we're going to still have this game set up as a 0-0. We are starting off fresh once again, so if you were getting excited about what you were seeing there, just wait until the actual match begins.
Yeah, and I mean, going back to what you said about Mortis and Siege, it is coming back. It's actually kind of a more influence from the North American meta, actually. But a lot of players are starting to experiment with that particular brawler in Siege. So, I mean, I don't think we're going to see it today. I think that for me, Olive Branch is one of those maps where it could be used. I just don't think that any of the EU scene are kind of brave enough to take that chance when there's so much at stake here. I think that, I think what we probably will end up seeing is we might see the Max Gene, but I think if we are going to see that in Olive Branch, I think opening up the map is going to be on the cards here. Like the thing about Olive Branch is the middle is kind of quite contained. So brawlers like actually Rico come into great effect. We haven't really seen too much of Rico in the meta as of recent, but on this map, I think it's actually a really viable option. Sprout is pretty much the go-to pick. So having that brawler out the mix in this particular map is going to go a long, long way here.
Yeah, Rico, if you can get those enemies lined up, his super can just be chained back to back to back, especially against a bot, which has a pretty predictable pathway. He's just going to walk in the same direction every single time. So, yeah, Rico could play pretty well in an open up map like this and even maybe getting a few bounce shots off. But like you mentioned, that Max Gene combo is just so effective, both on offense at being able to pick off brawlers from far away, and on defense, Gene grabbing that bot and just pulling him to the very far side of the Ike's kill range has been very effective on defense. In both of those Blood Diamond matches, we saw Gene and Max getting played to great effect. So expect to see them picked up again, but maybe that third slot is kind of a wild card opportunity to go and pick an off-meta brawler or someone that you think that your opponents might not be prepared to go up against. Haven't seen a whole lot of tanking action in Gym Grab or Siege. Instead, lots of long-range, kind of survivability focused brawlers like Sandy providing a little bit of coverage and sneaky action around in his super, and maybe even a little bit of healing opportunity. Someone like Tara has been really effective at just getting enemy brawlers clumped up and knocked out completely. But what's sort of the wild card slot that you would pair alongside Max and Gene, Ark?
Yeah, this is the thing about AC Milan Clash, is that they do like to bring in these brawlers that are not necessarily meta, but kind of like not what you were expecting to see. So I think that Frank could be on the cards here. I mean, a really, really great brawler to go on the offensive, to land your super, to connect not just with the Ike to stun it, but also with your opposition as well to get maximum value from that idea. That's something that Clash like to bring out the cards a while in regards to kind of like one of those shock picks that if you're not expecting can take you by surprise. Rico again, another brawler which they'd like to bring out normally in game modes like heist or gem grab, but again, like map specifically, Olive Branch does cater to this particular brawler, so that would be one that they might bring out on that side of things. But like you rightly say, I think Sandy is a pretty go-to pick here as well. Like those side lane channels are quite restricted, and I think just having that kind of sandstorm to hide behind, I think that'll probably be something that I think will be on Big's mind, is going with those brawlers which are going to be allowing something which they can surprise Clash. Clash are a team which have got so much history in Brawl Stars, so much experience in esports and Brawl Stars competitive, that you really need everything that you can muster up to get your advantage over them. And I think that's Sandy's a great brawler to do just that. I mean, just not even going on the aggressive whilst inside that sandstorm, but just having it down, and you automatically see a lot of teams being very reluctant to go into that because you just don't know what to expect.
Yeah, and especially on a map that's got so many wide open spaces in the mid, Sandy Super is basically as hard counter to enemy brawler comps that have got only sharpshooter line of sight fire. You know, if you've got an enemy Poco, that Sandy Super is not going to come off as quite as effective because that long range blast shot is just going to hit pretty much the entirety of that Sandy circle. So you can't really hide as effectively against an enemy team that has got an area of effect blast like that. But with the sharpshooter meta in right now, really highly skilled players getting a lot of effect out of leading shots into where they expect enemy brawlers to move, that ability to hide in the bushes or to hide in that Sandy Super has come off as extremely valuable. Just not even really focused on healing, but just on dodging enemy shots and getting that quick pop shot off on them. And especially at a time when you need it most, a game mode like Siege really gives the big advantage to a team that can play to their synergies well. It's a very unforgiving game mode in that you really only get either a bot on your side or a bot coming at you from their side. There's kind of no in between like we see in Hot Zone, where the progress kind of ticks up incrementally, or a game mode like Gem Grab where only one gem will spawn at a time. Not the case in Siege. It's a big bot coming on in from one team or the other, and you really have to be ahead and anticipating what's coming at you if you're going to have any chance at winning.
Yeah, and another brawler just to mention as well, because Sprout, again, being such a prominent, dominant pick here for Olive Branch being out of the mix, is going to bring in definitely the option of having brawlers like Barley. Barley's in a really, really good spot for me right now in the meta as a thrower. I think that having the ability to not only just heal your teammates, but also apply a ton of pressure and ground control goes a long, long way here, especially in Siege. To bank those bolts, very, very important.
All right, well, with that, we're going to take a quick break as we get all of our brawlers lined up and ready for the next match. We are in the winners bracket. AC Milan Clash will face off very soon against the big dogs. Get ready to bark, fellas. We have got it coming soon at you. Stay with us.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark. No fear, getting ready for the ride. Yeah, stepping into the light. No limit, aim high. No limit, the price is mine.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. Want your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. Listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, That's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. There's no failing when we fight. We're not afraid to level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back. We've got the teams lined up and we are ready for our first broadcast of a winners bracket match. AC Milan Clash and the big dogs are going to be barking at each other as we start this best of 3 off. My name's Woody and I'm joined here by Ark.
Hello, Base. Welcome back. If you're just joining the stream, this is a really, really big, no pun intended, one to watch. AC Milan Clash go back a long, long way in the Brawl Stars competitive scene. Everyone knows that. And today, they've got to continue to fight that reputation because they did concede against Big earlier on in the month with a loss. So they've got to make good on that and stay in the winners bracket because there's a lot at stake here, Woody.
Yeah, there sure is. Qualification for the main stage event. We are going to have a long series to fight with thousands of dollars on the line. But in order to get there, you got to be in the top teams of today's event. They have been fighting it out to get on the head of this ladder just to make it to this spot in the event today. But it's all about advancing through this double elim bracket to get to that big qualification position at the end.
Well, teams have got in. We've got an early push for AC Milan Clash, which resulted about 19% damage. Interesting to see the Carl pick actually there from Lenan. Not necessarily a meta brawler, but we haven't really seen too much of recently. So kind of an interesting choice, more like she is meta actually here. No surprises for me from the Pam mid. I think that's a really, really solid brawler to have there. Just because of the confined corridor there, you can just get a lot of value. But already, it's definitely big at the moment. Have got to up their game. They are taking a second defense. They haven't really got any bolts ready for the final pushes to come.
Yeah, big bot smash right on the bottom there, and this is all in AQM's favor right now. Holding control of the mid and haven't taken any damage on their Ike yet. I would be very surprised if Big could make it back in here, but they're getting a few lucky bolt spawns over on the right side, trying to catch up, but just continually pushed back and back into their spawn. iChaos and Legia VGX doing a fantastic job on the edges, providing great covering fire. And interesting to see the brawler picks here. They're pretty atypical from what we were talking about, expecting here. Lots of over-the-wall shots from Barley providing that covering fire on the back end. But yeah, just as we mentioned, it's going to be Clash grabbing that last siege bot, all three on their side to smash through Big side.
Yeah, I've got to be said that for me, AC Milan Clash are looking very, very comfortable. There wasn't really any signs for me, at least in that game, of Big kind of having much control, despite having a pretty decent comp to be able to do just that. So I'm definitely going to need to rethink things for a little bit, whether they choose to go on, you know, the kind of counter comp. I don't really necessarily see there being many options with the bans that we've got in play that are kind of better than what they're running. So they're going to have to, in my opinion, kind of up their level of skill and kind of demonstrate a bit more authority on the match.
Yeah, and so much of it just comes down to the momentum built up at the beginning of the game. You take one little bolt, and that can mean all the difference between having an Ike coming at you or being able to continue fighting for midfield control. So losing that first Ike oftentimes means you have to play defense early on, which means you lose control of the mid for the second Ike, and the third Ike, it really just snowballs right into your face. So maybe one little interaction goes different at the beginning of the game, and things could really pick up for Big. Let's see how this early phase plays out.
Yeah, no comp changes, it seems. Both sides happy to go with the same again. It's going to be GA and Chaos on the left-hand side. Double teaming then on Lars and Sugar coming in for a little bit of support. The healing tonic there from GA, a nice display of just healing up his teammates. Tie for the first round is kind of interesting then. A bit of a chance for Big to get a decent push if they can get some control now.
Yeah, that was a donation from Big right there. I think that they could have easily gotten the first spot if they had really wanted it, but playing a little bit slow and going for midfield control rather than trying to push hard right into AC Milan Clash's face early on. Sugar is doing his best to hold control of the mid, popping down bots as much as he can and trying to knock out Chaos off his game, but it is not going to happen. That Pam is going to power straight through to the mid and grab every single bolt in sight. She is already up to another one, and it's still a 6-6 tie. Big doing their best to sneak around the back end. It's going to be Dean E able to get that 7th bolt up, but they're still tied up. Who's going to get this first spot?
Some nice damage into Lannan there as well. Chaos, though, hunkering down. That healing station is going to go a long way. Another tie. This could be a really good chance then for Big if they can just start to confirm some of these kills. This is the thing. I'm looking at the right-hand side and I'm seeing Sugar, I'm seeing Needine, and they're not really necessarily getting the kills confirmed. More so just keeping the pressure on. But the bolts are going to be spawning all around the map. So as long as they can keep this left-hand side with Lars and the mid with Sugar and Needine, this could be a great chance for Big to get ahead here.
Really risky play from Lene, and I don't think it's gonna pay off this time around, pushing straight in, but looks like they're still tied up. 14 to 14, 15 to 15, both stacking up on either side. This is gonna be a one or done. Only one bot coming in to finish it all off. 7 seconds until it spawns. 16, 16, 17, 17. 2 seconds left, and it's going to the top. AC Milan Clash get a level 18 C spot for the dominant showing, and that is gonna be it, Ark.
Oh. What an amazing run. We almost saw then what a three times a tie. I mean, that's not something that you see every day. Certainly not in esports for Brawl Stars competitive. I mean, that is absolutely insane. By the narrowest of narrow margins there, we may have seen both teams having to go in for like damage without a push, which would have been absolutely insane. But just by the nick of time, Clash able to get that monster bottom will take the first round.
You are right about that, Ark, and it's just like we teed off before this match began. The balance of the entire game hangs on whoever gets that bolt advantage. Tying in round 1, tying in round 2, toe-to-toe competition for the center of that area control really came down to one single bolt spawn. If we had seen a single bolt pop in on Big's side of the arena instead of AC Milan's Clash, that wouldn't have been an 18-16 scoreline. That would have been a 17-17. So it really all just does come down to every single bolt that you can get in your pockets, holding onto them for as long as possible. That midfield control, absolutely essential, but looks like we're going to be popping it out into Bounty now. I guess that was actually a set score.
Yeah, that first round went by so quick, you almost missed it, right? I mean, this is pretty much what I expect to see in State Prairie for me. I think Bo with that gadget totem, just being able to keep the Tara there to kind of, get the super, and he didn't take some shots, but evades it nicely with a jump away and breaking of the side. But Lanun needs to be very cautious as he is, as Sugar there was in a good spot. And look at that from Lanun, a nice homemade recipe there for the pickup. He saw that Sugar was in a good spot as he was very low on the retreat, so it made sense to try that gadget, and they were rewarded as such. But look at the stars, though. It is 5 in favor of Big here. Clash are a bit on the back, but they got the blue star in the event of the tiebreaker. But if they can't, turn this one around in the next minute, it's not going to matter.
Dean did a little bit of mind sweeping there, and it looks like Big is going to be pushed on the back heel. Advantage only for AC Milan Clash if they can get another kill. They're down the star, and so it's up to them to put the pressure to their opponents. Big super from Lene is going to knock apart another big obstacle for that sniper shot, but the return fire from Big is exactly what you'd expect from them there, grabbing another kill and a 3-star advantage now. It's going to take a lot from Clash to come back now.
But we said, though, with Simul Guille is able to do having that pull there. He can do some amazing things, but he's going to be shot down by Dean. And that is a great person to target because ultimately Guille there is the biggest threat. Chaos on the right-hand side trying to pinch this between himself and Lanun here. But again, Dean is cracked, Woody.
What an epic set of plays from Dean. Back-to-back sniper piper shots from downtown. The long-range master, the Hail Mary sniper, Dean, the star player for sure of that first round.
Gotta hand it to Big, man. I mean, they're behind. I mean, they had a bit of a rough time in Siege. They really didn't necessarily deserve that loss considering how close that final game was in that round. So, I mean, you've got to look at it that way. Like, they're actually in a position now to gain some momentum, and I think Bounty is the perfect game mode to do just that. As long as you can get, an early lead, break up some of the sides on Snake Prairie, then you do stand a good chance of being able to, defend the oncoming push. And it's not always these things to do. You can get overrun, but Big demonstrated how to do it just very, very well in that last game.
That is really going to be a shot in the arm for Big, down in the set score overall, but picking up this first game in set number 2. They've also got the blue star here from the mid, but once again kind of find themselves in a strange position holding that blue star, but being down a star total in the lineup. We're actually going to switch sides here now, and AC Milan Clash is going to be up top in the red, while Big is going to be on bottom in the blue. But keep your eye on Dean, the star player from that last setup, is going to be taking those long shots, trying to get Chaos knocked down. But that totem has just been so effective at getting star powers juiced up for these teams. That long-range vision from Leguie is also really effective at preventing Big from being able to poke into those bushes. They're making their way in, though, but Lars goes down. Excellent kill from Chaos.
I like the mines from Sugar. Placing them on the super totems, a good idea in terms of strategy to get everyone away from that, and they won't be able to gain their supers as a result. Lars popping the vision there, looking to find out where his opposition lurks for his teammates as well. But look at Lanun here, looking to get shots on Sugar. Good jukes from Sugar. So for me at the moment, despite Big being on the back foot here, they are showing some good signs of promise in juking in the right places here. Nice suck from Gear there, does connect with Sugar. Lars on the other side of things, misses one of those shots. Will he connect now? He will do, but Gear's still alive. Lanun can come back. This is a much, much better game for AC Milan Clash.
Oh yeah, 10-1 scoreline. Not a single kill yet from Big, and it seems like AC Milan Clash have really picked up the ball and are going to get that match point opportunity with this game win here. What a victory for them, and just building on for a massive snowball push as the mid-game advanced. There was not a single kill from the entire Big lineup this time around. That is about as big a change in favor as you could expect for a team of this magnitude. And you know that with everything on the line here, there are big teams watching to see how this action unfolds. We actually just got a host from Cursed, so thank you very much for rating the stream here and showing your support. But also, he's someone who's already qualified for the next round as the #1 spot on the ladder. They are already going to be moving on. So keeping a close eye on the competition here. This is where the high stakes esports action in Brawl Stars is unfolding right now, and you are seeing it take place right before your very eyes. So will AC Milan Clash be able to close it out here and now with the third game here? Or are the big dogs going to be able to bark back up to the top, grab that blue star, and get the win that Dean delivered them in game #1?
one of the greatest things about Brawl Stars as a game, isn't it? Like, the community is just honestly so incredible. All the pros are so supportive, and yeah, like you rightly say, Woody, XOFA did qualify already, so they are not going to be competing today, but we do thank Curse for that. Much appreciated, buddy. He will be seen again in the not too far distant future, but look at this now. Guille popping the vision, has the super to hand as well. It's definitely going to be big. They're going to have to defend a big push here, but Lenan taking that bit of damage there is going to have to heal up in order to be a part of it. Last, oh, look at this. He gets the connection on Guille. Pick up from Sugar, and that will give the lead 2 stars in favor then of Big and the blue star.
Great job to Big there. They took a hit of their own, but still going to have the star advantage, losing another one there. And Dean playing really aggressively, but that's kind of what you'd expect when you see a team ahead. They want to bust down these bushes, remove any unknown variables from this. Lene might be trying to do a little sneaky play over here on the left side bushes, but barely misses the shot on Lars, and that's going to be it for his push. Sugar gets him back behind the wall, and the squad on bottom, Big, is on top.
They have a Big are also behind, and this is the thing now with 30 seconds left. They've got to fight to stay in this competition. It's gonna... Yeah, but in terms of the big scoreline, AC Milan Clash still a match point here, so they've got to really continue this defense right now because Guille is a dangerous person with super. We've seen him time and time again turn these things around in those final seconds, and I do worry for the last spots it. He gets Guille taken out. That is huge for Big.
Wow! The Tara counter Tara play out the left field. A complete team wipe, and Big are sitting high and mighty with full hit points across their whole squad. The finishing blow. They might have dropped game number 2, but the set has gone in their favor now, Ark. And you were right that Big was behind in the match overall. I was so zero focused in on that one game in particular. But hey, we have reset the scoreboard now. This is a best of 3 sets, and it is now tied up 1-1, all coming down to this final tiebreaker.
This is getting super close. We might see a huge upset here again. If you're just joining the stream, a bit of history between these two teams was that Clash have already taken a loss to Big in the past, so that might be lingering on in their minds a little bit potentially here. As you know, this is, I think, fair to say, one of those matchups where you kind of expect the giants of AC Milan Clash to be comfortably on top, and this hasn't been the case. We saw in our first set of Siege very close rounds, not really much between the two once Big started to get into the swing of things, is fair to say. Going into Bounty as well, demonstrating just a really good awareness of not overly committing and not being too aggressive, as you want to be very conservative around your kill to death ratio when it comes to Bounty. I've got to say, Big for me right now are looking fantastic. It's gonna still be a pretty big mountain to climb, but I'm starting to believe that they can do it.
Yeah, I mean, they're on their way up, but the trek is going to be long and hard, an arduous task ahead of them. And the first time we're going to get to see Brawl Ball played out on the big screen here. AC Milan Clash, of course, teamed up with a pro football team. You would expect them to do well at Brawl Ball, but can they pick up a win having just lost to Big in a crushing defeat there? A big swing of favors. You often see teams really get that 2-0 victory early on with a dominant performance, but that was not the case. What the heck just happened? From downtown!
Lenan has been doing this a lot recently, and people need to catch on. He will find the perfect spot between the cover. Watch out if he's got super in Super Stadium in that exact spot. It's not the first time. It certainly won't be the last. And teams are just not cottoning on to this, and it's great to see every single time he does it. But this is where Clash do tend to thrive in these control-based maps. A nice pass through from Chaos, and a nice style at the end. Wow.
You love to see it. The ricochet shot off the back wall for a dominant 2-0 smack down. What an awesome job to AC Milan Clash, and with style, Lene delivers that killing blow. So many times in Brawl Ball, we're waiting so long for overtime to come. 0-0, and you're like, when's one team gonna break ahead? But AC Milan Clash out the gate have just slapped down the big dogs, taken a big chomp right out of them, and we are now in a match point opportunity.
I mean, that was an explosive start, but again, this is where I start to feel for Big here because, Clash do like these barley lanes on Super Stadium. They like the B mids. They like having a brawler which can go into overtime, with that range. There's a mirror comp, it's got to be said, but ultimately, I do feel like in these positions, more often than not, AC Milan Clash can make it work, and this is where you kind of need to come with something that's going to be able to counter them in that respect. But at the moment, Big just know that they need to slow the pace of this game. They need to start to play Clash more at their own game here. Start to establish more control and just kind of gently pick away at Clash, make the go and put the pressure on. They've got to make sure that they stay up, most importantly here. The second that Clash will start to get takedowns is the second that we're going to start to inflict that pressure, and you see Lars in the back foot there, just on that left-hand side, placing the ball in the pocket until that control can be established.
Yeah, and speaking of big dogs, we have got the martial marksman himself, the canine with the big teeth, biting on both sides of the map. Colonel Ruffs brought by both teams, so the sandbags are really going to boost the defensive capabilities of both squads right now. And that's why you still see that 0-0 scoreline. Neither team able to break through just yet. And I think Big has really learned a big lesson from that last match, playing much better at control and holding off these pushes from AQM. Don't see those sniper shots landing quite as effectively as last time around. Still have bees in the middle buzzing around both sides, but no big kills and no power play opportunities yet for either team. I think that they are actually going to be waiting for those walls to be coming down before they make a big push.
Yeah, and Ruffs here is a huge brawler because ultimately those supply drops are going to be coming down. So the more you're staying alive and able to make use of that additional buff, it's going to go a long way, especially with overtime nearing. We've got 30 seconds left here, and at the moment, Clash are more buffed, it must be said, than Big. So Sugar needs to get a couple more shots onto iChaos here and start to deliver for his teammates because, now Needing has got one, as Lars has got one as well. Ultimately, overtime is a very gnarly thing, going in with a team that have all got damage buff. So Clash now looking to push up the ball to get into a dangerous spot with 10 seconds left.
Laguille paints Lars into a really dangerous corner there, and with the ball on the opposite side of the field, it's all up to Needing to play defense, but not gonna happen! Overtime is here now, and they are all back in their own goal line, ready to strike! AQ Milan Clash could deliver the killing blow! iChaos retreats just a little bit, but he might be able to grab the ball. All he's gotta do is get it past that scoreline. Go in! Now! The shot! It's in! AQ Milan Clash advance victory for their squad. A dominant 2-1 showing. The big dogs are going down to the lower bracket.
I mean, Ladan missed the shot. It's going to be so when overtime struck and the boxes went down, a bit of a faux pas from him, a bit premature in that respect. And it could have actually gone another way if Big were able to pick themselves up. But ultimately, the pressure was just too much. There was a couple of glimmers of hope for them to stay alive in those final moments. But it is going to be a day for Clash to remain in the winner's bracket. And Big are going to be moving down to the loser bracket.
Congratulations to AC Milan Clash. There's not a whole lot more left that they have to do up on top. Just get one more win, and they are going to be smooth sailing into the grand finals. Meanwhile, though, fans of Big are going to have a chance to watch them once again down in the lower bracket. They are going to have their work cut out for them, where they need to go on a massive undefeated streak from here on out. But with their showing today here up against AC Milan Clash, I think that they definitely have got a shot still left for them. Maybe the highest ranked team in the lower bracket. I'd have to check the standings, but they have really shown up in a big way, going through the top bracket now in the winner's position, just barely losing to AC Milan Clash on a 2-1 drop. Ark, what are your final thoughts on that last round?
Super intense, very crazy. Let's take a quick ad roll break now, and we'll come back to discuss that. But boy, things are heating up.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. What a match we've had. We've absolutely started this ESL play-in tournament off with a bang. Back-to-back teams going the distance once again. We had Blood Diamonds Russia absolutely smashing it in a very close game with the European side. And now, AC Milan Clash. Well, would you back the Serie A giants in football? I mean, Linnane's goal, that first goal, oh my God, that goal, he just... And you were talking, it's like perfect pinpoint snipe, absolutely bang on, brilliant.
It's great. He's almost so confident now that he just stands still and just like is able to say, hey guys, look, I'm over here. Whenever you're ready, you can come deal with me. But yeah, great start to the competition today for AC Milan Clash. They'll be going through, and then we're going to be seeing later on how SK fare against the might of Zero Zone. It's looking like we could see that same rivalry between SK Gaming and Clash that we've seen all year long. But coming back down to the lower bracket double elimination leaderboards, we're going to be seeing T-Drinkers and FA Trio battling it out. Kind of as Woody rightly pointed out earlier, surprising to see T-Drinkers starting off in that lower part of the bracket. Very, very accomplished team with a lot of credentials. So yeah, very keen to see how they will fare. They've got to do a lot to stay in the competition, and I think they're going to be giving it a lot here today.
T-Drinkers had a tough one. They obviously matched up against SK because SK were lower in the ladder, unfortunately. For FA Trio, of course, it is Mamat, Calvin, and ASAP. Or ASAP. I'm just going to go with ASAP. We'll go with that. It's going to be a lot easier to say when the action's going on. That's no doubt about it. Of course, T-Drinkers, aka Tribe Gaming, if I'm not mistaken now, is Spen, Tom, and KC being picked up by the org. I believe you announced the other day on the monthly final.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great team to pick up. You know, Tom and Spen go back 2019 world champions. Casey, a fantastic player for Code Magic last year, who did exceptionally well, went all the way through to the world finals. So this team really are a very, very big force to be reckoned with. But FA Trio have got a lot to handle. They are also very accomplished themselves.
Well, if you missed the Blood Diamond matchup, we're going to be going around the same map setups as well. It's going to be a hot zone for parallel plays, gem grab, ice fort, and if we need it, we'll be going into nuts and bolts for siege. That's all going to be happening. But you know what we got? We got a break. We'll see you in a few.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark. No fear, getting ready for the ride. Yeah, stepping into the light. No limit, aim high. No limit, the price is mine.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. Want your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator, listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. There's no failing when we fight.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry, there's no more breaks. The match will be happening in a second. I know chat's getting triggered by them, but it's all good. It's all good. Ark, we are getting ready into this game. It is going to be a lower bracket matchup, but one of these teams will be leaving the tournament. The question is, who will it be? Obviously, FA Trio up against Tea Drinkers here. Both teams that have put in some fantastic performances over the last month.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think you rightly put it. Tough day for Tea Drinkers to run into SK Gaming so early on in the competition, and to then go down to the loser bracket. They got a lot of work to be done now. It's a really tough position for them to be in that lower bracket. So they're going to have to bring out all the stops here. Going to have to be going back and really thinking these comps through very, very cautiously. The bans, if you're just joining the stream, are Nanny, Sprout, Stu, and Bell. So again, some very big hitters off of the radar, but no surprises here. We're going to be seeing the Max Gene for both sides here.
But we do have Crow, right? Tom's on Crow up the top there, I believe. So we actually at least get a little bit of variation in there to see how it works out. But as you say, Spen just on the left-hand side, trying to distract as much as they can. Tom putting the damage down with the Crow, trying to keep on the side there. Does get spotted out by Mamat though, but I don't think they're going to lose too much from that because the aggression from the Tea Drinkers does work out for them. But look at that. The drag comes in, Mamat pushes out, and now they can try and go for it. At the moment, it is the FA Trio with an advantage as Calvin, ASAP, and Mamat look to try and put the pressure on the right side.
Yeah, speed coming in. A great ball from Calvin as well onto Tom, and that's going to put a ton more pressure. Casey does stay alive on the left-hand side, but not for long. Calvin with the pickup, and now Spen on his own. At the moment, you see, T-Drinkers are so much on the back, but they've got to start confirming these kills to be able to push back on the other side of the bottom left-hand side of the map. They are starting to gain some momentum now as Tom gets a nice takedown. ASAP coming back now as well. And this is where Tom's pick of Crow can really come into great effect because that slow trickle damage. Double gene pulls. Very nice to see those coming back into the meta.
Oh, Calvin with a clutch kill on KC there. If it had lost out on that, that would have been a real big hit on their bottom circle at the moment. So the hot zone at the moment working well for FA Trio, but still very close. Spen goes down again. That means that hand will not be available. So let's see whether we can try and make anything away from this one. ASAP going to be the man looking for the hook as he tries to find KC possibly on the right-hand side. But it's really tricky as now we see the tribe once again going aggressive. Spen working out, giving the cover they need for KC to try and push. Tom tries to get the angle off the side, and there's the hook. That's what they needed. Spen takes down Mama, and now they can go aggressive if I could speak.
To be honest, man, I was pretty much the same watching that spend pull. That was honestly quite incredible, right at the cusp of that range. But again, T-Drink is not really being able to make much resolve from those moments, as Tom doing his best to stay further forwards in that aggressive position. A nice slowing Toxin as well to try to maximize the opportunity, but they've got to start capping this zone. Spen gets the pull, Casey with the takedown. This is the chance for T-Drinkers to shine.
They need it. They absolutely need it at the moment. You can see the pressure they're under. 61% still in favor, but this is going to turn it around with just 10 seconds left. It goes into Tribe's hands, and the T-Drinkers, aka Tribe, will be taking game number 1. Wow. That is going to be a tight game, and I got to be honest, Ark, you know, we've already gone all 3 rounds, all the maps, every round required, every set required. I think we're going there again.
I mean, it's just been non-stop. I mean, it's very rare, it's going to be said on Parallel Plays, to see it go down to those final seconds, because more often than not, we just tend to see it be quite one-sided towards the end. But T-Drinkers did so well to come back from that situation, playing on defense for the majority of that game, and that does take its toll on the mind. You know, you got to get that momentum and really use it, and that's exactly what they did there to be able to overcome things in those final moments.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Do we think we're going to see any brawler changes there? Obviously, you know, it did seem that Gene was a big part in it. However, in the end, kind of didn't work for them, because it was obviously Tribe that came out on top, trying to make use of the different sets-up they could go with. Do we think we're going to get any changes this time around? Maybe, I don't know, I don't really know what they're going to go with. I mean, obviously, we've seen a hell of a lot of Tara, Gene, etc. Maybe get that in there.
You know, the thing for me is, like, Tom likes to play Crow. Like, he really feels at home. We've seen actually, you know, brawler bans specifically aimed at Tom. Banning Crow in this meta is kind of funny to me, but hey ho, if it works out, then I think it's a smart thing to try to, you know, target bans to certain players if you know that they're looking to try to do certain things. Mortis is actually a really weird one here, which can do wondrous things, being able to just go and dash on the aggressive. It's not a brawler which T-Drinkers or FA3 tend to play too much, but it can really turn the tides in Parallel Plays. But, you know, I think Jessie not being banned here is kind of interesting. She's not a bad pick here, you know, but again, the bans were Nanny, Stu, Sprout, and Bell. So don't expect any of them. Same comp for T-Drinkers, the now Tribe team, and yeah, Calvin and Mamet going to be going with the Gene, and yet no comp changes at all. We're still just going to see that Crow and that Sandy, yeah.
Well, it does seem they're going to stick to it, and let's face it, it went down to the last couple of seconds, so why not? Obviously, FA Trio feeling that they had the advantage there. ASAP going very aggressive, really trying to push them on the back foot there, and actually collecting them close together, which works so well in the favor of Tara there, so managed to make it work at the moment. So a little peek back and forward. Mamet gets the shot down with the Maxon at the moment. Tribe having to be very defensive here. I feel that ASAP could be a big part of it. You can see he keeps trying to sneak around the side there. So the cap comes through. And now FA Trio are going to go aggressive here. Let's see what they can do. They're going to try and push her through. That's a hook. That's what they wanted. Calvin gets KC down, and now they can really turn it on. Spen and Tom are in trouble. Try and push around the side. Can they get in there? ASAP slowed down so much. Couldn't come through. KC on the respawn, and they're right back into it. KC going full on aggression at the top.
Oh, good pull as well from Calvin. Gets the takedown on Tom. Crow's a great deterrent of that Sandy Sandstorm. You can see where people are ticking down if you can connect those shots prior to it landing. But a risky start. Got to be said for me from T-Drinkers. You know, they sort of all went on the aggressive, kind of taking it in turns to cap their own zone. But very much different on the other side with FA Trio, just kind of like having one person be the dedicated man in that respect. But for me at the moment, it's FA Trio that are by far the more aggressive, which is unusual to see because T-Drinkers are very much that. And again, another consistent pull from Calvin. FA Trio are doing fantastically well against a really mighty team in the EU region right now.
Looking like they're going to lock out the zone here as well. You can see there's no pressure whatsoever. I was just wondering whether Tom's going to maybe try and creep on out on that right-hand side, but they have to go defensive, and at the moment they're running out of time. Now you can see Tribe are going to get their own back and finally get revenge. I say that as Calvin picks off KC. Mamat finally goes down. But 92% already in the books. And FA Trio now just need to try and simply play out the numbers, it feels, and it's all on Tribe to go huge.
Yeah, at the moment, though, they're just not able to gain the momentum they need, and the 4% is all that's needed by FA Trio, and there it is, struggling to gain their momentum right now, but, you know, there's plenty of time to still turn things around, but a bit of a surprising start for T-Drinks. It's not been their day so far today.
Yeah, I mean, the first one, it was very tight and just about scraped in there. So we go the distance straight away. No surprises here, that's for sure. So we'll see whether they can turn it around. Will we have any changes? Well, at the moment, so far, the Brawlers have stayed the same. Do you see any gaps or any alterations that could benefit either team?
I mean, Tom could go Sandy and just go with the mirror comp. That would be an option. I think that's at the moment, though, the idea of T-Drinks is to try to counter the Sandy whilst having a longer range at their disposal. You know, I think in parallel plays, you know, Crow's a good pick, but you do really need that slowing toxin gadget to go in coordination with that to get that slowdown, because Max is a really dangerous thing here to see, and you know, having the additional speed to really go on that aggressive. I think for me, like, I think that FA Trio got the right idea of just having someone cap the zone at the very beginning and just kind of like getting that taken care of at the beginning. I think, you know, it can be as simple as one big push from T-Drinkers really to get the team wipe, to really give themselves that bit of a boost. But right now, that it's not going on the aggressive early enough, and I think that's super important in hot zone. You've really got to make sure that you make those daring plays early on, so that you don't have to then go on the deficit later. Oh, big change for Tribe, though.
Absolutely, completely gone for it. So maybe going for the full change. Let's see whether it works out. At the moment, you can see they're already getting aggressive. KC down this left-hand side, trying to put the pressure on. Calvin will get picked off, and this is full-on aggression. Tom of the Poco didn't expect to see that change, that's for sure. Managing to make it work, though, and Tribe get the start.
I love this. I absolutely love this. This is not very common to be said. Normally, T-Drinkers are quite happy with their comps and they stay with them. But look at the difference now that Tom has been able to establish that control of that zone early on, whilst at the same time capping at the other side of the map. Casey and Tom did very well to go on the aggressive, and look at the difference here. For the moment, FA Trio just really struggling on their defense, whilst Tribe are going from strength to strength.
They finally deal with Tom. I never thought I'd see Poco so aggressive and a nuisance in the corner there, but you never know. Sometimes when the right player can make it work. At the moment, 77% already in their favor. Now Spence going aggressive. They've already locked in their hot zone. Ace up, though, with the Sandstorm does manage to get some damage down, but they have to deal. It's a 2-on-1 right now. Casey's going hunting. Does get picked off, but Tommy's hanging on in there. 91% and counting. They have so much. The respawns come in. Spen comes down. Just tries to hold on, but the damage may well have been done. It's all on FA Trio to try and turn this back in their favor.
I think a really, really great idea there for me from T-Drinkers. They're often kind of one which do settle with their comps a little bit, but to go in with that idea, with the BB Hill idea, and just kind of rush the zone to capture it early on was definitely a great call. I mean, it's funny because batting stance with BB as a star power has been nerfed kind of recently. We've seen far less of it, despite her being still a really top tier brawler in the meta. But you can just see that how effective it was and how hard it was for FA Trio to really do anything about it. A much different story in that game.
Very, very well played as well. The fact that obviously they realized they realized that Gene was actually the problem for them, right? They were getting hooked in, they were getting caught out, and it was causing too many problems. They were losing a player, and then they would lose the hot zone. It was like the tumble in effect. So the fact that honestly, the fact that Poco for Tom managed to stay out of the way long enough that it wasn't picked off is certainly very good. So. Whew. Game number 1 done. We move on to the second set. So the first set, of course, parallel plays, but now we move over to Gen Grab once again. Asphalt, we already saw Blood Diamond, Russia, and Europe going at it on here. Very tricky map, all about taking control of that center. So do we think we're going to see some switches here? Obviously, we've already seen T-Drinkers reacting very well. Are we going to see some brawler changes, or will we be back to maybe the Crow in there, maybe get back the favorites and, you know, effectively set from ground zero?
Yeah, there's definitely still some big brawlers that are available here. I mean, Byron wouldn't be my go-to pick, I don't think, for Asphalt, but is an option here. Sprout being banned is going to make a big difference on the middle in terms of capping those gems, and I think fair to say Tara is always a decent option here. Having that psychic enhancer gadget goes a long way in terms of sharing information amongst your team. Also, Rosa is a really big force to be reckoned with, and with a map like Asphalt, just having so much of that bush available to really use for healing purposes, for gadget purposes, with unfriendly bushes, being able to show up everyone so easily. There's definitely a ton of brawlers in the mix. Jesse could even be an option for mid potentially, or Pam on the lane. There's a lot of options here, and that's the thing which really goes to shine in Brawl competitive, is like having so much of a diverse method to juggle around between maps. It becomes much a question around the maps more than it does the brawlers in that respect.
Yeah, Jesse was the one I was going to mention, because obviously he was banned in the Clash game for Big, so was allowed through this time. Now, just to reiterate, Nani and Sprout banned out by FA Trio, T-Drinkers, aka Tribe Gaming, banning out Stu and Bell. So, unfortunately, Ark still unable to get Bell on the field. Not too surprising, probably going to see it banned out all night long, in full fairness.
Yeah, and I think that's really wise. I think that normally when any brawler comes into the mix, regardless as to whether they're strong, okay, or just like, outright awful, it's always a good thing just to kind of like eradicate the thing out of the mix until you kind of get an idea. Casey's gonna be running with Sandy then. I think that's another really good brawler here, must be said, and already putting some good pressure on that right hand side lane against ASAP. Tom as well in a good spot. Calvin taking damage, so it does seem like from the earliest outsets of Gem Grab at least that T-Drinkers are getting back there. They're swinging their step here, D-Man.
Yeah, and they're already holding the center point set up. ASAP does go with the super, though. Doesn't manage to find KC. That's one they were looking for at the moment. But Mamat's going to get a little flank angle there. A lot of damage done on KC. That works well, but you can still see it's 6 gems held by Spen. The Sandstorm down, holding things out. Look at the hand coming through, plucking Calvin out. Will get hooked back, though, and that pulls the gems all the way to FA Trio. Massive error there by Tribe.
Huge play from Calvin. What an amazing pull to connect with, and Spen loves Gene. Like, Gene is one of Spen's favorite brawlers, and Calvin giving him a real run for his money. There's a lot of time there to regroup, and this is what T-Drinkers do very well, is staying calm and cool under pressure, and that's what we're starting to see here as they regroup. But Calvin again connecting, and for me, if FA Trio keep this up, this is going to be over very quickly here, D-Man.
I don't think they can come back from this one at the moment. You can see Spen and KC, they've got to go aggressive, but Spen immediately gets picked out. KC hooked straight down. And wow, that is job done. The big difference there, the magic hand from Calvin, absolutely working wonders. And down they go, 11-0. Easy as you like to start things off. It looked like Tribe had control. And if I was to refer to the game we had earlier with Blood Diamond, the blue side won it every single time. Well, not this time around. FA Trio on the red side picking up the win.
But like you say there, T-Drinkers for me did have the control for the majority of the game, and it just goes to show there the strength and resolve of a brawler like Gene, being able to flip the tides in that respect. I mean, that's a really scary thing in Gem Grab, especially as a game mode in general. Like, having just the gems just turn hands in the blink of an eye is a dangerous prospect. So there's definitely some options so that we still go a long way here to counter Gene. Pam is an idea, being able to hunker down behind a turret of sorts, connect as a real deterrent for Gene. So options are available. 8-Bit is a really good brawler to have, especially in combination with a brawler like Byron, who is available here, not being banned. So I think, if T-Drinkers take a step back, they've got some options. They can either go with the same comp again and just be very much more cautious of Calvin, because he's not missing those pulls. Or they can do what they're going to do, and they're going to stick and try and play it better.
And just do better. Don't get grabbed. Don't let it work. They spotted Mamat around the side there. Tom just pulling the damage down, realizing the pressure was already coming from the right-hand side and actually getting a lot of pressure down on him. Tom, though, taking a little too much. Speaking of the grab, there it is, straight away, and immediately nets the gems for FA Trio. Calvin has been phenomenal so far with that magic hand super.
Yeah, he's really not ceased to connect with them, and that's a dangerous thing. I think Tom did very well there with Casey to eradicate Mamat playing Jackie. You see how he tried to hunk himself down in that middle zone, and Jackie can be a really tough one to shake. So I think that's definitely something that T-Drinkers are clearly communicating that effectively. But look at there, Mamat going in, getting the takedown on Tom, and that's going to put a ton of pressure. And the left-hand side, Casey's forced to retreat now.
Has to back away. Now, collects a decent amount of gems. There are a couple available, but they've got to get close enough. Then they are so cautious of Calvin's hand. They're just stepping so lightly towards that center. But now Tribe with the 6 gems, with the lead. They're going to get the 7 in a second, but the magic hand immediately comes out. Calvin pulls Casey in and out of there. Tom trying to be the difference, though. Tom going aggressive, just trying to buy some time as Spen will back away, just get himself out of range of Calvin. And now Casey back in position. And look at this. They're basically body blocking Spen right now to make sure that he can't get in there. Calvin once again pulls another through. And now we're 7 and 6. Blacks another gem down there, but will they be able to catch on to Spen? Spen's tipping ever so closely. Calvin has the super up available just yet as they keep on body blocking as much as they can. There's the grab that they needed. Spen makes it work. Mamat goes down. 8-7, they go looking. Ace up low. Calvin on nothing. Look, Casey fights him down. He will. Casey picks him up there. They back away with the 10 gems. They have to try and chase him down. It looks like Tribe are going to pull themselves and Rabbit out of the hat. There's Casey against Mamat, and that will be Tribe taking game. No, well, I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait until it happens before I commit. But they do take game number 2. There we go.
Honestly, absolutely pitch perfect from T-Drinkers there. So many intricate moments that they had to absolutely get right because they don't want to be dropping any sets here. Like that was a fantastic display. Focusing on Mamat, I think was a really smart idea. The Jackie can't really do much, but they can put a ton of pressure just by existing. So getting Mamat out the mix made a huge difference there. Just being very cautious of those gene pulls and Spen with a cheeky little grab as well, just to get that additional 1, meaning that FA Trio had nothing but to go on the offensive during that countdown. But T-Drinkers are starting to gain the momentum now, and I think that's a good thing. The FA Trio are performing very, very well. I think that's it would be a mistake to not take them seriously in this respect.
Absolutely. Fantastic stuff. And well, we're going the distance once again, aren't we? Every single map, every single set, all the way through. And well, we'll see how this one's going to turn out. T-Drinkers getting revenge, aka Tribe Gaming. Yeah, we gotta reiterate that they're T-Drinkers. They were T-Drinkers at the start of the ladder. They were T-Drinkers at the start of the tournament. But last week they got collected by an organization. They are now under contract with Tribe Gaming, which is great for them, actually. Great for players, great for the scene. Great to see another organization stepping in there and getting themselves a team, because these guys absolutely deserve it, and they've done very well. Once again, taking control of that central area, putting a lot of damage down on Ace up on Tara immediately there around the corner. On the max, trying to put much as he can, but look at ASAP. ASAP trying to sneak around the side. Tom Lowe gets pulled in, and Calvin does what he does best.
Yeah, I think a smart pull from Calvin as well. Eradicating that right-hand side corner of the mid is going to definitely be an interesting factor here. We'll see how that comes into play here and whose side it kind of tends to favor. So it's going to be T-Drinkers that are starting to get much more control on that mid. I think not beating Calvin here is a must, and Tribe, need to focus on him and be very, very cautious and mindful of him in particular. Great shots from Casey, connecting really well there. The follow-up as well, nicely done. Spen able to maintain that mid position here. Casey doesn't want to collect that gem on the left. He wants to leave it, ideally, for the time when T-Drinkers go on the defensive. Spen can collect there, but I think there's some nice speed to get Spen away from Calvin, who's been a thorn in their side all day. Nice pull from Spen there.
Just one more gem is all they need to start triggering the countdown, and T-Drinkers, aka Tribe Gaming, with a real chance to set this done in 2. Mamat gets picked off. This is a real problem now. FA Trio going to try and chase this one down. ASAP and Calvin, they have to try and get this done. They're trying to figure out where exactly Spencer is, but it doesn't matter. ASAP gets picked off. This is a done deal. Tribe Gaming absolutely dominating in the end in the final set of the round. Fantastic stuff. It will, in the end, be 2-0 for the T-Drinkers, aka Tribe Gaming. They will be moving through to the next round. And for FA Trio, it's back to ladder play. Unfortunately for them, we'll be seeing them in ladder 2.
What an exciting matchup, though. I mean, to see just kind of tea drinkers really meet their match in that last moment, as it was in every moment of that series. I mean, there's so much competition today. Every match is super exciting to watch. Everyone's bringing their A game, and that's kind of exactly what you expect from this kind of competition.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff. As you say, there's so many matches coming through. We are going to be jumping over to, I believe it's the winner bracket semi. I think it's the other second winner bracket semi. So fantastic stuff. We're going to be going across. We're going to get Woody on in here with me. Ark, we'll be seeing you. Have yourself a well-earned break, and we'll be back. You know what? It's going to be after the break.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Mobile Open. It is the play-ins for Brawl Stars. I'm Lee Demon Smith, and joining me once again is Woody. Is this side this time? Is this side? I'm like switching. I've got to keep track of where we are. But Woody, wow, what a game! quick and done, that one. I guess you were thinking you got your cup of tea, having a nice little break, and like, oh, I got to cast the next match. It's a winner bracket semi all over again.
Yeah, I'm ready to hop straight back into it, D-Man. There is zero breaks on this crazy train right now. Up in the upper bracket, we saw some fantastic action, but it's down in the lower bracket where I just love to dwell in the bloodthirst that that these teams have got when they're in that elim spot. They are going to be putting their best foot forward to make sure that they can survive. And take a look at the lower bracket now. There's some big names. We saw Tea Drinkers and Big competing next. They have got their work cut out for them just to hang on. Blood Diamond Russia advancing over their sister squad, Blood Diamond EU. So still some big names in contention for that finalist spot to advance to the ESL Mobile Challenge, where we've got tens of thousands of dollars on the line for the top competitors in the league.
Yeah, I think it's 45,000 overall, and I think 18,000 for first place. It's big money, no doubt about it. That's what they're trying to get here for, and the two finalists today will be the teams that get there. So let's talk about what we've actually got coming up. Well, as you saw there, it is going to be SK Gaming, and they're going to be up against Zero Zone. Now, Zero Zone just snuck in yesterday, the last little bit of ladder play, they crept on in the table, and the Russians managed to deliver. Let's have a look at the rosters for the two teams. Everybody knows who SK Gaming are because they've been around at the World Championships many times. Zero Zone as well, maybe a name that you guys are well aware of. SK Gaming, of course, Semantic Jetson and Skrix. Or Skyrix, I should say, as I shorten his name even more than maybe it's a name he wants to. Maybe if he wants to shorten it anymore, there you go. I've just done it for him. He can take that one for free.
Yeah, well, hey, Zero Zone might have just barely crept through, but they kicked down a big team, FA Trio, in the quarterfinals of the upper bracket. So they are definitely going to be doing their best to stay up top. And the squad that is going to be doing it is going to be MMA, BBGS, and Jason. So Zero Zone lining up, flying the Russian flag up against the Germans from SK Gaming, a Brawl Stars championship squad that have been competing at the top of this region for a very long time. Expect to see great things from them. And I gotta say, I think that the momentum is on their side. They picked up a 2-0 over Tribe in the winners bracket. So they are fighting really hard and strong. And I think that they might just be the team to take the win here.
And SK Gaming, they just obviously picked up Artcast himself at the weekend. Was it the weekend? I don't know when it was actually played out. I think it was like Monday maybe or something like that. But the other day, we'll go with, was when they picked up the tournament. They picked up the main monthly championship tournament. So they're already on the back of a win, coming into this one very confident. There's no doubt about it. The fact is they just swept aside in the first quarterfinals the Tea Drinkers, who we just saw obviously delivering there, swept them aside 2-0, didn't even really break a sweat. So real big pressure for Zero Zone to try and deliver here.
Yeah, you take a look at their match history on the ESL play bracket, and it's just like wins across the board. I think they have something like 15 wins and 2 losses leading up here today. So they are certainly a team with not just experience in the Brawl Stars championship bracket match, but in this ladder format, they have had to have actually fewer rounds than any other team just because their win rate is so high. They only played 17 rounds to get into the match today, whereas some other teams like Blood Diamond Russia were competing in dozens of matches to prove their worth.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting to see they basically just did like, look, we only need to be second to ninth. They'd obviously looked at the elo that EXO Free Agents had and just like, we're not chasing that down. we're going to grind a lot of games if we want to chase that down. Kirst was on a mission with his team, so he was making sure they got that first spot. So they were just simply looking at the ladder and say, you know what? We need to be second to ninth to qualify for the play-ins. We feel we can do that. Well, they're up against Zero Zone. Let's have a word from Zero Zone themselves.
Welcome to the ESL Mobile Open. Can you please introduce yourself and your team?
Yeah, thanks for the invitation. My name is Auge, and I'm from Germany, and the coach for the former team of Zero Zone Spain, right now Russian Elite.
So what would you consider as your team's biggest advantage against your opponents in the ESL Mobile Open?
I mean, there are a few teams that maybe have less experience because we have like 3 global players. I mean, beta players. And right now, I think we have a good synergy. I mean, we had some trouble, and we are trying to implement new things with buns and playstyles. But I think with our spirit, we can probably achieve a lot. And it's not a bad position to not think that win is guaranteed.
So if you had to choose one team that you would consider your rival in the Open, who would it be and why?
I mean, the rival might be Blood Diamond Russia because we are from the same region. But I think the biggest opponent, if you're asking for that, is SK Gaming because they are just playing like insane. I think they never do mistakes right now. They have probably the biggest knowledge in the game and a very high skill cap.
And what are your expectations for this tournament for yourself and your team?
I mean, first of all, we need to save our spot because right now we are placed on the 9th seed, and then we're gonna just look where we end up. I think we are no contender for the first place, but yeah, we're gonna try to make the best out of it and give it a show.
Well, you've already mentioned that you're currently holding 9th position, okay? And you had a really good win against what you said were your rivals, Blood Diamond Russia, recently. But yesterday you unfortunately lost to Big. So where are you looking to improve to make sure that you stay in the top 10?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think right now with the current maps, it's just really important to get the first map on Bounty because it can be like the early 20 seconds can decide over the whole game, and it's really important to concentrate on this episode of the game. And after that, I think we can just improve a lot into our team synergy and into some comps. And yeah, I mean, it's sometimes rock paper scissors, and sometimes you just have to concentrate and then get the win.
Well, is there anything that you would like to say to your fans as you continue through the ESL Mobile Open?
Yeah, I would just like to shout out to Wave Esports because they are my friends. I can't say anything on Russian, but I think we have a huge fan base over there in Russia. And yeah, so shout outs to you. I hope to see you and supporting us on Twitter.
Thank you so much for joining me.
Yeah, thanks for the invitation again.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Mobile Open. It is the play-ins for Brawl Stars. I'm Lee Demon Smith. Joining me is Woody. Ark is also out back, having himself a little rest in between the games. And I want to get straight to what we just heard from Olga there from Zero Zone, because I feel that we're living in a bit of a mental nightmare for him right now, because of the two teams he mentioned throughout it, he said, we don't want to meet Blood Diamonds Russia, because obviously they're a rival from Russia. And we definitely don't want to meet SK Gaming because they're not making a foot wrong. Well, I gotta tell you, Olga, you're up against SK, and if you lose, you play Blood Diamonds Russia. It's a nightmare, Woody.
Yeah, the bracket did not shape up the way that they might have hoped. But hey, there's only 8 teams in the bracket. You can't always have your druthers when you're fighting for a big prize like qualification in the Challenger Series. So hey, you're going to have to go up against them eventually, and might as well get it out of the way early on. You picked up a victory over the FA Trio, but SK Gaming were waiting right in the wings. So, hey, it's still the upper bracket. There's still winners right now. They haven't taken the loss yet. They've had the entire time today to prepare, watching their opponents going up against the Tea Drinkers earlier on. And, you know, I'm sure that they're playing at the top of their game right now, and there's nothing more that we could ask for in this next match.
Absolutely. I can tell you the bans for this matchup will be for SK Gaming. They banned out Byron and Sprout. For Zero Zone, they banned out Gene and Bell. So Bell, as we'd expect, but Gene being banned out, obviously a brawler that we've seen a massive impact already tonight.
Yeah, Gene has been really effective in siege maps in particular. He's seen a lot of play alongside Max, so with the loss of that synergy, you might see Max getting a little bit less favor in the brawler pickups as well. I'm wondering kind of what we might see in place of Gene, because there's kind of no brawler that has the utility of that pull, the ability to just completely deconstruct your opponent's front line is not really replicable in any other way. So you might see some more brawlers who might not otherwise pair really well against Gene coming to the forefront here. Brawlers that don't like to be caught out of position might have an easier time in this lineup. So yeah, we're actually seeing a pretty big swap up here. Still seeing Barley on both sides of the map this time. But you know what? Max is just fast enough that we're going to see her in action again.
I was just about to say, Stu obviously has been banned out all night long, and it looks like Jason has decided to go with that, so maybe that's what they had in mind. We'll see, of course, whether it works out. Speaking of, Max picked off by Barley there, so immediately do manage to work in their favor, and at the moment, Zero Zone do have themselves the very slightest of lead. As I say that, immediately you see a pickup by SK. See how this one works out. I mean, it will have to go some great distances to have the tie of what was it, 17-17? I think the Clash game.
Yeah, that one really went the distance. I think it got to 18-16 there at the very end to give the last siege bot for the win. But you really see the advantage that Symantec is providing for his team right now with that amazing area denial in both the center and the left lanes now. Jason doing his best to kind of zip on through with that lightning fast Daredevil. Finally is able to break through Symantec's wall, but it took 2 of them to get the job done, and they just have not been banking up bolts anywhere near SK Gaming's level. So that's a level 10 siege bot, big purple bruiser, busting straight through, and without any Gene to pull it away, he's gonna get some Ike damage for sure.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage already done. 34% down to. That's a big problem already for Zero Zone, who are trying to keep the pressure on, but it's been SK dominating the middle, and as we just heard Olga say, they don't tend to make mistakes, and that's the real problem. So when they do, you're going to have to really make sure you capitalize on it, because at the moment, they don't seem to be backing down from this.
Jetten is playing 2v1 on the right lane, and MMA just cannot deny him access. Knocks down the enemy Max, and with that mirror match going in Blue's favor, they are going to pick up another big siege bot. SK Gaming could not be denied. Won't have to play defense at all in game number 1. They have really shown up in style, knocking Zero Zone back on their heels, and they might get one of the few rare Ike destructions of this day so far.
Yeah, I think that's only the second time we've had it so far today. So fantastic start for SK Gaming, continuing on their dominance of where they left off in the monthly finals just it was 5 days ago now. So they managed to pick up the win, taking down Clash, by the way, 3-1 in that final. So obviously they are already in the winner bracket finals. AC Milan Clash after picking up their victory earlier on against Big. So SK Gaming seeing whether they're going to get themselves yet another rematch. Of course, long way to go in this one. That's only the very first round in the set series. So still plenty of time to try and make a comeback. But Zero Zone definitely need to make adaptations here.
Well, I think past will prove to be prelude for the rest of this match. That momentum early on is going to really be weighing heavily on Zero Zone's minds right now. They know that SK Gaming was going to be one of their biggest rivals going into this tournament, and with such a really dominant performance in game number 1, it's going to take a big mind shift change or maybe a brawler comp swap up, something to try to catch SK off guard. But I don't know if it can be done. Like you said, they're known for being very versatile and hardly ever making big mistakes. When you've got a team that can run 1v2s and prove victorious in a lane, I don't know if there's any way to like deconstruct them. I think Barley was proving really well for them, providing denial of access to any lane on their side. And so there just didn't really seem to be any much of an opening at all. You got to go full force just to go even against them. And so I think Zero Zone's only hope here is to get an early strike that gets them the first hit on their enemy's Ike, trying to get control of the mid and hold on to it throughout the entirety of the game.
It just seems to me that, I mean, you'll often see with the greatest of teams, basically, is the fact that bans don't really affect them. You know, we can just adapt. It's fine. We don't need Gene. We don't need anything like that. Maybe we weren't even going to use it anyway. I don't know. We obviously don't know. We haven't seen what SK had planned for tonight, whether they were maybe trying to use something special to try and get through, or whether they even need to, is the fact, because as you saw, Jeton on Max just 1v2 no problem on the right-hand side of the map. No issues for him. So hopefully we'll get the next round underway in just a second. As for Zero Zone, like, what do you change? What do you do? What do you adjust? Because if anything, I feel the Gene would benefit them, and they're the ones that banned it.
Yeah, I feel like you just got to go hop in your hyperbolic time chamber and try to get like 10,000 hours more practice, because this is a championship squad. SK Gaming at the lead of the Brawl Stars championship, and I feel like they weren't even playing up to their max level in that last game. They have got a huge advantage over Zero Zone just in terms of the experience that they've built up over years of competition. And so for Zero Zone to just hold their own would be an achievement for them. They would get kicked down to the lower bracket if they take a loss here, but we're seeing kind of a mirror setup here now. Both teams pushing heavily in their preferred lane. Skyrix, though, getting the advantage over there in the Rosa mirror match, dueling heavily and taking the win. That's going to be a big pickup for SK Gaming as they have the Volt advantage, and Zero Zone are not going to get that chance to play defense or even just hold their own in round number 1.
Yeah, I can't tell whether this is Zero Zone or SK maybe reading it well, coming in with, obviously, Zero Zone coming in with the double brawler setup with the BB and Rosa. That's just trying to get in their faces, maybe. I'm not too sure if that's what their plan was, but obviously SK certainly read it well and got the Rosa out themselves with the with Skyrix to see whether it works out. The Barley throws down and immediately picks. You can't push through like that with Max. Rosa just like in your face instantly, didn't even need to cover too much ground, and this is a very good start once again for SK here. MMA trying to get in the face, do both popping the super out there, but I think it was Skyrix that actually popped it first. He will be, has to back away. MMA gets the super back up there. Can he get Jeton down? No, the support comes in, but BB's just not there in time, and Skyrix still comes out on top. Here comes the siege bot. This is looking great already for SK.
This is just a super heavy bruiser comp brought by Zero Zone this time, bringing in both Rosa and BB. You're going to have to sneak around a wall, get back behind SK Gaming somehow. And with Semantic on the case, it is just not going to happen. He is uncatchable. This guy has got perfect aim with those bottles and was barely taking any shots at all from BB. Poor Jason was charging in bravely, valiantly making that stand, but that bat just does not swing far enough to hit Symantec. And you saw yet again another Ike destruction. SK Gaming have had the most dominant performance of any team that we've seen so far today.
Yeah, by far, getting both destructions on both rounds as quick as it's just been already. Incredible stuff. Yeah, it does mean that we're moving straight over to Bounty. It's going to be back to Snake Prairie, which we saw earlier on from AC Milan Clash versus Big. Where do we see this one going? Obviously, we know we saw adjustments there. Zero Zone were like, okay, we're going to use the bruises. We're going to get in the face. We want to take control of the center of the map, which is what they tried, but as you say, they still couldn't get close enough. The skill shots were just too good from SK.
Yeah, the best laid plans of Mike's and they were not good enough that time for Zero Zone to find victory over SK Gaming. I fear that the same thing is going to happen in in set number 2 rather. This match is really heavily favored for SK Gaming at this point with a 2-0 stomp in Siege. But hey, it's a different set, it's a different map, it's going to be a completely different game mode. Maybe Zero Zone have got an ace up their sleeve, something to get the turnaround here, but very rarely have we seen a set go that dominantly in one side and then see the other team able to pick it up and find their bearings in set number 2.
Just trying to see whether you guys are allowed to actually type the banned word right now. Maybe Woody could try it out. I don't know.
I tried it out. I got knocked out of chat.
You got bombed out. That's what I like to see. There we go. So hopefully you guys will get that sorted out. Don't worry. We know we're dealing with it. We'll try and help you guys out because we'll see where the Poco turns up in a little bit. Luckily we didn't get him, so it's okay. We've only had it.
Word, man.
I said the word. They're gonna just ban me off. I'm gonna disappear. Just disappear straight from the screen. Oh my god. Oh, it works. I can see that people can say it at last. Okay, we have released the freedom. So straight into it. I can see Piper immediately out there. So Zero Zone trying to switch it out, but it hasn't worked. Immediately Piper
it has.
Oh no, it did survive.
Look at that. No, Zero Zone picked up a kill. Blue star for SK Gaming, but Zero Zone getting the early kill is going to give them a major advantage here. Now, SK is going to have to retreat and get their supers charged up. They've still got access on the left and right side here. Those bushes are still up and active, so Zero Zone are having to fire furiously away, trying to deny access to their opponents. Blowing up that totem, a great job with the super there to Skyrix, but can they get a knockdown? Busting up walls left and right. That might be it! Jetton gets the finishing blow with his super, but return fire from Zero Zone keeps him in the lead. Jason is unstoppable. Never mind.
Oh my god. I mean, obviously trying to move in and use the super to bounce away and clear out the cover, but just ended up walking face first into 2 members of SK, and what was a 1 lead just gifted straight back to SK Gaming. We were talking about how they make so little errors. When you have that advantage, you can't afford to make that decision wrong. Now, I'm very interested to see how this works from SK. I believe they've read into this, carrying the Rosa over, feeling that Zero Zone are going to come in with bruises. They've gone the opposite way. They've gone with the snipers. Jason managed to work out, get Skyrix down, quickly answered by Semantic, getting in the face with that Rosa, and it's 10-10 all square with just 20 seconds to go, Woody.
Yeah, I'm reminded of some very wise words from Han Solo. Don't get cocky, kid. You might be up 5 stars, but they can swing back in your opponent's favor very quickly. But wow, Semantic charging in alone as Rosa, the boxing botanist, gets a knockdown, but his kill himself doesn't matter, though, because the advantage will stay on top for Zero Zone. Congratulations to them. They picked up an early lead in that game, and despite a good comeback attempt from SK Gaming, they just couldn't get that blue star behind into the late stages of that match. It does wind up going to Zero Zone, an upset victory for our Russian squad.
Well, the first one they've taken as well, which is got to be a big a boost for them. You got to feel, hopefully they can try and take that now and say, okay, guys, we're good enough. We can compete. We can do this. We can take down SK Gaming, set ourselves a real starter in this winner bracket. And of course, with a good switch up, the question is, will SK respond? They brought in Rosa. They were thinking, okay, they're coming bruiser heavy. Let's get ourselves a bruiser in there. Now we're going to see Semantic maybe changing it up, saying, okay, you want to play the sniping game? We can do the sniping game. And I'm just wondering whether they're going to maybe bring a Piper or something along those lines themselves.
Yeah, a game mode like Bounty feels like just straight up Brawl Stars to me. You're not having to worry at all about any mechanics around siege bots spawning up or, a hot zone you have to cover for. It's just all about those straight up kills, who can play their brawlers better and get those knockdowns. And for me, it's looking like Semantic is the guy to get the job done. They've also trapped BGS behind enemy lines, and that is an absolute wipe now. A 7-star advantage for SK Gaming, holding onto the blue star as well. No recompense at all for Zero Zone.
Oh my word, Semantic's just going to plow on through. No stopping him right now. Absolutely picking them apart. Does finally get taken down, but my god, the damage has been done. 11-5. Jason going looking, actually lands one shot. Cat doesn't quite catch the second there. Very close with the Piper. But Semantic's coming back around the side. Gets one down. MMA, the irony of MMA being taken down by a bruiser. I love it, that's for sure. 13-8, SK in control.
Zero Zone have awakened the beast that is the SK Gaming squad, and they are now ahead by 5 stars with only less than a minute remaining. BBGS split up over on the left side as we've got a little bit of an attempt here to catch some mines, but there are no more bushes to sneak through now. They are going to have to go face first into the fray, jumping forth against opponents who have got such high damage brawlers from back range. It's just defense now from SK, waiting for Zero Zone to make their move, D-Man.
They tried desperately there. You could see MMA trying to flush him out. Semantic actually taking very low here. Can they finish him off? They can. They get him down. 13-11. They still need a second. Gotta keep pushing for this one. Only 13 seconds to go here. Semantic back on his feet. Gonna get forced in. MMA's been singled out. Jason's going for the push. The snipe! The snipe comes in, but answered by Jetton instantly. 18-13. They thought they'd done enough. And then MMA gets rustled on down. 21-13, SK respond in kind, and we go the distance once again.
Only a 2-star advantage for SK Gaming going into the last stage of that match, but that made all the difference. Even if Zero Zone could manage to get 1 kill and sneak away, that wouldn't be enough to take the advantage. The blue star up on SK's side of the arena meant that they needed 2 kills without losing any of their own teammates, and that just can't be done against one of the best teams in not just the region, but the world. SK Gaming hold their own and taking game number 2. We are now at a match point opportunity, D-Man, and SK Gaming seem to be the walkaway favorites.
Will there be any adjustments? We saw Zero Zone making some drastic changes previously. Let's see whether they do try and switch it up, or will they stick with the same setup? Well, immediately we're straight into the action. You can see SK have already picked up one, managing to turn it in their favor. Skyrix actually out on the bow there, but no, Semantic sticking on the Rosa, trying desperately to chase down BBG around the side there. Skyrix also taking down Jason as well. Semantic has finally gone down though to MMA, still very close, and Jetton and Skyrix actually pretty low at the moment, but MMA tries to go looking for the kill, and in the end faces a face full of bullets, and down they go. SK 8-2 up already.
Wow, Zero Zone just really tried to put the pedal to the metal and get an early lead here, but SK Gaming was having none of it. The defense has been supreme for this bottom squad. The Germans will not give a single inch to the Zero Zone team, and now an 8-star advantage. Jetton out of position though, might be in trouble. The boom shot from Jason as his super explodes, and will start to close the gap a little bit now. Bushes are all down though, with only 40 seconds left. Zero Zone have to make a killer push here and now.
Jason needs to hit the shots right now. Lands one. Semantic forced to go back there. Jason already eaten a lot of damage, so looking for the shot into Skyrix, preferably to take down that bow, try and get what he can, and Jason having to back away. 10-6 and counting, 20 seconds to go. Skyrix picks off Jason.
No.
This account has already fell flat for Zero Zone, and this is looking like they're going to be going down to the lower bracket. 13-8, 10 seconds to go. MMA goes aggressive, gets one down. They have to get more. Semantic comes rushing out in their faces. The super running, it's run out, but he's managed to get MMA down. BBG not going to be enough. SK Gaming will take it 16-10. They will move through to the winner bracket finals against AC Milan Clash, and it will be Zero Zone slipping down against the Russian brethren Blood Diamond.
Excellent dismantlement by SK Gaming. Skyrix holding on to all the stars at the end of that last match, safely retreating to the bushes. He even knew that he could give up 2 brawlers out in the front from his teammates and still hold on to the star lead. So congratulations to SK advancing through the top of this upper bracket. They have got some great competition from AC Milan Clash later. Let's take a look at the bracket and see how it's shaping up, D-Man.
So as you can see, SK Gaming with their win will go up against AC Milan Clash. Now the winner of that matchup will be through and done. Of course, there is a double elimination bracket here, so we do, of course, have a lower bracket as well, and that's where Zero Zone will now be falling down to the lower bracket round 2, and they will be up against, as you can see, Blood Diamond Russia, who took down their sister team in one of the first games of the day today. Big up against the Tea Drinkers as well later on. So it's not over yet for Zero Zone, but they are up against a team that, well, they didn't really want to face. Along with SK Gaming, they're now up against Blood Diamond Russia. And in all fairness, SK have looked by far the best team we've seen tonight.
All right, well, with that done and dusted, we're going to say goodbye to D-Man as we go to break, and we'll have Arc back on. Get ready for some more double elim action as we hop down to the lower bracket and see which team is getting kicked out next. Stick with us.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back. We have got some more action in the ESL Mobile Open. Brawl Stars is fighting fourth with a double elimination bracket, and we are going down to the bottom right now. My name's Woody, and I'm here with Ark, and we have got some awesome casting ahead of you to watch. Once again, Zero Zone facing off against another fellow Russian squad in Blood Diamond. Ark?
Yeah, these are the two Russian giants. Have been waiting to see these two clash today, and yeah, I mean, I gotta say, you know, Zero Zone looking very, very strong in that last game against SK Gaming, but now, as a result, that loss going down to the lower bracket to face off against Blood Diamond Russia, and as we saw earlier, Augustin didn't want to really run into this matchup.
Yeah, well, sorry guys, you don't get a choice here. Zero Zone, not only are they gonna have to face off in two matches against opponents that they consider really tough rivals, but they're gonna have to do it back to back. They just took the loss against SK Gaming, and now they're down in the lower bracket and are going to be up next against Blood Diamond. These two Russian bears will be squaring off, but only one of them can move on. It's a tough fight from the lower end, but the team that gets the victory here will advance to that big challenger series with tens of thousands of dollars on the line. Let's take a look at the rosters. First off is Zero Zone. You remember them from the last match. They've got MMA, BBGS, and Jason.
Yeah, strong lineup there as well, and those players doing very, very well this year as a unit. And Blood Diamond Russia, of course, Laliu, Kagamu, and Cube, definitely looking to give them a run for their money, because again, we're in the lower bracket. The loser of this matchup will be going home.
And I've got some interesting news for you here, Ark. We've got the bans, and in fact, it's some pretty typical picks for most of them. Gene, Bell, Byron. You know, we haven't seen them at all, but a new ban this time around will be Mortis. A brawler pick that we haven't seen at all yet on the main stage, and yet it seemed that Zero Zone was concerned that there might have been a sneaky, play here from Blood Diamond, bringing a Mortis into the round. Or maybe this is just kind of a throwaway ban. They want to keep their options open. What do you think?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. It's a bit of a head turner. I'm going to be looking ahead to see what map that might be related to in just a moment. But we're going to take a quick break and then come straight back.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open, where we have a distinct pleasure ahead of us now. For the first time on the big screen now, we will watch compatriots from the same country, two massive bears of a Russian team. It's going to be Zero Zone versus the Blood Drinkers of Russia. My name is Woody, and I'm here today with Ark. Let's get into this double bracket lower, or WLM lower bracket match, where one of these teams is going to go forth and one's going to get kicked on out.
Yeah, lots of stake here today. We heard these two teams did not really necessarily want to face each other, but that makes only for the better viewing for our pleasure. So I'm kind of keen to see who is going to be able to go the distance here. And just before the break there, we saw the bands coming in, and they were very interesting. They were Gene, Bell, and Byron, big players there taking out the mix. But Mortis was there also, and I can only kind of see ahead of the gamers, the maps ahead. Shooting Star, obviously Mortis can go behind a lot of the a lot of the action and make some aggressive plays there. But we've kind of seen Tick, I feel, kind of gain some really good attributes with that last hurrah gadget coming into play now. So not necessarily a massive threat in that respect. Later on, maybe potentially in safe zone. I'm not sure whether we're coming to play there or backyard bolt, but I mean, we're going to find out, Woody. But first and foremost, let's not get ahead of ourselves. The teams are in now. Shooting Star is the map, and already a bit of back and forth as we get this game underway.
These two teams may be the tightest competitors in the ladder format leading up to today. In fact, they faced off 5 times. Blood Diamond Russia took the victory 3 out of those 5 times. So you might think that the advantage is lying with Zero Zone here. Coming down from the upper bracket, they did at least pick up a win earlier, but Zero Zone do have to keep in mind that Blood Diamond have got a lot of competitive experience facing off also previously in this lower bracket against their own sister clan. So they have now got the weight of their entire organization behind them, and only a slim advantage right now for the Blood Diamond team. They are being pushed all the way up to the very top of the map. Kagamu barely surviving that onslaught from Zero Zone, firing away on all cylinders as they are trying to make up this 3-star deficit.
There was an insane back and forth of the nanny gadgets. There was a last hurrah, and I saw the people connect with MMA, and I saw it go across the screen, but then it came back. Loudly must have popped his as well in return. A great interaction of that particular gadgets, and look there again.
Boom!
MMA going in with Peep and connecting with Lalu, extending the lead, but now Cube going on the offensive, connects with BBGs. But Jason sees it coming a mile away, and that is gonna be the first game to Zero Zone.
The long bombs to finish it off. Artillery fire raining down. Excellent job there to Zero Zone, taking the victory despite a pretty harrowing start to that matchup. They seem to be in quite a bit of trouble there, but being able to get those supers charged up and having the perfect aim as they just continually rained fire down on their opponents. I think that really showed that Zero Zone have got the pressure buildup necessary to get the long victory here. They aren't going to be rattled at all by being behind a little bit early on. They will play the entire 2.5 minutes of that bounty game to make sure that if there's any chance at winning, they will take it to full potential.
For me, I've got to say, like, I saw some great promise from Blood Diamond, to be fair. Like, again, that little back and forth there between Lalu and MMA was really delightful to watch. And that just goes to show that they're really highly skilled. I think that this one in particular could go the whole distance. Both teams coming in very well prepared. I don't necessarily see much changing around on Shooting Star myself. Piper, Nani, and Tick Mid is pretty much the right meta when it comes to this particular map. There's very little variation on it, in my opinion. If you're going to kind of go lanes, you kind of really ideally want to match up the mirror with Piper, Nani, because Nani is so dominant against Piper on those side lanes. But you know, yeah, and we're going to see that Cindy again. Both teams going in early and fighting there for that middle start with that last hurrah to get the invincibility. But this BBG is a bit out of position for me. And there's the homemade recipe pickup on that side from Cube. And Jason, though, with some follow-up shots, though, do connect, and Kagama goes down the right-hand side.
Yeah, Jason went down early, and that gave a big advantage for Blood Diamond to not only grab that center star, but to pick up the star advantage. But it seems like Jason came back swinging. Even though he was the first to go down, he was also the first to get a big pickup for Zero Zone, not only grabbing that kill, but getting the blue star as well. And that is going to be a virtual reset here, advantage here for Blood Diamond, but it's a very slim one.
Yeah, great mid control from Zero Zone. Cube already on the forefront of a lot of those shots, and Jason in that position has got to be cautious here. Nice support, gotta be said, from BBGs, getting the double pick up there. M may pop in the return to center there just for safety, but yeah, for me, Zero Zone are doing a fantastic job of just keeping that control. Kagama as well. Oh, what a clutch of the gadget there of that last rod just to stay in the mix.
While you're playing very aggressively as Nani out here, getting that super charged up, but MMA has been able to knock him down time and time again. And we have not yet seen a big push from Blood Diamond. They're finally making their way back in, but oh no, the loss of Kagamu means that they are just gonna have to retreat, forced back, and it seems like Zero Zone's just trying to bait them out to push even harder, trying to get the overcommit out of them, but at a 9-star advantage, I don't know if there's anything that Zero Zone could do to lose at this point. Pushing the advantage even higher, up to 11 now. 13! What is happening? Zero Zone are on an absolute rampage.
I mean, even when Jason was as low as that 400 HP, he was still able to stay on the mix. Cube just giving it a thumbs down protesto. I am done for bounty, he's saying. And yeah, Zero Zone came out of the gates absolutely swinging. And with that mirror comp, that mirror matchup, you know, it just goes to show the better skilled team is going to be the team that's going to take it all the way.
You could have seen an entire team wipe on the bottom side, and it still would not have been enough to reverse the favor there. You would, they just had such an overwhelming showing that that really sends a strong message going into set number 2. Arc, I feel bad. I kind of feel bad. What did we say? SK Gaming had the most dominant performance in the upper bracket. I think that first set was the most dominant performance we've seen in the lower bracket.
Yeah, it was honestly very well coordinated. I saw a lot of support there for each other on the Zero Zone side. Whenever someone was low, someone else would kind of take the forefront and you know, just really carry the team in that respect. And some good distractive tactics also. I saw a lot of the time taking a lot of the pressure away from the Piper as the tick went on the hunt. And it's great to see. It's a really solid start. But you know, Bounty is a game which can turn quite quickly, despite Zero Zone kind of for the most part being in control. Going into Heist next though with Safe Zone, I'm kind of curious to see how that will mix things up, because ultimately in Shooting Star you don't tend to see too much variation on the brawlers you can take in. The kind of meta and the map itself lend itself so much to that Piper, Tick and Nani comp that we see, but Zone's going to have a bit more of variety potential there. So that could be a saving grace for Blood Diamond Russia to kind of have the ability to experiment a little more, but not much time, because time's running out for them. If they don't come back here, they're going to be going home.
That's right. It's only best of 3s here right now, and the lower end of this double ELM bracket, you don't have any chance at all to get back in it. If you take a loss, that's the end, you know. So they've got another ladder series coming up. If you guys have been enjoying the matches today and think that you can hold your own against these pro players, make sure to hop into the ESL play bracket and you know, put your own foot forward. We'll see how this Challenger series is shaping up. We've already got one team qualified, and we'll have a second one at the end of the double ELM bracket today. But tens of thousands of dollars on the line, and we hope that you'll get cracking into it. ESL Play has got a lot of opportunities for competitors in the Mobile Open Series to move from that casual status to, you know, semi-pro, edging into the pro level of gameplay that we love to see so much.
Yeah, it's a fantastic format. I mean, it really is that kind of idea of it. If you think you can do any better, well, then come and demonstrate that to us, because, you know, anyone can compete. Just get a team, register up, and see whether you've got what it takes to go the distance. It's got to be said, these are the best of the best in their region so far. They've got to do a lot of homework to get to this stage and be very consistent on that ladder. You know, one loss can really set you back, so you've got to be consistent, and that's what we see more than not with the same usual suspects occurring. But at the moment, Zero Zone are definitely standing their ground. I was going to mention Colette as being a potential option here. With Byron out of the mix, you're not going to kind of see that kind of additional support from the healing of that Byron Colette combo. But yeah, no surprises for me. Colts here and Piper and Colette do a wondrous job when you break open the map like we are seeing both sides do here.
Yeah, Kagamu's doing some amazing work, knocking down not just the brawlers, but getting some pop shots off on the enemy safe. Sneaky hit there from Lalu earlier on. Also, that Colette has got a really long-range super, and there it goes again, hitting that safe there and back, bringing it down to 54% now. Big advantage for Blood Diamond. Despite the win from Zero Zone in set number 1, it looks like Blood Diamond have really opened up strong in set number 2.
Well, nice connected super there from Kagamu. As it's got to be said, Jason going down the left-hand side to allow Lalu there to come in with some nice connective super shots. BBG's though just choking well there to stay in the mix, it's got to be said, because Lalu did pop his gadget. That additional shot would have gone a long, long way for Blood Diamond Rusher, but now look at this. Zero Zone going in here on the aggressive cube, jumping in there. It's an interesting choice, but does get a nice amount of damage for his troubles. Right now, it's Blood Diamond Rusher that are really starting to turn this one around.
Oh, there it is! Cracked that save so hard down, they were willing to go all in, and the Star Player Award goes to Lalu, whose supers were just oppressive against that save, cracking through from mega long range and getting it all the way finished off. Very rarely do we see a safe or an Ike actually destroyed. It's very much more often that we see them, you know, kind of tit for tat, and one team holding the lead at the end is going to get the victory. But wow, an absolute destruction there for the Blood Diamond team, really turning things around here and giving Zero Zone a run for their money.
And it's interesting, isn't it? Because you look at the comps, and there's still that same mirror matchup that we saw, kind of not the same brawlers, of course, but going back to Bounty, you know, and it was Zero Zone that really had that controlling element over Blood Diamond Rusher. But here we're seeing the mirror matchup and such a different story. So it kind of sends messages to me that you know, Bounty definitely seems to be a game mode that lended itself really well to Zero Zone. Perhaps now this could be the game mode that will be able to lift Blood Diamond Rusher back into the mix.
Well, for the sake of my competitive viewing pleasure, I sure hope that that's the case. We could love to see a tiebreaker go to set number 3, but hey, fans of Zero Zone are going to be rooting for them to get the knockdown here. They have learned really well from their previous experience against SK Gaming, where they went toe-to-toe, but ultimately falling down, couldn't keep their heads above water. Lalu has given a lesson to MMA, though, on how to play Colette, and it looks like MMA is happy to get some more chip damage off the enemy safe now, and it's the advantage now for Zero Zone. Despite Blood Diamond taking the win in game number 1, Zero Zone have been pushing really hard now and getting another kill here. MMA is on fire!
Look at this Zero Zone, they're all great takedowns. This is going to put a ton of pressure onto the Blood Diamond Safers. Look, they're going to struggle to choose who to pick off. Hugh with a nice takedown, though, is picking off one by one. Gotta hand it to Blood Diamond Rusher there, because that was a lot of pressure. But now they are a little bit on the back foot with only 4% damage dealt out. They've got to start to retake control of this mid. And with one man down already, that's not the way you want to be going about it. They've got to bring back the pace here. We have still got plenty of time for them to get a decent turnaround. But look at this. Now Lani goes down. Cube is getting a lot of cover fire as well. This is a chance now for Blood Diamond Rush to get some damage, Woody.
Oh man, they barely make any use of it though. Kagamu was wielding a double-edged sword earlier when he popped that super onto the barrels on his own side of the map, really opening things up for Zero Zone and giving them the opportunity to push even further. And here we go, another massive power play, a complete team wipe as Blood Diamond are all packing back to their spawn zone. A big super from MMA brings the safe down to 60%. Pop shots from BBGS, and that's almost gonna be it. Down to the triple digits now at 1% left on that safe. There is hardly any hope left for Blood Diamond.
Can they hold on, Woody? Can we see this turnaround? 1% is all that remains. BBGs wants it done and dusted right now. Look at the body blocking of that moment right there. That was insane, but there's still so much to be done. I don't know whether Lali is going to be able to hold on here, but he's going to give it all he's got. He does connect, and BBGs has got a hand of Jason, though, with the piercing damage. Gets the job done, putting Zero Zone then onto match point. But my goodness me, what an exciting round.
Fantastic work to BBGS in particular. They're getting excellent range identification against that enemy Colt. Seemed like there was nothing that Blood Diamond could really do to just get close enough to the enemies there that time. Excellent leading by BBGS. I think that that is what really gave Zero Zone the opportunity to put this to a match point now.
Maximum pressure on, but we have seen Blood Diamond Russia be fairly resourceful so far in this this game mode. So I don't know. I feel like, I mean, we have seen it go to the third set quite a few times today, Woody. I wouldn't be at all surprised if we do start to see things shift over just a little bit. And Heist is one of those game modes where just if you can just establish that mid control and just slow the pace of the game and start to confirm a few kills and keep your teammates in the mix, then it can be over in the blink of an eye. Getting that damage on the safe is so important, but you can get overrun, and when you're trying to spawn back in, yes, you get a little bit of time to kind of soak up some shots with the invincibility, but brawlers like Colt with that piercing damage can go a long way, as we saw there with the safe getting down as a result of that. So Pipers can body block a little bit some of those Piper shots, but ultimately there are other piercing brawlers that will not be as so accustomed to it. So it's going to go down to this now, as one of these two teams is going to be potentially now in a position to go through on in this competition. Zero Zone one win away then from staying in the mix.
That's right. And their palms have got to be sweaty. They're the first team to have to play 2 matches back-to-back, having taken the loss in the upper bracket. They're now fighting with all the adrenaline still pumping in their veins. Zero Zone, with the win, though, have got to be feeling a little bit of pain against Blood Diamond Russia, which have got to have that sanguine spirit now to bolster them forward. A pop shot off against the safe from BBGS, the star player from last game, does get them a little bit of an advantage, but not enough to hold midfield, as Cube and Lalu are going to be oppressing this left side hard. Jason forced back and knocked down. BBGS trying to get some more midfield control here, but going to have to drop his own obstacles once again, and that's going to open up his own safe. Not a good position for Zero Zone to start this game in.
Yeah, not good at all. Maybe we'll get a little bit of damage. Silver Bullet, I think they connect there from Kagami on the right-hand side as well, but again, that recovering shield that we see from the result of that star power from Colette just keeping things ticking over, as Zero Zone now starting to gain their composure on this. It was a great start, it must be said, for Blood Diamond Russia, and a nice jump in, but taken down quickly that. But the idea from Q there is to try to bring back the momentum of Zero Zone, but I know how much it really did for them. They are still a little bit down. They've got to start to bring back the damage, and Zero Zone are looking to get this one tied up quickly with it.
Advantage for Zero Zone as they return to the middle in the last minute of this game. Could be the last minute of the entire match if Zero Zone get the victory here, which it seems like they're squared off to do. Another great Colette super right on the safe, and a massive unleash of fire from Jason. Double-barreled shots from Colt as he sends off that safe down to 23%. A massive strike, and he didn't even go all in. He's still going to compete for middle control against Lalu, who's just taking shot after shot. Q barely survives that encounter, but won't have any shot against the enemy safe. 20 seconds left, and they have got everything stacked up against them. Zero Zone look to be the walk-away favorites are.
Yeah, there's so little here that Blood Diamond can really do, but Kagama's going to give it a good try. I don't know whether even with 10 seconds left, Lalu's going to be able to do enough here on his own. The fantastic day for Zero Zone so far. They're going to go for it. I don't want to speak too soon. Let's see. Cube surely going to get body blocked here. Yeah, honestly, Zero Zone did so well. Blood Diamond Russia did immensely well, also just not quite enough at the end of the day. The Zero Zone will continue on then and send Blood Diamond Russia home packing.
Zero Zone have zonked the competition. Blood Diamond Russia with zero hopes now, as the double elim bracket sees our first team knocked out of contention. Blood Diamond Russia and Blood Diamond EU both eliminated now, and it's all up to Zero Zone to carry the flag of the Russian Federation fourth in this tournament. We're going to be going back to the winners bracket later on as we have one more matchup to see up on the very top between AC Milan Clash and SK Gaming. But a round of applause for our competitors from Russia. Blood Diamond EU and Blood Diamond Russia have now both been kicked out. Big and the Tea Drinkers still on the lower side of this bracket, ready to compete. But I think we're going to be queuing it off for the next matchup soon. Any last thoughts, Mr. Ark?
I mean, yeah, not the best day for Blood Diamond, let's be honest, but ultimately, you know, this is a fierce competition, and we are going to see that same fierceness continue on in our next matchups with Tea Drinkers versus Big up next, just after this break.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Mobile Open Play-ins 1. I'm Lee Demon Smith, and joining me today, for this game is this side. He's here. It's Ark. You know Ark. Woody's taking a well-earned break after absolutely blowing his top as Zero Zone take themselves victory. So now we move on. It is going to be Big versus the Tea Drinkers, and well, Big looked very good earlier on against AC Milan Clash. And Tea Drinkers, obviously, we saw them taking down FA Trio earlier on, but they're going to have to step it up here against Big Arc.
Yeah, it's been an immensely exciting day. Honestly, everyone's been really bringing their A game, and both of these two teams are going to have to do just this now. I mean, this is really starting to gear up in the lower bracket now. So Tea Drinkers had that start to the day against SK Gaming. Definitely, two of those big teams to start things off is always a difficult thing to do, but Big are equally as much so. Sugar Lars and Nee Dean is going to be there today.
Well, Nidine absolutely performing for Big earlier on against AC Milan Clash. Of course, Tea Drinkers, we saw them make adaptations, Spen, Tom and KC. It was a very close game, in fairness, for them earlier on against the FA Trio. It ended up being a 2-0, but could have gone either way. If it wasn't for the Tea Drinkers, aka Tribe Gaming, as you'll see them with the Tribe tag in game, making some serious adjustments. Certainly in the Hot Zone game, they had to make some changes, which worked out well for them, which is great to see. The upper bracket, of course, as it stands, as you can see where these teams fell down, currently waiting in the wins, AC Milan versus SK Gaming. That will be happening in a couple of games' time. That will be a best of 5 as well. We're still sticking with the best of 3s down in the lower bracket for now. We're going to stick with, obviously, the Tea Drinkers versus Big, and then following that will be the winner of this versus Zero Zone as well. Lots of games still to go, 4 more matches overall, 2 BO3s, and then we're into the BO5s. But you know what we got first, don't you? We got a break. We'll see you in a sec.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark. No fear, getting ready for the ride. Yeah, stepping into the light. No limit, aim high. No limit, the prize is mine.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. Listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Mobile Open. It is the play-ins. I don't know about you, Ark, but I'm a big tea drinker. I guess you're a coffee man.
I am a little bit of a coffee man, I'm not going to lie, but ultimately, you know, I do go back to my heritage every now and again and embrace a nice cup of tea, a nice builder's tea, as we say in the UK, don't we? I never like that phrase myself.
Builder's tea,
but yeah, I mean, I know, right? I don't know why people say it. But, you know, I'm sweet enough. I don't need sugar. I don't know about the tea drinkers today, though, what they're going to be bringing into the mix, any sugar or sweetener. But, I mean, one thing's for sure, I'm kind of interested with the bans that we've seen coming in now as to, you know, what we might see going into these maps. It will be the same maps as we saw in the previous matchup with Zero Zone and Russia, Blood Diamond Rush. So, you know, we've seen a little bit of what to expect, but bans will make a big difference on that.
Yeah, and the bands themselves, obviously big, bringing in Sprout, Colonel Ruffs. We did actually see, I think it was the big AC Milan Clash game that Colonel Ruffs was in, right? Which is probably maybe why they brought that in. Banning and Bell and Stew coming in for the tea drinkers, which tells me that Gene may be back on the cards, because obviously he has been banned in the last two series. The last two series overall. So maybe getting to see Gene coming back into it. We'll see, of course. The Magic Hands have been massive tonight, that's for sure, Ark. So let's get to see exactly what they've gone with. And no, we're actually going to a very similar setup to what we just saw, in fact, wasn't it? This is, in fact, identical setups to what we just saw in the previous match.
Yeah, I don't think... Oh, nice little gadget there from Spen. A little cheeky return to sender there for the takedown. Yeah, to be honest, I don't think we're going to see much variation on shooting style these days. It's pretty much been this is the staple diet, but that's what makes me ever so excited, though, to see something new maybe, perhaps, but it's not going to be in this particular matchup, at least. I do feel like, actually, you know, siding the pipe on that right-hand side, there you see Spen going to connect. Hopefully, no! He misses the peep, so bit of a miss there, and the ticket gets taken down well. Needin is way out of position, holding on somehow.
I was just about to say, it's like, how is he still alive in the corner? I didn't even know how, but he does finally get picked off there. So Nadim was a huge player earlier on against AC Milan Clash. Going to have to step it up here. 7-0 down already, and the clock is ticking, you can see. So immediately KC go very aggressive on the left-hand side here up against Sugar, trying to put the pressure down. Will get picked off. So Sugar and Lars very low, but getting themselves the stars right back on there. Tom having to defend, and now they find themselves from a 7-0 to a 9-7. That just went all manner of wrong for Tribe.
Yeah, difficult one for Casey there. He wanted to go on the aggressive there whilst, you know, Sugar was incapacitated using Peep, and, you know, he did connect then very quickly with Tom, and as that happened, you know, Sugar was able to get back into the mix, and they were able to isolate Casey as a good target. So now there's going to be Tea Drinks on the back foot here. Plenty can change. There's only a 2-star difference here, and, you know, that above now, Nadine coming in to turn that one around and extend that lead by 4 stars.
Quickly answered, but they do manage to get one back. But Tom's going to have to go big here, waiting for the team to arrive. No pun intended, as Spen goes looking, but Lars is there once again. Casey lands the shot, 16-12. Not going to be enough time left. As you can see, Nadine was being hunted by Spen, but it will be big that will take game number 1 in the series, of course. It is just going to be a best of 3. We will be getting to best of 5s when we reach the final 2 rounds, but we're in best of 3s once again. And as you say, don't think we're going to see too many adjustments. Whether they're going to make any brawler changes of that, I mean, it was pretty close. It was actually Tribe's push that backfired on them.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, you know, there's a lot of intricacies when it comes to the gadgets and shooting star when you bring in brawlers like Nani. You've got the return to sender, which is such a dominant force to be reckoned with. Very little counterplay, I find, with that particular gadget, because, you know, any damage that you soak up, you just send it straight back. And then also, if that goes towards another Nani, you can send that damage back to the other Nani. So there's a lot of interesting interactions. Also, you know, the homemade recipe you've got with Piper, the additional extension of range to some of those shots that will home in on your opposition, and you know, return to sender is a big key player as well for Tick. So this is the comp that I think is just honestly very, very difficult to contend with in shooting star. Needy with a nice pickup though on that left-hand side will give Big the lead early on.
I'm afraid chat called you out on that before you mentioned it. Shout out to I'm Too Fresh saying, we all know about Ark's dislike for return to sender being undodgeable. They absolutely know you too well, no doubt about it. But yeah, it does seem at the moment though, that Big, of course, with that lead, with that good snipe early on, Spen, good shot landed onto Spen there, forcing him to back away, and Tribe just dueling away with Sugar right now. And as you mentioned, well, return to sender, we'll see how well it works out for them. At the moment, though, it's Tribe that are getting aggressive, but again, it may backfire. Just about getting away there, Tom, taken very low. Nadine is absolutely nailing the shots right now.
Yeah, but there's not too much of a lead. There's still time for a turnaround here. Nadine going to jump back, and Spen trying to connect with a shot. Ticket coming in for last. Might have to pop. Nope, won't pop his gadget. Nadine was there for support, so good signs for me from Big. Just making sure they got all bases covered. Sugar though, on the right-hand side. Was definitely a great target for KC. Yeah, incapacitated using that peep head. That peep is going out, but you know, great spot from KC there just to isolate that opportunity. Another peep coming in from T-Drinkers now does connect, but Lars there coming in really clutch with that last hurrah.
5-3 advantage Tribe. And I was just going to say the fact that obviously Nadine had managed to get in there and remove the cover, it was a huge advantage for Big, but the fact that they managed to get that snipe off, 12 seconds and counting. Oh, big shot lands onto Lars there, makes it to 7-3. Sugar's going to have to go aggressive on this one to try and chase down. Spends the man they want. You can see with that blue star across the side, that's who they're trying to focus on, but it's not enough. They run out of time. And we go the distance in the first set, and Tribe will pick themselves up game number 2. So answered back, and both red sides so far picking up the wins.
I mean, you know, you mentioned about that counterplay with the return to center. It did come into effect. How little counterplay there was when Casey did the jump towards the end, but still took on the damage upon landing. You know, despite dodging it, still can't start. No counterplay to that demon.
You just can't count it. Oh, they just counted it. Damn it. Well, Big.
Big are playing great.
They were looking good, honestly.
Yeah,
they were 3-0 up. They were running away with it, and then there was just that shot, like you say, that they got the stun on who was it that was down the bottom right corner? They managed to catch him off guard, and they managed to switch it to 5-3 in their favor. They managed to get the taunt and the stun on him, but either way, we're back into it. Let's get straight to it. I think it was Sugar that got caught out in the bottom right corner. But either way, Lars almost dropped straight away from the off, and though it is Big that will pick up the first star, and immediately you can see Lars is the man that they wanted to chase down with that blue star. Wasn't able to connect them.
Good aggressive stance for me from T-Drinkers. Oh, great gadget there from Casey, spotting the target of Lars there, and Spen popping a really early return to sender here. This is an interesting strat because ultimately it means that they've got to deactivate that and take on some damage from Spen. So this is why you see Lars trying to land some of those little tiny tick mines that have got very little HP to then absorb that damage, which is going to be inevitable when you activate it. But Nadine, if he goes for a long shot on Spen, it's going to take a ton of damage. So I really like this aggressive outset start that we're seeing from T-Drinkers, much better than we saw in that first round.
In the lead, KC almost picked off there, very close. Sugar catching a great shot on him and forced to back away on that penny, and immediately that means that Tom forced to back his super to try and dodge out of the way of that one. 2-1, and you can see Big on the push here. 45 seconds to go. Still plenty of time, but it does leave Tribe a little in the open as their cover's been whittled away. You can see Big slowly pushing. Nadine looking for that big shot onto Tom right now. Tom tries to come in. Tribe tried to go aggressive. The shot doesn't land. Sugar's back too far away, reading what Casey was going to do on that Piper, but Spen lands the shot. Nadine goes down, 4-1 and counting. 23 seconds to go here, Art. This is looking like Tribe may be able to take the first map at the moment. Sugar bombs in, gets Tom down, 4-3, 15 seconds and counting. Big gonna try and maybe go for the push. He gets the shot onto Casey. Casey survives. Nadine looking for the snipe, just goes out of range. 7 seconds counting. Big have to push for it. They just need the one single star. Going looking for Spen. Spen's the target. Nadine gets picked up, but Spen survives on 100 hit points, and it will be Tribe Gaming that come out, aka the Tea Drinkers, in the first set. So tight. And in the end, I think they just ran out of time, Big Dave, because that kill was there. It was there to be had.
In those final moments, I'm just literally looking at the scoreboard because, like, you can see how close that came down to those final milliseconds there as Spen narrowly survived on. You know, there was a very important takedown that you pointed out there with Spen and that connection of the peep to get that lead. Now you're looking back, you know, you see why that was so important. But yeah, that ending was a pretty big push coming in from Big. I think Tea Drinkers did well to stay in the mix there. Yeah, no, but Big, but you know, it's not easy to hang on in Bounty often, you know, and especially in those moments with that final big push coming in. You know, credit to Tea Drinkers to keep on there and just come out the other side, because that was a very frantic ending.
So we're going to move on. Fantastic stuff to start with, and you know, great turnaround from them after Big picking up the first round. 2 sets go straight back. So immediately we move on to where are we in the run? There we are. It's gonna be safe zone. It's heist. Of course it is. Yes, safe zone. We saw some fantastic snipes actually from Zero Zone just a moment ago on this. Actually, kind of dominating, if I'm to be honest, on safe zone. How do we see this one going between the two? Because honestly, I think you could split a hair between the two teams. They're pretty even.
Pretty even, but a big one stands out for me, and that's that Byron is not banned here in this instance. Again, the reminder of being Sprout, Kerner, Spell, and Stu. So, you know, Byron and Colette combo here is just, it's got to be a must for me. We didn't see it in that previous instance between Zero Zone and Blood Diamond Russia. It was banned out, but now that it's on the cards, I've got to say that if both of these two teams don't go in that, I'm going to give credit if someone's able to come up the other side with a win, not using that comp here. It's very, very hard to shake. You know, Byron with a brawler, which can obviously, you know, go on the aggressive and cause damage over time, but also provide, you know, to heal up your team and keep them in that mid control. But Heist goes such a long way here. But, you know, again, I'm open to seeing something else. I mean, there's a lot of options still available. I think, you know, for me, Colt being able to break open the map so much is a great one to see as well. We are going to see that straight off the bat from Big. Well, are we going to see it from Tea Drinkers? There you go.
Yep, so, I mean, yeah, you called it. You called it straight away. It's what we expected. Both using the Byron run. Nadine trying to get the pick off the side. Aggressive stuff from Tom here. Trying to go aggressive onto Lars. Actually catching him out. 1-2. Can he try and finish him off, though? Now maybe Tom's committed too much and realizes has to try and back out of that one. But Nadine's going to go aggressive. They're trying to fix onto KC. And Lars will start things off. And he's actually getting quite a lot of damage down onto the safe now. So he's going to have to someone cover it off. Lars will just about get away with a hair of health.
What an interesting start. You just see like how both teams had the exact same idea and kind of met in the middle in this great back and forth here. But some good, strong takedowns from Tea Drinkers to get back into the mix. Tom looking to get the takedown on Lars here, and he pops a gadget. Connects with the safe there instead of actually Lars. And Lars staying alive, they're able to then pick him off. But look at Spen and KC now in the mid, raining down the damage so much to bring the lead back into their favor. Great from Tea Drinkers, and great to see them starting to get their mojo on when it comes to Heist.
They just ignored Lars out on the side. They just didn't even care about him. And as you say, just put so much damage down, 29% to 39%. There is damage being done onto Tribe Safe right now, but it's now been included. Right, okay. Just 10% between them. Absolutely winnable by both teams. Nadine going straight through the middle, just trying to focus on that. And meanwhile, they've left someone go around the back there. Tom and Spence, it's a straight up race. 5% left. And it will, in the end, be Big that will sneak on through. but they couldn't get the damage down quick enough because I think it was Tom and Spen that snuck around the back and managed to get in on there themselves.
Oh, I mean, if you're big, you've got to feel like this is just coming within an inch of your grasp, but every time just doesn't quite go your way. I mean, it just goes to show how closely matched these two teams are and how much it means to them in that respect. I mean, great observation from Spen and Tom there to go in, and there must have been some very good communication in the background to make sure that was the play. But with only 4% in it, you don't tend to see heist games be so close. It's going to be an explosive end no matter what the outcome in terms of the way this one goes. Big have got some chances to bring this back, but that narrow margin is getting ever smaller.
Well, I don't expect to see any changes, that's for sure, in Brawlers when it was so close, just 5% split in the difference. We were talking about earlier how we haven't really seen too many of them go down in normal time. We were excited that SK could do that, but this is going all the way, I feel, between these. Tom's just being, again, a little bit of free reign at the moment. She just walks straight up and slap it down. Who's that that's just snuck through up the top right-hand corner? Someone is just laying the damage down, being completely unchecked. I can't see who it is, but Tribe themselves have got all three of them on there. This is a straight-up race between them at the moment, 52% to 52%. Big do get the respawns back in there. Sugar and Nadine trying to slow things down, but it's 39% each. It is a full-on race right now, back and forward. Tribe, though, have the numbers. They should be able to take down the safe, and they will. And just like that, Tribe will take the game right here, and Big are done. Wow.
I didn't even need to cast any of that game. It was over in the blink of an eye. Wow. I mean, that's how heist goes sometimes. It's literally a base race, and like both teams choosing the right brawler comp. But T-Drinkers just making the better use of it, and yeah, there you have it.
Hashtag drink up. I love it, chat. Keep it going. Unfortunately, they're Tribe Gaming though, so we can only use T-Drinkers for this tournament only. So use it as much as you can. But wow, Big, just like that, taken, done, and out in the lower bracket. I did not see that coming, and that means that T-Drinkers, of course, have Zero Zone ahead of them. Incredible stuff, because honestly, I had Big down to maybe take that one, but T-Drinkers performing so well, just like they have in the ladder.
Yeah, I mean, they had to remain composed and to really kind of assess the situation. That's very much the thing to be done in heist. You've got to make sure that if you're going to go on the aggressive, that it pays off. Being in a position where you're not sure is what you want to avoid. Miscommunications about defense and offense can really be the big difference between whether a team are able to really come out victorious. So I got to hand it to T-Drinkers. It's a very risky game mode sometimes, but they made every call correct, and the results spoke for themselves.
Yeah, I feel that obviously, the fact that they committed, right? Because they ignored the player going off on the right-hand side. I couldn't see, actually, I didn't catch the name of who it was, and went up there and just said, we're in a 3v2. We're going to win the 3v2 fight, and then we have 3 alive. And that was the perfect scenario for them as well, because it happened twice. The respawns came in, and they didn't lose anyone again. Because I feel if they'd have maybe lost one, it may have gone Big's way. I don't know, but fantastic stuff in the end. So the T-Drinkers will take it 2-0. Straightforward, simple stuff for them. That means they will be going up against Zero Zone in the next matchup. And I don't believe... yes, we are. We're going to be shuffling up the maps. Okay, that's good to see. It does mean we'll be heading things off with a Brawl Ball to start with Arc. But for now, I'll give you a well-earned break. We'll get Woody over on here, and we'll see you in a few moments.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Mobile Open. It is the play-ins. I am joined by Woody. I am D-Man. And blink and you'll miss it. The tea drinkers just are blitzing big to one side there. And suddenly we're in playing zero zone. I don't think Ark even got to speak in that final game.
Yeah, I mean, that's how fast these things can go, D-Man. But I'm looking forward to the next match because we've got some more lightning fast competition ahead of us. And with double elimination on the line, we've still got a couple of teams to knock out before we can get to the grand finals here. I know that we've got Zero Zone and Tea Drinkers in the lower bracket. Is that what we've got queued up next?
Yes, it is Tea Drinkers versus Zero Zone. It is the last best of 3 of the evening. And we're going to be going in. Let's have a quick look at the upper bracket for you guys at home. Obviously, AC Milan Clash versus SK Gaming. That will be played out after this match, I believe. Yeah, I was going to say after this match. I was just a little confused there. I'm pretty sure it is going to be Zero Zone versus Tea Drinkers now, but yes. So that will be played out. That will be a best of 5. The winner of that is done. They're through. There is no... I guess there's no grand final effectively because 2 teams will go through. So effectively that's the winner bracket final. And then of course there'll be the lower bracket final, which will be the winner of Zero Zone versus Tea Drinkers versus the loser of AC Milan SK Gaming. So some real big spots up here. What they're all playing for? Well, they are trying to get through, as you can see, to the ESL Mobile Challenge. And of course, what's that all about? Well, that's going to be an 8-team tournament. And of course, there'll be $45,000 up for grabs in that, which is why these teams are absolutely busting their guts to get there, Woody. Let's have a look at the rosters for these 2 teams. You've seen them already, haven't you, tonight? Zero Zone, an epic performance from them earlier on, Woody, that you covered. MMA, BBGS, and Jason really stepping it up against their Russian compatriots, Blood Diamond.
Yeah, BBGS, the guy to watch in my book. Some excellent sniper shots carrying them to victory over Blood Diamond Russia. They were in the upper bracket earlier today, but dropped against SK Gaming in a heart-wrenching 2-0 loss. So even a victory here and now against the Tea Drinkers would still mean that they're going to have to go up against another team, either AC Milan Clash or SK Gaming again. On the other side of the field, we've got the Tea Drinkers who dropped to SK Gaming as well in the upper bracket on a 2-0, but were victorious against FA Trio and the Big Dogs. 2-2-0 stomping finishes for them. So can the Tea Drinkers make their run from the bottom of the bracket all the way to the finals and make it to the Challenger Series? Or are they going to be stopped here and now by the Russian juggernaut in Zero Zone?
It's that hero play. Can they keep it up? That's the question, of course. The bans for Zero Zone was Bell and Jean. For Tea Drinkers, Stu and Poco. Okay. Maybe they knew there was ban in chat earlier on. I mean, Poco was a ban. I mean, maybe they got Sonic in line that it counts as, but I can't imagine they do. I don't know. I think they're playing with our Twitch chat. I think that's what they've been doing. I think they're onto us.
Okay. Okay. They're not banning for competitive advantage. They're banning to troll Twitch chat. That could be it.
Yeah.
But, just to play devil's advocate, I'll dive into a little bit maybe why they might have banned Stu. We didn't see him play it a whole lot, but when he
Stu I can understand.
Played, yeah, when he did get played, he was often controlling the mid, going very fast, trying to grab bolts or maybe even sometimes gems, but knocking around the enemy team and trying to prevent them from being able to get that setup that they're looking for. Usually trying to make advantage of walls and trying to play around Barley. So if we do wind up seeing a lot of structures in the mid, that's where you typically see Stu to kind of counter Barley, but not this time around. With him being banned, you can probably look forward to more of that long-range action. Belle is out of the picture, but she's been out of the picture for a very long time now, so not very much of a change in the meta game as we've seen it so far today, D-Man.
It does mean that we will be getting to Heist, no doubt about it. It does mean that Byron Colette is available, as we just saw T-Drinkers using a moment ago, to great effect. What we're going to do, though, first is chat's favorite thing. That's what we're going to do. You love it. We love it. We're going to a break, and we'll be back. The games will be ready.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Mobile Open. It is the play-ins. What is the play-ins? It is all about getting those positions to the ESL Mobile Challenge, which will be a $45,000 tournament that will be playing in soon. And Woody, I think you just nailed it in chat there, exactly what it's all about. It is going to be absolutely brilliant when it gets underway. Of course, we've got to figure out who is going to be there first. The EXO free agents are already in. They were the #1 team on the ladder. We're trying to find the other two teams that are going to join and start up this set of Super 8 teams, Woody.
Yeah, I got to give another shout out to the EXO free agents. We got that based host earlier from Curse. Big thanks to him. But alongside him, YDE and Yoshi 825 picked up a 24-1 win record on the ladder. The next best team was the Blood Diamond Russia at a 28-13. Them having been eliminated by Zero Zone now means that the top ranking team that still remains is the Tea Drinkers. They're going to be up at it next against Zero Zone. We've already got the bands of Bell, Gene, Stu, and Pogo. So let's start it off in Brawl Ball. Are you ready, D-Man?
Absolutely, let's get things on the way. Spen looking good so far up against MMA on the side. There is a full-on Rosa brawl, and he comes out on top. MMA will take him down, and now KC going aggressive. KC passes the ball out there, just tries to keep it in play, and has actually somehow managed to keep alive. Hasn't got a chance to regen those hit points. We'll get BBG down, and now there's a real chance for Zero Zone to try and play around the right-hand side, but Spen comes in, slaps that ulti down. Big old Frank laying down the hammer, though, and Spen unable to finish him out. Ball locked in the corner.
Yeah, big, heavy hitters for the Zero Zone squad this time around. It was something that Ark had predicted maybe seeing earlier on. Now that we've got so many walls to block shots, very few healers around, it's going to be these big 10,000 hit point brawlers like Frank that can make it to the enemy line, knock down those boxes, and get a shot on goal. Can BBGS get it in? Goes for it. Oh, just barely misses the chance.
Oh my word, that was Spen actually passed it to him. And in the end, it looked like it almost passed and set up Zero for the goal there. I was just like, whoa, he's just done, it's almost like a Steven Gerrard back pass. I didn't know what was going on, but we've seen some fantastic shots earlier on. MMA, though, going aggressive here with the ball, making it work. Casey's going to kick it into the corner and try and keep that away. MMA taken out of play. Ball goes through. Can't push it through. BBG with a big defensive plays. And Jason back on his feet just in time.
What? Almost an own goal from Jason, barely. You're going to have to rewind the tape on that one and try to figure out what just happened, because it looked like KC had a clean opportunity to score. Then Jason just knocked the ball back almost to his own goal line. I guess, yeah, not able to score on himself there, but MMA delivers the killing blow, gets the 1-0.
Well, very close between his two. Spen's going to try and sneak it around the side here. Obviously, can try and pop that super, try and work his way through. Spen's in trouble. MMA should be able to take him down, but the super comes back out. MMA does manage to finish him off. Pass comes through, tries to kick it into the corner. KC's got to get a long pass to Tom and try and get things going. Time's not with them. Gets it to Tom on the line. Jason's there, lays the hammer down and defends it strong. And it will be Zero that comes out on top in game number 1. Some bruiser action here, Woody.
Yeah, very close and dangerous gameplay earlier with KC almost getting a goal. Then Frank grabbing the ball and almost passing it back to the enemies. Managed to pull it off in the end, but it certainly was not a clean pickup. Congratulations to them for victory in game number 1, but I think that we have got a long game left ahead of us, Steve.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the worry is that obviously these two teams, they're coming up against either AC Milan Clash or SK in the next game. Now, we saw SK sweep Zero Zone apart. It was probably the cleanest, convincing victory we've already seen tonight. Well, apart from Tea Drinkers' last match, because they just managed to run on through. But now, these two teams are really going to have to step it up. One of these wants to really take the game by the horns if they are to try and progress through and reach that challenge series. Of course, there's a long way to go for them, but I feel that maybe Zero Zone, maybe this is their time. This is their chance to step it up against Tribe.
Yeah, it was chaos in the arena in that last game, and I would expect to see the same thing once again if Frank and Rosa are both back in action. Really high hit point brawlers make it super difficult to get all the way through, but Ems almost gave the other side that opening that they needed. A lot of damage dished out in a very wide angle and controlling the field very well through the early and mid game, but just not able to bust down any boxes or get that opening that they needed. They had to rely on speed, and with the missed shot from KC, it seemed like that was the only real opportunity that they had to get a goal. With that out of the picture, it looks like MMA is going to be the star player from round number 1 in my book, being able to deliver that first goal and secure victory for the team.
Getting, I think it was BBG that's respawned just at the last second, right, to stop it on the line as well. Sneaky Fields, though, is one of those sets where they really do need to break down some of those boxes, blocking that goal. KC just lays the ball through the middle. We do see Jason once again using that Frank, using that big hammer. Meanwhile, the Rosa also once again in the use. Jason, though, taking very low here. Big chance for Tribe. They've got to get the ball moving, though. They managed to get forward. Spen's doing the damage. MMA will come back out. KC with a chance to try and maybe sneak the ball out. That's what he's going to go for. Thought about sneaking it around the right-hand side, looking to see where Frank is, wants to try and follow it through. But with the respawns coming in, the opportunity was lost.
We've swapped sides here again, and the Tea Drinkers are going to be on the bottom now. It's a big swing from Frank out the left side as Jason tries to get a few more enemies stunned up, but doesn't land any blows. Waiting for Tom to get that big knee to bear out, and there it is. Moving on in, Bruce has got some heavy paws ready to swipe away at MMA, tossing the ball out into the corner, just trying to play defense against a big push from the Tea Drinkers, which they will be able to fend off this time.
Yeah, very interested to see the need to come through, see whether it's a change that will work with the two brawlers in there. You've got to feel they could just deal with that bear, no problem. It's not really something that's going to pressure them, maybe just trying to use it as that shield wall to try and push that ball on through. Tom going aggressive once again, get it right in the face of BBG. Will manage to take him down. The ball now in play. Casey's going to move forward, looking to try and run it over the line, and Casey scores.
Right through two big heavy hitters, MMA and Jason unable to deny access to the goal. But this is going to be a dangerous push. MMA supers up, and with that big shield will power all the way through like a bulldozer with D-Man.
Just absolutely ran it through. They thought, you know what? Anything you can do, we can do better. And MMA bangs it over the line just like that. They turn it around in a matter of seconds. Oh my word, what just happened? We're going over to set number 2. We're done with Brawl Ball.
Repeat performance there for Zero Zone, finding victory with that big power push with Rosa, and then once again knocking down boxes with Frank to give an even easier shot for the second one around, and that is it. Victory for Zero Zone in a game and a set that seemed to be switching back in Tribe's favor, but the Tea Drinkers are going to have to brew another cup as we go into set number 2 with them down against the Russian team.
It just felt like, you know, they saw Casey just run through and said, you know what? That's a great idea. That's a great idea. We'll do that twice and win 2-1. Through they go. So it does mean we're going across to Highest Hot Potato now. We were talking about, obviously, the bans, just to reaffirm it to you guys. The bans out there, Bell, Gene were taken away by Zero Zone, and Stu and Poco taken away by the Tea Drinkers. It does mean that possibly the Colette Byron that we just saw a moment ago by the Tea Drinkers is available. Obviously, we are on a different map this time. It was obviously Safe Zone before. We're on Hot Potato now. But I think that's something we're almost certainly going to see coming in here on Heist.
A juggernaut showing from Zero Zone right there, really proving that they had a good idea about how to make the most out of that possession, popping that super off and getting it straight past the goal line. I think was unexpected by the Tribe setup. They had quite a bit of damage to dish out, but it's not really bursty damage, especially a brawler like Nita has a lot of consistent kind of mid-range damage output, but without the ability to finish Rosa off or get Frank pushed back and away. I think that was a really great read from Zero Zone around the mid stage of that match. They were like, hold on a minute, we have like a combined over 20,000 hit points in our health pool. They just can't stop us. Yeah, we're just gonna go and they'll fire at us and then we'll score.
I mean, as long as you're ahead of the play, I mean, you just got to run it over the line. Literally, it's like one of those goals that you'd get in football. You know, when you're really taking apart the other team, you get down, you just roll it with your head over the line. if you've ever played soccer in your terms, it's the ultimate.
Oh, is that what you're talking about?
Rude goal. Rude goal is when the ball's going so slow, you just get on the floor and you just like nudge it with your head over the line, just to like, we're beating you that much, I can just do this. Yeah, I feel that's what it was from Zero Zone there, just really rubbing it in.
Yeah, that sounds like
anyone that's not English has no clue what I'm on about. Let's get into the game. Right. Stop me talking about football. Let's get into Heist. Let's see what we got going on here.
Sprout is
we
back
didn't see
in
him.
action. That super can come in really handy on a match with so many little choke points here. Jason's going to get it charged up against Spent LC, who's doing his best to fire away with Colette here, but not getting very many shots off against the safe. A little bit of chip damage in here from the bottom side as Zero Zone is going to take one, but they're going to have control of the mid now. A few shots off from BBGS could give them another opportunity to get in there. Oh, yeah, it's a dangerous push from Jason, just sacrifices his own teammate, unfortunately.
Yeah, we didn't actually mention Colonel Ruffs. Hadn't been banned actually this time around, and he's going to get picked up there, but we'll see whether it's going to be effective for KC at the moment, because he's being more defensive than anything at the moment. And to work out, it does seem that obviously there was a little bit of chip damage down from Tribe. That's all that's gone on so far. Still plenty of time in this setup, and it is going to be very much a standoff, I feel, until somebody really commits. The problem is when you have to commit, especially with Sprout in the middle there, you either got to overcommit, or, as I was about to say, you do manage to get rid of the terrain in the middle. Now Tribe's going to go for it. Spen pushes through, tries to get the damage down on Jason. Colonel Ruff's getting the damage down, and MMA picked off. Can they build on this? No, because they immediately lose one and get a lot of ulti damage down on the heist, on the safe.
Finally a chance to hit the safe there. Yeah, big shots from Tribe, but they weren't able to break through, and the thrower duo with Sprout and Barley over there on the left side has just been really effective at keeping them far and away. Finally a shot in there from Zero Zone. It's going to give them a 4% lead, not dominating by any means, but hey, if they keep on playing in the midfield, that might just be enough to get the win.
Absolutely, keeping the pressure down. Spen getting away with just 9 health there. MMA on the Barley. It's a full Barley-esque going on the left-hand side. You love to see a duel between these two skilled players. Back and forward, it's been happening throughout. MMA caught twice there. Any follow-ups going to come through? No, doesn't look like it is going to be the case. Still very close. Only 18 seconds to go here, Woody. You've got to feel someone's going to make the big
this is a big opening. BBGS over on the right side.
Unprotected!
A complete open shot, and that is going to get a huge chunk off of the blue safe, but not enough. Meanwhile, 2 brawlers for Tribe up on top, and the Tea Drinkers have done it. They might have taken a little poke and prod damage here, but BBGS was not available on defense. That all-in maneuver will not be rewarded. The Tea Drinkers come out with game number 1 in the second set.
It just seems to me that Tea Drinkers really read the base race setup, the timing. They're just like, oh, he's going now? Okay, go. 3v2. We know we can win that 3v2. We know we can maximize it. We're going to take damage, but we will do more. And it absolutely, they did exactly the same to Big, and now they've just done it to Zero Zone. I gotta be honest, when I saw BBG making that move, I thought that's it, Zero Zone have won. They just need to hold back, go defensive. But wow, they read this situation so well. Whether whoever's making the calls on that team, be it whether it's Spen, Tom, or KC, they read that situation and absolutely punish.
Yeah, Rico's great for chip damage. He's got very super long range, but as an all-in maneuver, you really got to hope that your fellow teammates can hold up on defense. I mean, they had to do something to try to break through that wall, get a little bit more damage, hold the midfield, and then just hope and pray that time ticks out. But not going to happen against a team like the Tea Drinkers. Just like you mentioned, they have got great positional awareness, and we're completely happy to just take that opportunity. Maybe if Zero Zone had been able to hold off in the mid for another 5 to 10 seconds and then go for that all-in push, that might have been enough, but as it played out that time, the Tea Drinkers had plenty of opportunity to make the comeback happen and finish that out for game number 1.
Well, we've still got plenty of matches to go here. Hot Potato, of course, best of 3. That was just the first. Now, if you missed it, Zero Zone did manage to pick up Brawl Ball in, well, what was a bizarre quick fashion. Bruiser's just running straight through. He kind of surprised us all at the same time, so don't worry if you missed it. And maybe you missed the last round as well, where Big were defeated by Tea Drinkers. That was very much a blink and you miss it time, but here we go. We're straight back into it. Tea Drinkers, aka Tribe Gaming, up against Zero Zone.
Few bounce shots here off the walls as Jason tries to sneak in, gonna get a chance to move in against Tom, but no, he's gonna retreat instead. Goes back around the other edge, and there's no Tribe players who are even contesting Jason. MMA and Jason both on the safe now, firing it away. Down, a quarter of its health peeled off, while it looks like someone from Tribe has snuck past enemy line.
Yeah.
Tom up top is dropping a few drinks on the enemy safe.
MMA diving in, does get Casey down. Spen's pushing. This is just chaotic at the moment. This is simply a case of all for themselves at the moment. Spen takes down BBG. The respawn will come in, and now Jason's going to try and hunt down Spen. Will finish him off here, and MMA already looking to try and sneak around the side.
A Colette super coming right in his face. Jason is nonetheless going to be able to knock it right back off. That is going to be a big advantage now for Tribe as they've been able to push much further deep into Zero Zone's territory. And Zero Zone got out of that first exchange. We might even see another opportunity for Zero Zone to just try to send it in and try to finish it off. Here it is. That's all it's going to be.
And that will take it to set number 3 just like that. The Tea Drinkers absolutely delivering, tying up the series. And, well, I mean... honestly, I thought Zero Zone were looking good there once again, but Tea Drinkers just turned it around. And as you mentioned, the big Colette ulti that did just get straight through there. And just again, Tea Drinkers on Heist, they seem to have it read really well, knowing exactly when to push and when to hold. And it does seem that somebody is making some very good calls. Now, it means we're moving on to Bounty, Woody. It means we're going over to Dry Season this time around. And, well, I gotta be honest, when it comes to straight up shooting, they delivered. They delivered on, it was a Shooting Star they played, right, against Big, where they came out on top in a 2-1, I think it was, on Shooting Star. And they absolutely delivered on that one. Now they're, of course, against Zero Zone. Zero Zone, if I'm not mistaken, struggled against Blood Diamond on Shooting Star in the Bounty match they had.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. And oh yeah, well, you sure? I don't know if I could report back the exact score, but I can tell you that the Tea Drinkers are great at Bounty, and I would expect that despite Zero Zone's pickup in set number 1, it seems now to me that the Tea Drinkers are the favorites for this match. It's going to be a real tough showing in set number 3, especially because the previous sets were so decisive one way or another. You expected to see more kind of swings back and forth, but that's not how it's been playing out so far. And so if that's how things continue into set number 3, this first game could prove decisive. So watch that initial interaction, see which team is going to be going for that blue star in the center first, and which team is going to be playing it a little bit more coolly. I would expect the Tea Drinkers to actually prefer the long-range late-game push option rather than trying to go all-out aggressive right in the beginning.
And I'm just wondering whether we're going to maybe see, I think it was Tom that was on Crow earlier on, the first game we saw Tea Drinkers today, whether we're going to see maybe some switches from him once again. We've seen how much he can adapt, of course. We'll go with whatever he feels. We've seen a couple of different options on Bounty so far. We've seen some, for example, SK going with the Brawler, obviously going with the Rosa, getting in the faces and choosing that method, which can be risky on Bounty, but absolutely works. Or we've seen straight up snipers. You know, that's between some of the teams. Obviously, probably expect to see a Piper in there almost certainly. We've seen a bunch of bows being used, but I wonder which way they're going to go with this one, especially with Zero Zone seemingly favoring the Brawlers right now.
Yeah, Rosa as a pick is someone who really gets a lot of value in the late game, especially if there's been a lot of stars trading between the two teams. A lot of times Rosa is someone who will be happy to just go sacrifice herself right out in front to give her teammates an extra opportunity to fire away a few more pop shots. If she gives away 2 stars, but her team is able to get an enemy down holding 5 or more, then that is definitely value. And an excellent strategy for an all-in maneuver at the end. So let's get into set number 3 now. It's all come down to this, and it looks like both teams are going for that really long-range option. Byron being selected up on top for the Tea Drinkers to give a little bit of versatility for both damage and offense.
Jason popping Spen straight off the bat there. Great start. Gives them that small advantage. As you say, the Byron being used. KC trying to push on down, doesn't work out, forces Jason, flushes him out of position a little bit, trying to just flush him out of the grass, out of the weeds, doesn't work out. Tom just gonna have to be defensive. This is basically what we saw in the big game, right? This is very similar to a sort of setup. The damage coming through. Spen going aggressive. He's the one that's been caught out at the moment. This is very aggressive. Casey's going looking for Jason at the moment. Wants to try and get the damage down. Jason with that blue star, just get picked off by Spen. That was the shot they were looking for, and now it's simply a hit run. Casey trying to avoid as much and mitigate the damage, but will get picked off, taking it to a 4-4.
Brilliant shielding by both of these ticks. Tom and BBGS doing a fantastic job trying to protect their fellow teammates and pushing right up into their opponents' faces. But it's a 4-4 tie right now with the advantage on the Tea Drinkers side, holding on to that blue star and doing everything that they can to pressure. But against the Zero Zone squad, it seems like that is just gonna be a difficult play. Zero Zone pushing even further in, but a bit too hard if you ask me. One knockdown already, and MMA is in dire straits. Out the right side, he goes down as well, and the Tea Drinkers are just gonna slurp it up. Zero Zone have been knocked and battered back.
It started off so tight, so close, but once Zero Zone went chasing the game, it was only one-way traffic. It seems 11-4. Don't think they're going to be able to come back from this unless they can maybe pick off Spen in the corner. 13-8. Hold on to your lug nuts as Spen gets chased down. Not quite enough. BBG was hunted, but could not chase him down quick enough. And Tribe, aka the Tea Drinkers, will take the first round in the final set. Close stuff. They did go with the Byron. A couple of changes, working out well for them. It seems that Tea Drinkers maybe have the momentum swinging in their favor.
Yeah, Byron and Sprout is a really deadly combo. The ability to just completely wall off opposing sections of the map, charge in deep, deal a lot of damage, then retreat and heal up on the way back. Is a really sick combo against teams that don't have brawlers with a lot of hit points. That's often what you see in bounty maps where the brawlers are much more focused on those long-range sharpshooter shots. When you get up close and personal like that, they often really only have the option to try to deal more damage, which they can't really do, or to retreat. And when you lack maneuverability, if you don't have something like a Piper Super to just pop off and get out of there as soon as possible, you are really going to be in a tough position. So victory to the Tea Drinkers in game number 1 there, and we'll see if they can do it again. They'll switch sides now, and they're on the bottom of the map in blue.
Get to see exactly what's going on. So, changes, okay. Piper dropped. Now we see Byron. So, mirror match basically between the two. The Piper no longer in the game. Jason going over to the Byron, so we'll see who that favors. Spen actually got behind enemy lines right now, gone a little too aggressive, maybe going to get caught out. MMA trying to chase him down. It's basically head-to-head between the mirror match. KC does come in to try and help out. They're going to try and focus onto MMA right now. Tom comes pushing in there, but it's still advantage to Zero Zone, but only just as they say that the bomb goes off. 3-0.
Yeah, MMA and BBGS have the luxury of being able to play relatively aggressively. You've got a complete mirror match here, and with 2 throwers on these teams, you can really just kind of walk right up to opposing brawlers without really a whole lot of fear. With Byron playing his best at providing a little bit of close range support and being able to knock enemy brawlers back, that's kind of really all you got to worry about. But it's more about the positioning, trying to get those Sprout Supers off in the right spot to deny enemy access. MMA is in a really dangerous spot here. Heals back up just in the nick of time. He was really close to going down, but an advantage still for the Zero Zone squad as Tribe are really languishing, lacking any big heavy damage. Here we go though. BBGS gets the shield at the perfect time to protect himself from that big super by Tom.
Aggressive on the left-hand side. Tom does get picked off by BGS, so that makes it 5-2 with 20 seconds to go. Time is running out here for Tribe. They've got to deal with the bomb. They do manage to get it down, and Spen needs to get aggressive. They have to start pushing. 10 seconds and counting. Time is running out. Will be in a 3rd round in this set here. Jason's the focus at the moment. Spen doesn't have the hit points. He has to back out of this fight. Tom's the one that's going aggressive.
One down.
He doesn't land.
Oh!
They get the one. It's not enough. And Zero Zone will take it 5-4. We are going to the final round of the final set to see who will move through to the lower bracket final.
Victory in game 2 thanks to the perfect positioning by BBGS. Just barely not enough firepower from the Tea Drinkers at the end there. They pushed hard, but they ran out of time. And with Zero Zone saved by the bell, we do indeed have it all coming down to this. The double elim lower bracket will see one team knocked out and having to go back into the week 2 ladder. Which one will be advancing on with an opportunity to continue into the Challenger Series for that $45,000 prize pool? One more game will be the deciding factor.
There is a chance a chance that we see almost a mirror of the finals, of the monthly finals that happened 5 days ago. That was AC Milan Clash versus Tribe in the semis, and SK versus ACQ in the final, or AQM, I should say. There is an opportunity here. If Tribe can pull this off, we're going to have an absolute mirror. Obviously, we've already got SK versus AC Milan Clash. That's going to be the next match in a best of 5. The question is, who's going to be in that lower bracket versus the loser of that game with a chance to make it to that challenge? Are we going to see adjustments? At the moment, we did see the change. The Piper came out, we switched in the Byron, and it worked for them. Now, will Tribe respond in kind and make a change of their own?
I don't know. I think that they looked pretty confident and comfortable with what they had there. It was just kind of an unfortunate start and then the inability to finish off at the end. But more often than not, Tribe will be happy in that sort of position. They had excellent pressure throughout the mid stage of that game and seemed to be in a controlling position, just not finding those shots off with their throwers that they needed to get the right brawler down. You know, they did pull off a kill at the end of that last game. They just had a 3-star deficit and they only picked up 2 out of that kill. So proper positioning, targeting the right opponent, and really leveraging that high level of communication that we saw in set number 2 are going to be the keys to victory here in this final game.
It's all on the line, ladies and gentlemen. The last match. We're just going to go to a break. No, I'm kidding. I know you guys love the breaks, but we are going to get this match. We're just waiting to get ready and going. This is where we actually get to talk about it. I know you guys in chat have been asking about it. Can you just let them talk? And we're getting to talk, but we're getting into the game. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The final round, the final set. One of these teams are going home into the ladder straight away, but immediately we do see a change.
The epic pick by Zero Zone for the counter to these throwers. Jason goes with Mortis to steal the blue star from the mid and to provide great pressure against Spin and Tom. Boom! Big hit as Tom goes down. The thrower's got nothing against that big, beautiful rockabilly Mortis.
We talked about the fact that Zero Zone like the bruisers. Then once again they get in the face, 7-3. But of course the danger of that is you can overcommit. At the moment Jason has that blue star on him and he's going looking for it. BBG actually taking a hell of a lot of damage as they try and push, but look at Jason on the flank, on the hunt, trying to get around there. MMA coming through and the bruisers are on the hunt. Spen getting pinned, Tom getting pinned, but MMA is taking a little too much damage, a little too much poke, trying to get in close. Tom picks up MMA, 7-5 and counting. Tom survives, gets the heal off. Jason in trouble. BBG goes hunting, but they manage to hunt him down and Jason gets Tom. It's 10-5.
That was the one and only opportunity, as I see it, for Tribe to be able to pull back into this match. Big, heavy hits and a bouncing super from BB, making use of that Sprout wall to get another kill. That's a 7-star lead for Zero Zone now, and they have got relatively nothing to fear now. Jason firing off multiple flat supers, knocking these poor throwers apart. This match was over before it very well began, thanks to the excellent brawler selection from Zero Zone. Tribe are now reeling from those hits and are doing everything they can possibly do to try to get another kill, but it doesn't look likely to me, man.
21-10 doesn't look like it's gonna happen. They can do and try as they like, but Zero Zone will be the team to progress through to the lower bracket finals, 25-14 in the end. And we talked about the fact that Zero Zone do like to default to those brawlers. They did it before in Brawl Ball and they did it again, and it absolutely paid dividends.
Tears from MMA at the very end, rubbing salt in the wound. Excellent job there to Jason predicting the brawler matchup. You know, you asked me before, is it going to be the same mirror match that we saw, or is one team going to bust out a brawler swap? Zero Zone did it, and they were rewarded handsomely for it. Beautiful smiles all around as they will have their one final shot at a chance at the ESL Mobile Challenger Series with their next victory. They've just got their eyes on the upper bracket now, where AC Milan Clash and SK Gaming will be squaring off to face their next opponent. Or move on.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open, where the Brawl Stars series is really heating up. We are now at the end of the upper bracket. My name's Woody, and I'm joined once again by Ark, where we will be watching with pleasure AC Milan clash in the top seed up against SK Gaming, an undefeated squad. Who's gonna get to advance to the Challenger Series for that $45,000 prize pool, Ark?
I know, what an amazing day. I've got to say it's been. Every single team has been absolutely phenomenal, but it comes down to this in the upper brackets. AC Milan Clash versus SK Gaming. And as we saw earlier there, just, Zero Zoing just going the extra mile against Tea Drinkers. So they are going to be going up against the loser of this matchup. So the loser will still have a second opportunity to stay in this competition. So don't rule that out completely, but definitely both of these two teams going into this matchup are gonna want to get it done there and then.
Well, they've beaten two teams already, but the third is going to be a knockout smashing performance. I'm sure of it. We've seen an undefeated squad from SK Gaming work wonders in the arena, knocking out both Zero Zone and the Tea Drinkers. Now it's AC Milan's Clash's turn to try to show up and prove that their victories over Blood Diamond and Big were not flukes at all, and that they can continue their run through the top. These are both teams that have competed in the Brawl Stars Championship. They fought to the very top of this ESL Mobile Open ladder. They've been amazing through the entirety of this bracket series, coming out on top against multiple highly skilled opponents. But it all comes down to this at the very end of the day. Only one team can remain undefeated, Ark.
Yeah, these two teams have got a lot of history. The bans are in. They are going to be Bell and Stu on the side of AC Milan Clash. For SK Gaming, it's going to be Byron and Amber. So some big hitters again getting taken out of the mix early on. But, at the same time, I think that these two teams are so closely matched that they're not really going to be even playing necessarily the meta here. Maybe like the counter to the meta, perhaps. And, I expect some shock picks. I expect both teams to be mixing things up, keeping us on our toes. It's what keeps everything, between these two particular teams very, very exciting, especially as a stage of the competition like we are now currently at. So much on the line, Woody.
And something else that I think really plays into the minds of these teams when they're trying to pick their brawlers and decide on what strategy they're going to go for is the fact that this is now best of 5. So we've got a long time to kind of maybe go for the surprise option here, be willing to give up a game or two if they think that they're going to take more sets on average by playing unpredictable comps. And so I think that this is really going to play to the advantage of the team that performs better in the long run, can manage that stress under pressure, because that's really what it's going to take in the Challenger Series to edge out on top anyway. So it's good practice now, and with all of the experience that they've had leading up to today through the BSC and through the ladder and prior opponents in the bracket, I know that they're both playing at the top of their game, and this is going to be a really close match. This is actually like the first match that I feel that I don't even really have like a favorite one way or the other. I guess I might lean toward SK Gaming if I were really pushed hard on it, but like AC Milan Clash has been playing really well. But what's your take on it, Ark?
Both of these teams, honestly, it could go either way. Like you rightly say, the best of 5 now in play means that it can really give a bit of time for teams to experiment. But we're going to come straight back to things after, the Twitch's favorite thing to do, Woody. We're going to take a quick break.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Well, welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open. We're in the top bracket, the winner's spot, a chance for EC Milan Clash and SK Gaming to face off for that spot in the Challenger Series, where we've got a $45,000 prize pool waiting for these two teams. My name's Woody, and I'm here today with Ark, and I'm just flabbergasted that we have two amazing teams from the Brawl Stars Championship that are now also competing here and now. They've got a lot of history. In fact, I think I saw recently on Twitter that Clash was like, what is it going to do? What is it going to take for us to finally break through and defeat SK Gaming? And one of the top replies was that you need a hitman somewhere in Germany. I'm not sure if I necessarily would go that far, but I don't know. What do you think that they need to do to break through and get the win here, Ark?
I think pay attention to like the early game stages. I think getting inside the minds of your opposition goes a long way here. I think getting Clash or SK Wish either, or to just like have a few mistakes and let that kind of like fester within themselves to maybe cause some self-doubt and definitely some shock picks. I think as I mentioned prior to the break would go a long way here. And our first map is going to be bot drop. It's going to be Siege is the game mode. So with that in mind, having brawlers that can kind of get additional speed to get those bolts is going to go a long way. I think it's fair to say probably Max and Gene here would be my go-to, at least with Stu being banned in that respect. Going back to the bans as well, I think there's definitely some big brawlers that are still available here. Colonel Ruffs is still available. Max, as I mentioned obviously already, and Gene. Sandy could be a good one also. If you just joined the stream, perhaps you weren't here for the beginning part of our talk about these two teams. It's going to be Bell and Stu off the cards from AC Milan Clash, and Byron and Amber taking off the cards from SK Gaming.
Yeah, that's right. And I think you're right about the counter picks as well. The more late that we've made it into this tournament, I think the more we've seen of Colonel Ruffs, especially now that we have the best of 5 series that we're looking forward to now. They are really going to be playing deep into this series, and will have to sandbag up if they want to protect themselves against those snipe picks. But I'm interested to hear that you say it's the mind games factor that you think is really going to be the decisive issue here at play, trying to go for off-meta picks and surprising brawler comps that may be able to catch your opponents off guard. I don't even know if that's possible against players who are this experienced in the game, have played against pretty much everything with everything. But as more and more brawlers get introduced to the game, there's more gadgets and star players to play around with. I guess maybe there could be some really killer combo to finally catch your opponents in an awkward position, or at least force a mistake or two.
You're absolutely right. To get to this stage, you've got to be cool-headed. You've got to be composed under pressure, and that's definitely qualities which both of these two teams have for sure. But there is this underlying rivalry. There is this kind of back and forth that we're seeing time and time again, and neither side want to have that lead be extended by too much. So I guess the pressure in that respect is maybe on a little bit of AC Milan Clash's shoulders, but we have seen the sort of distance becoming a lot less recently. I would say it's going to come down also to a lot of the brawler choices that sort of lie, like you said, outside of the meta. Clash like a lot of their Franks, they're like a lot of their kind of Rico picks and kind of various other brawlers slightly outside. SK Gaming like a lot of their BBs. Skyrex loves to go on that aggressive, and BB's not quite in the forefront of the meta at the moment. So it's for me actually the brawlers that are going to be just slightly outside of the meta where I think the most interesting things are going to lie. And if both of these two teams can sort of decide when the right time is to bring in those big gunners, then I think that it's going to make a big impact in these games.
Well, it was a surprise pick from Zero Zone in the tiebreaker finals against the Tea Drinkers, pulling out Mortis when everyone seemed to be preferring long-range thrower type play that got them the win. So I think that you're definitely onto something there. But given that it's a best of 5 and there's a lot more games left to be played, it seems like the consistency in the earlier stages of this match is also going to be more decisive. When you've only got a best of 3, you might potentially only have 6 to 9 games that you're playing. Any one of those games flipping a direction one way or the other, thanks to a surprise pick, could be decisive. But when you've got such a long series ahead of you, I think that kind of the tried and tested gameplay styles of the metagame and not, venturing too far out of the preferred picks is going to ultimately give the upper hand to whichever team just plays the better Brawl.
Yeah, I would agree with that for sure. I think that, for maps like Bot Drop, I think it would be fair to say probably, Max. Actually, wow, okay, so Chaos is actually going to be going in with Crow. This is something that we see very often from from Tea Drinkers. A very interesting idea to bring in Crow and combine that slowing Toxin gadget with the Piper to be able to connect more of those shots. And SK, there you see the slowdown, but kind of interesting for me that Chaos has done that with Lennon not actually in the mix to hit some shots. He comes back with a nice little connection there onto Semantic, but I feel like he would have got maybe more value had that kind of synergy been there between that gadget and that particular brawler.
It seems like a bit of a risky pick here for SK Gaming to run, that big slowing opportunity through Crow, but not to have any heavy-hitting snipers out back. Instead, kind of relying more on consistent damage from both Gene and Max. It works out pretty well in the first exchange. You're pulling 45% off the enemy safe. They really only need one more push from either of the next two bots, and they ought to be able to get that thing down.
Yeah, Lenan is going to struggle here. Max is a direct counter. That additional speed is going to make it much, much more challenging for him to connect those shots, and down he goes there as well. Going to be 6 bolts if Skyx and Semantic can bank these, 2, a 7th and an 8th now on the field. It's only Chaos to take down, and take down they do. Jetton, and look at Semantic there over the top of the aggression. This, honestly, for me right now is just looking very comfortable for SK, and I think Clash might be regretting this comp now.
Yeah, it was just utter desperation from Clash, trying to do anything that they could to prevent those bolts from stacking up. But with that, it's a 100% smashing success for SK Gaming and a flawless victory in that first setup. Siege really seems to be tilted their way right now, Ark.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong as well. I'm the first person to bring out Piper in Bot Drop. It's like my favorite pick. But you've got to be mindful of Max. When Max is a factor, that's additional speed from the Let's Go Super. It's not just for yourself, it's for your entire team. So, that's going to make it far, far harder. There's only kind of really so much a homemade recipe is going to do to kind of connect with those kinds of movements. I think that it's the better way to go. I think what we'll probably see going into our next game is probably kind of Clash mirroring that idea. I think maybe Sandy could be an option as well to combine with that to get to sort of narrow the gap, as Stanley has quite a low range. But I definitely feel like if they go in with the same comp again and SK don't change, then we're going to see pretty much the same thing all over again.
Yeah, I expect to see a mix-up here from the AC Milan Clash side of things. They were certainly not satisfied with how that played out round one, and I would predict more versatile options coming in from them. They had that beautiful setup opportunity with Crow and Piper, but unable to really get those slows against opponents who were moving so fast. It looks like they have instead, preferred the mirror comp setup here, switching now out to both Gene and Max as the support for Crow.
Yeah, bringing Crow, or keeping the Crow rather for IKS, but bringing in Max and Gene, I think is definitely the wise choice. Sandy's an option, but I think that, we're seeing Crow as a counter to that very idea more often than not, and the bot coming in now. Semantics to go back to heal there. That's going to allow a little bit of a cushioning for Ace Man Clash, as the pull doesn't quite connect there, actually. But didn't quite manage to hit that, so a huge threat of damage. But Guille going to pop that super to get everyone back into the mix fast. But so far, it's definitely, for me, SK looking better in the midfield right now.
Oh, great pull there by Skyrix, and they are going to hold court in the midfield. SK Gaming not only got that first bot, but they are going to hold the mid bot control as well, grabbing all those bolts and virtually guaranteeing the second bot will be in their favor as well. AC Milan Clash really need a massive defense and a turnaround right after it to have any shot at this set. It looks like SK Gaming are just going to show them up with a set 1 victory early on here.
Yeah, the more these pushes come in, the more that AC Milan Clash are going to have to continue to defend them. SK a bit late to the mark there, but they're going to be able to hold back that mid control very quickly now. As it's really, AC Milan Clash, they've got to make the move. Look how closely bunched everyone is from SK and just waiting that preemptive super from Guille. A nice pull again from Skyrex, and everyone just took him down before he even got even close. Look at that, Weddy! A complete team wipe, and now full mid control for SK. This is only going one way.
A brutal stampeding performance from SK Gaming. They didn't really need to ever hardly push hard on these Ikes. All they had to do was hold midfield control, grab up all the bolts, and take little chip shots here and there. And already AC Milan Clash are just despondent on the backside, not even playing the game. iChaos and Linane just gonna let that Ike take a beating. This has got to be one of the biggest hits to their morale that you could have expected right out the gate. SK Gaming just shutting them down with an absolute smashing showing.
And, it's funny, isn't it? Because, going back to what I was saying prior to this about getting inside the minds of your opposition early on. And, yes, both teams are the best at, keeping cool heads. But that's a really dominant first round of Siege. I mean, there wasn't even, I don't think, a single percentage of damage inflicted by Clash. I mean, credit to the professionalism, it must be said, of SK Gaming, who, even in that final push, was still just testing the bushes around to make sure that no one from Clash was trying to sneak their way around to kind of maybe do a phase shifter gadget with Max to sort of go in on the Ike and get some damage prior to the push coming, because there was only about 13% damage, to be fair, made by SK prior to that final push. But this is not the start that AC Milan Clash want, and I gotta say, I do feel like they made that good change with the comp going into that matchup, but it didn't really serve to help them too much, as the skill of SK is just looking so strong. That synergy for me is really there today.
When you lose a matchup and you've got different brawlers on both sides, you can at least give yourself the excuse that, hey, maybe we had a bad matchup, or maybe things didn't go in our right way. Maybe RNG wasn't in our favor, whatever you want to say to tell yourself that things could be better in the next set. But when you've got a mirror match like that, and twice in a row, virtually a mirror match, at least even in the first game, twice in a row, you just get beaten that badly, not pulling away any bots at all in Siege. I would not be looking forward to set number 2 if I were AC Milan Clash, is all I gotta say, Ark.
Yeah, I mean, let's be fair. The game mode of Siege does, come down very much so to getting that control early on. Getting that first push can go a long way. We've seen the importance of that earlier on today already. But that's the thing that comes with the game mode. That's just part of the territory. You've got to adapt, and you've got to make sure that you give yourself every chance of getting that first push. Going into now then, Hot Zone. Dueling Beetles is our map. I do like what I'm seeing already. First and foremost, from AC Milan Clash, Lenan can look to break open a lot of this map. So you might have the early advantage view of SK here, but the more that Lenan does here to break things open, the less of an advantage I think we're going to see for SK Gaming now.
Yeah, hard and heavy push from SK Gaming to get in that midfield control, and wow, they really were able to get quite a percentage off of that one and only hot zone on the map. But AC Milan Clash are going to come back swinging. That is what we were waiting for, and look at that control. All three sitting high and happy right in the mid there, getting that nice damage boost from 8-Bit. That is going to be a big advantage for AC Milan Clash, and how could SK even crack through this?
Yeah, this is the AC Milan Clash that we know and love, and I think there's a really smart decision.
Oh, man!
Decimated! He just absolutely decimated Skyrex there, and Samantha coming in alone is not going to last much longer either. I mean, this is much more composed. A great comp to come in early on with, and again, look at this. SK going to have to work so hard. There's only 25% left for AC Milan Clash to have to do here, Woody. And there goes down another 2. Jetton is the last alive. He's going down again.
Wow, as dominant as SK Gaming were in set number 1, I gotta say, AC Milan Clash have done an even better job in set number 2. Well, the first game of it anyways, taking that hot zone with 100% to 32. Triple the showing in midfield control. AC Milan Clash really played that one well. Hats off to them. Knocking down all of the barriers on their opponent's side of the map, making great use of Colt Supers to get damage on multiple brawlers at once. Lenon, certainly the star player of that game number 1. What were your big takeaways, Ark?
I think it was definitely the right call to go in with that comp. That's something that AC Milan Clash definitely do for me really, really well, is that they are very good at thinking through the mind game of those brawler comp picks and brawler choices. They tend to go in like often in maybe say like Brawl with a Frank straight off the bat, because it's again just getting it right. You know, just having that shock pick goes such a long way. I think for me, like in the European region, it's something that Clash do better than almost any other team. So the question now really is like, you know, what do SK Gaming do here to respond? For me, it's probably going to go with the mirror, because you don't want to take the risk necessarily of trying anything too crazy here. But definitely the right decision to make early on for AC Milan Clash.
Totally agree with you there. You know, there's this king of the hill opportunity where you want to charge up and be the victorious leader sitting in there first. But I think that SK Gaming made a bit too aggressive of a maneuver there, trying to get into the mid before they had knocked down any brawlers on the other side of the map. And even though they had a pretty strong showing early on, they weren't able to keep it through the mid game. Clever retreat from AC Milan Clash allowed them to get healed back up and take midfield control, and they never really lost it after that.
Well, it's going to be narrowed down now, as again, we are going to see the mirror comp as a retaliation. Now, I was thinking to myself just that maybe a Mortis or something insane like that would really be kind of interesting here, to go super aggressive early on, but prior to the Colt getting much ability to break open the map, they didn't do that. I'm kind of curious now that I've mentioned it, whether we might see that if we go to a third game of Hot Zone, actually. But it's a bit of a battle for the middle, much closer affair now, as we're seeing the effectiveness of that, but it is a little bit of an edge. It's got to be said to AC Milan Clash. There's a nice little pick up there from iChaos. We'll seal the deal. Now the capture really starts to rein in.
Skyrix is playing very aggressively, and unfortunately, when you're playing B, you have to land those shots. It's not like Colt or 8-Bit where you spray a few bullets off and maybe a few of them land, a few of them don't. It's all or nothing with B, and I think that iChaos has really shown that his ability as a sniper is going to get great value for this AC Milan Clash squad. Another hit for iChaos there. Another one knocking down that totem. Another one right on Jet, and he can't lose. He can't miss. This guy is on fire.
Just great synergy. We're seeing just how well AC
Boom,
Milan
another
Clash
kill
work together
from
as a
Chaos.
unit, and just how they look to just find all the angles between each other, and it's a real credit to their communication level. You just see how well they're able to juggle this, but it's going to be SK starting to get a bit of momentum, and there you go. The synergy between Jetson and Semantic there, just capitalizing so well. Skyrex staying alive whilst Jetson just stays in the mid. A bit of a window of opportunity, but you know, Clash now respawning back in, might be able to overthrow this.
iChaos is just the star player of the whole game, if you ask me. Getting shots left and right, maximum damage off of that B. Able to land a hit and then land a super follow-up. Great job there to AC Milan Clash, taking this set on a 2-0 sweep. SK Gaming left in tears now, as the whole match is now tied up 1-1. It's a best of 5 though, so we are definitely going to be going the distance here. No shutout for either team whatsoever, but it must be said, that was the first set that SK Gaming have lost in this entire bracket so far. Are they starting to show some weakness that will carry on into the future, or are they going to recoup? Was maybe Hot Zone just not their preferred game mode? Where do we go from here, Ark?
Yeah, signs of weakness or just having them meet their match. I mean, the 3-1, it must be said, is like the meme between these two teams. The scoreline tends to be 3-1, either way you look at it. So if we see any twos, that was already like definitely going to be a bit of a head turner for the community watching for sure. I've got to say, you know, it's very difficult when you have such a, I'm going to use the word disastrous here. It was disastrous. We didn't see a single percentage of damage in Siege in that first game mode. To come back like that in Hot Zone, that gives me a real spring in my step and a good feeling about Clash's mentality coming into today. They've definitely, you know, not taking anything lying down, not taking anything for granted, and showing good signs of adaptations early on is always a good thing for me.
All right, well, we are in another reset opportunity here. We're going into the third set, but I think it bears repeating just to go back over the bans that we have for this round. It's Bell, Stu, Byron, and Amber. So a lot of brawlers that are really big meta picks that we've seen banned a lot before are banned once again out of contention. Trying to play around this, we've seen quite a bit of long-range options. We've seen Piper utilized to great effectiveness, but B was the more preferred sniper option in that last round. Now that we've seen Siege and Hot Zone knocked away, though, we've got a few more game modes left. I'm expecting to see Piper make a comeback in Bounty, but it looks like with no obstacles all around, I think Semantic is right in lockstep with me there on that one.
Yeah, parallel plays, you said we're going to see more long range. You're 100% right. This is definitely going to be one of those instances where range is what you need. And Semantic, they have a lovely little pickup early on, popping that homemade recipe to get that additional range there. A great start for SK, now the speed from Jetson to really continue this aggression and push back upon AC Milan Clash. A nice connection again from Semantic. That's going to push back even more so. Keep going out. Nani does connect with Chaos, but not going to be enough to get the kill. So only one star still separates these two teams with the blue star. It must be said, in the possession of SK Gaming, and that could come into play later on if this gap does close.
Finishing blows against 3 brawlers now. SK Gaming have really taken a strong lead at the beginning of this first game of set number 3. Blue star in their possession, and it just feels like these naughty shots from Skyrix have been really effective, but not anymore. iChaos gets the grab on Nani and the finishing blow. A big old super coming on in and another kill. Hold your horses. AC Milan Clash have done it. The absolute turnaround now with a 9-6 star score in their favor.
Well, that's going to swing things a little bit more in AC Milan Clash's favor here, but again, with no cover to hide behind, it's going to be definitely a challenge to maintain position here, and SK feel it. They're sensing it. It's going to have to be geared. It has to phase shift away, but look at this. They are herding the cattle. SK are the farmers, and AC Milan Clash are the sheep. They are right in the corner here, Woody. 70 seconds down goes iChaos. Lanan's got to be the next victim here. Surely he's so low, but actually SK going to come back and just breathe a sigh of relief. They've got the lead, but Peep on the hunt. Semantic jumps. Jetson phase shifts it to cancel it out. Just enough to hold on with the SK were within an inch in that final second, but what a spectacular ending.
Brilliant tactical retreat by SK Gaming. It seemed like they could have gotten an extra kill on Nani there, but knowing that they had the super to be able to hop over with Semantic there, and Jen with the phase shift right into it, soaking that in his face. Excellent job there. SK Gaming get the win, but on a 9-9 scoreline, just thanks to that blue star that they grabbed early on to get the victory. So congrats there to SK Gaming, but that was not at all anywhere close to what we had seen in set number 1 or 2, where it was a really heavily favored match one way or the other. I could certainly see AC Milan Clash making a comeback here in game number 2.
I mean, I personally vouched for Purple Paradise. I see the chat saying, like, oh no, what's this? I think this actually has a lot of interesting mechanics, to be honest. And we said, like, the importance of that blue star coming into play. AC Milan Clash could have gone on the aggressive, and they didn't. They chose to play it slow and smart, and that paid off for them. But look at this now, like it's AC Milan Clash who are on the back foot. The first star will go in the possession of SK, and nice takedown, got to be said, from Semantic there on Lanan as SK starts to show their promise in Bounty.
Brutal shots from SK, and AC Milan Clash are doing their best to dodge and juke around these shots, but any single hit from Symantec at that long range is going to be an absolute blast into the face and going to deny you access there. Look at that. Nani from far downtown. Skyrix has got 4 stars over his head thanks to those 2 kills.
Yeah, coming in with the speed then. Chaos looking to get a pull hit, does connect. Wise, you're a Semantic. That's going to be a really important takedown for AC Milan Clash. They're going to have to continue this momentum now. Skyrix popping the return to center. There's going to be a little bit of that damage return to Lanan, but not too much to really worry them too much here. But the positioning is going to be troublesome because honestly, SK is starting to get all the right angles here. It's got to be said. They might have the lead, but they've got to make sure that they continue the consistency here. Chaos that didn't quite connect, but the follow-up did, and that's going to be important for Clash. They're still behind here, Woody.
SK Gaming seemed more spread out, trying to corral AQ Milan Clash into a little knot in the center there, but Clash are doing a fantastic job pushing their opponents back into the corner. The loss of Guille, though, is going to be the end of it. It looks like all signs are pointing to victory for SK Gaming. They took game number 1, and with a big shot back right in Chaos's face, we'll have a 13, oh my god, 13-12 scoreline. Barely took it away at the end with that loss, but still, that 1-star win is all they needed. SK Gaming, by the skin of their teeth in the last seconds, will clutch set number 3, and it's going to be a 2-1 lead.
I was keeping an eye on the scoreboard just to see whether that peep did connect and had any impact on the outcome of that game, but it didn't. You can breathe a sigh of relief there, Woody. But you know, this game is going to continue on. These two teams are going absolutely ham on each other, and we're going to pick them right back up after this.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark. No fear, getting ready for the ride. Yeah, stepping into the light. No limit, aim high. No limit, the prize is mine.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. Listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone. 'Cause I'm just like you. There's no failing when we fight. We're not afraid to. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up?
Break, but get to it, fellas, because we are playing Brawl Ball. AC Milan Clash is ready for action, and they are drilling straight into the SK line of defense, hopping over walls and ready to pop it in, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Hold on, Baguille, he takes a shot, it's in!
Straight off the mark, AC Milan Clash are not wasting any time. I gotta say, I do like the combo as well, but watch out for Scarix. He does like BB, and there's a lot of heals going to be coming as well from Jeton as the speed comes in from Semantic, and this is going to... Oh, what a great wall there from Chaos to deflate that, and the slowing Toxin as well from Guille just deflated that really, really aggressive moment there from SK. Great defensive plays from AC Milan Clash.
Guille doing a little poking and prodding, able to get the trade against Symantec, and that's all good for AC Milan Clash. Having picked up that first goal, they just have to play defense for another 49 seconds, and game number 1 will go in their favor. SK Gaming with the advantage in the match overall need to just get one more set win to get their spot in the Challenger Series. Skyrex goes in, it takes a shot! Defense from Chaos with the super! Sprout walls it off, and that brick wall will not go down today.
Yeah,
We're willing.
that's what we were doing there with Jetson being able to get to the ball. But I mean, it was a good idea, but sometimes it's just never going to really go the distance. The Sprout wall on defense is a thing which at the beginning of his appearance into Brawl was a very, very overpowered thing. Now it's got a lot more balancing in players. The speed comes in from Semantic. Jetson moving with great passing there. Got to be said back to Semantic, but Yates sees it off, jumps to move it, going into overtime now. This is where you're going to see Crow really come into his own.
Tied up 1-1, just a minute left to see which team will surpass the other. Linan goes for the pass up ahead. iKaos readies his super, gets the cross. Leguier for the shot, but Skyrix, the goalie, gets the block. Excellent job there, but SK Gaming is not out of the heat just yet. They are going to be drilling right up the midfield, but BB can't get any shots at close range if she can't get right next to her opponents. Baiting AC Milan Clash in now. Skyrix is going for a counter block. Fires his super off.
I think you're absolutely right there, Woody. I've got to say, like, the BB pick here is going to be very difficult for SK to really get their jukes on, but they are making it work. I mean, it's definitely going to be more of a option here for Clash to go on the offensive and get a ton of value. I do wonder whether the game might have some slowing toxin gadgets saved up in his arsenal here, but oh, Gee jumps in. He's not going to go for the ball. They're going to just pocket there and play it safe and keep this a draw. I think under the circumstances, that's not a bad outcome. Yeah, woof. That was a very explosive game, nonetheless, despite the scoreline.
Yeah, I'm not sure anyone was ready for that. Great lead for AC Milan Clash right out the gate, but SK Gaming kept at it and knocked down even a Sprout wall to get that goal in there. They played defensively up toward the end, too, even as overtime was ticking out. They weren't going to grab the ball and try to make a play for their opponent's goal line. They were happy to just clear it out with that even score line and reset with a tie at 0-0.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it was going to be a difficult thing for SK under the circumstances. I think you're absolutely right. I think the Poco BB idea is a great thing when there's some obstacles to hide behind, but and some position to enforce upon the opposition. But ultimately, yeah, in overtime, that's a tougher thing to do. And I think under the circumstances, they did pretty well. I mean, like, there was a definite advantage there for AC Milan Clash. But the thing that really stood out for me personally in that game was just how well AC Milan Clash were doing on defense. I mean, there was honestly so many times when SK could have really availed to a goal, but those Sprout walls went a long way, and just kind of the slowing toxin combination with that, I just felt was a really, really great thing to see. Never easy when faced off against a Max, kind of comp coming at you in Brawl Ball, but AC Milan Clash just showed us how it was done.
Well, we'll see if they've got it in them for another game. With the deficit 1-2 in the match scoreline overall, they'll need to get 2 sets in a row out of these last couple to advance onto the Challenger Series. That $45,000 event is going to be taking place over the course of several weeks, and we are only in the very first qualifier for it right now. There's going to be another round of ladder play after this, so if you like what you see and think that your team has got a shot to compete in the ESL Mobile Open, we hope that you'll register online at ESL Play. But until then, let's round out this series with a bang. We've got a best of 5 to conclude, and right now it's Brawl Ball. We saw lots of great defensive action thanks to Sprout's super ability, able to wall off access to that goal line, but once all the obstacles come down toward the end in overtime, you get a little bit less value out of that, and you're not able to leverage that long-range throw reaction quite as much anymore. What are you looking forward to in game number 2 once this playing field gets reset, Ark?
I think, to be honest, the comps for me were pretty good. I think that Crow is a really obvious choice for me here. I think that would be the go-to yet again. Again, if you just joined the stream, perhaps you may have missed the bans. They were Bell, Stu, Byron, and Amber. So a lot of the long-range options are already taken out of the mix. You know, Bell and Byron here would be fantastic choices, actually. But we're not going to see any of them in Backyard Bowl. So 8-bit here would be good, but again, without the Byron, with the heal there to be able to support that brawler, it could be more of a disadvantage to have that lack of speed. But then again, you know, Max is on the cards, and we've seen that particular brawler making a huge impact today. So that could be an idea. One thing that I do know that like Clash like to bring out the pocket is a Frank. I just don't think that in Backyard Bowl we're going to see that pick. Had it been something like Super Stadium or something, then maybe that would have been an option. But, you know, it's definitely SK that like to bring out the tankier options at the moment. So that could be on the minds of Clash. They might want to respond to some of those tanks with a bit of brute force of their own, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, you know, it's a very difficult setup to predict how your enemies are going to approach the goal line performance. With Gem Grab, it's a lot more obvious what the approach is. You have typically one gem carrier who plays a little bit midfield, backfield, while you get 2 more support brawlers out in front to do the heavy damage work. But in a game like Brawl Ball, sometimes you get a quick striker dashing in to get the goal behind enemy lines that they just didn't even see coming. Sometimes you get a heavy bruiser who just shields up like Rosa and can just drill it all past enemy defenses regardless of the shots coming in at him. Do you think that in Brawl Ball, it's typically more favored to have a dedicated striker who's always looking out for goal opportunities, or is it better to have kind of all 3 players working around the positioning and just making the most out of any opportunity that may arise?
Yeah, I think you've got to really expect the unexpected in Brawl Ball, and you know, things can happen very quickly as well. Like we saw earlier today, right? How much Zero Zone displayed that for us. I mean, they were not messing around at all. So, you know, with such a fast-paced game mode like Brawl Ball, you've really got to just ensure that, you know, wherever you are, when you get that ball, if you're in a chance of a, you know, goal position, then you've got to take that opportunity. You can't necessarily rely on your teammates to kind of be kind of like the go-to kind of striker in that sense. I mean, anyone could potentially score at any moment, providing they've got like the right kind of range from the goal and the right kind of angle. We saw Nan earlier today as well, like just getting a fantastic like line of sight that he does so successfully well, where sometimes even the opposition can't see it coming, and it's just like a goal out of nowhere from what it seems, but it's actually a more sort of calculated choice. I think there's definitely certain brawlers that for me really thrive in this particular map, like B, for example. B is a great brawler which you know, can really hold their own in the kind of goings on prior to overtime, and then still in overtime continue to thrive. So I think that would be my personal preference here in terms of brawlers, but there are still some options despite the bans. So I'm definitely open to seeing some shot picks from either of these 2 teams.
Yeah, B seems like a really good option on defense with that high single target damage output, the ability to slow down any strikers that are coming at you, and especially going into overtime can really give some long range support to any sort of push that you're able to put together. I'm trying to think of what other brawlers kind of might fill a sort of niche role, not necessarily as a sniper like B, but with so many throwers getting value here as Sprout. Is Mortis ever going to make a comeback in Brawl Ball? We see him dashing and taking shots a lot in the past, but quite not as much anymore.
I mean, Lynette is a fantastic Mortis. I mean, like one of the best, if not the best in Europe. And, you know, that could be an ideal brawler as well. I think you could well be right there to be able to just kind of dash in and just cause some havoc, especially if, you know, SK going with a kind of Barley idea, who's, again, a thrower which would be viable here and has been a really prominent brawler within the meta also. So definitely there could be some hard counters occurring here if the right decisions aren't made in that side of things. I think another brawler which could be interesting would be maybe Colt, actually. You know, Colt, to be able to break open some of those defensive lines, you know, could be a direct counter to say like an 8-bit and just kind of exposing the turret and getting it taken down to deflate the movement speed from plugged in as a star power. So there's a lot of difficulties in terms of the decision-making processes which comes into what comp you go into in Backyard Bowl. It's just about kind of like what the teams feel is the flow of the choices that they're making to kind of make those preemptive decisions.
All right, well, very well said. I'm also thinking kind of around the structure of overtime with the boxes coming down. Is it more important to try to play around obstacles, to try to knock your opponents out in a team wipe style and get the killing blow there with a shot on goal, or do you think that it's been more successful in the past to go for an approach that plays to the advantages of overtime, where you don't have any more obstacles to worry about?
I think that's the thing, is it's getting a balance, isn't it, of those 2 things really, and just kind of ensuring that you've got something to, you know, try and tie things up early, or you've also got that kind of like plan B approach, I guess, really. I mean, at the moment, this one's going to come down to skill. I mean, ultimately with the mirror matchup, you know, it's going to kind of be one of those things to get the sway of the momentum in your favor, really. You know, this is what we're going to see, like this kind of playoff at the beginning where both teams are looking to obtain the super, and the first sign of that will go a long way here. But definitely look out for the gene pools. I think that definitely going to put some pressure on your team if you miss one of those. And Sparks is the first to show it. I'm not sure that Ace and Clash have noticed that that is the case. I'm sure he'll probably want to get someone taken out of the mix here. The Slowing Toxin going in from Jetton's going to mean he's going to start to push up that right-hand side here. Bit of momentum, I would say, more so in the side of SK Gaming right now, actually.
Yeah, clearly with that push that they're making here, it's a good opportunity to drill in. SK grabs that kill thanks to a great pull from Skyrix, but not able to knock down any walls or make very much use out of this power play opportunity. They're just going to push the ball up a little bit more. Going to give iChaos an opportunity to fire off a super of his own, trying to build back up that defensive advantage here. AC Milan Clash, they're going to knock the ball out back into the mid. And it's a relative reset here now with just under a minute in regular time. It's really scary playing off against both Gene and Pro because of such long range, the ability to hit even with just a little tiny bit of damage as Gene, you block and prevent them from healing back up. And same thing goes for Crow. That damage over time effect prevents enemy brawlers from recouping any damage that they suffer. That's why they're both playing very conservatively right now, hiding in their bushes, not committing hard to any push, just trying to get those supers worked up and ready for the big engage, which should happen in about 27 seconds as soon as we get into overtime.
Yeah, I think maybe the Mortis here would have been a fantastic addition, actually. It would have been really a good direct counter to Sprout. I think that you don't want to pull a Mortis into your mix unless you've got a really fast takedown, and Crow doesn't really kind of cater to that. But, it is what it is. 10 seconds left before overtime, and, both these two teams really still just trying to play out for the draw. And reminder of the scoreline, we have yet to see one of these two teams take a round. It's 2 sets in favor of SK, and it is the 3-1 that's always the meme between these two teams. So Ace and Clash are looking to potentially break that if they can just gain their momentum here. SK looking to push forwards. Now a nice wall from Chaos will allow a little bit of a positioning, but Jetson coming in over the top. A takedown though. Great defensive work from Ace and Clash there.
Well, trading kills on either side, but neither one really gaining much of an upper hand. SK Gaming stacked in the mid, trying to regain possession of the ball. A super just even past that little dark green stretch in the field could be an opportunity to score. Symantec trying his best to get a few more shots off before he grabs that ball to go on in, but defense from iChaos is going to be all that he can handle to try to keep this thing away. The super goes up. Symantec goes back in, trying to grab that ball, waiting for the super to go down. iChaos is still in his way, but he drills it straight in! Symantec for SK Gaming! Thanks to the support from Skyrix, the star player of that match gets the kill right at the last second, and they are now at a match point opportunity arc.
I think Semantics did a really smart thing. Get the Gene out of the mix there, because ultimately without that magic paths healing, it's going to put your throw in a really difficult spot, and definitely the right play. I did like the wall, gotta be said, for my Chaos. I think that placing that in that left-hand corner there was a big deterrent, which kind of delayed the inevitable goal that followed. But, a really, really difficult spot now for Ace Milan Clash. I think that, now really when you're at this stage, you've got to be daring, right? You've got to go in with something which your opposition doesn't see coming. I think that for me, Mortis could be a decent idea to consider, because ultimately you got to act, you got to do something, and time is ticking.
Well, let's take another look at the upper bracket. AC Milan Clash and SK Gaming both undefeated so far. AC Milan Clash having only dropped 1 set, and SK Gaming having dropped no sets up until this matchup. Both really skilled competitors vying for that advancement to the Challenger Series. The lower bracket in this double elimination matchup has still got one shark in the water, so to speak. We have got Zero Zone waiting to face off against the loser of this current matchup right now, but that $45,000 Challenger Series lying ahead for whichever team can emerge victorious, undefeated in this upper bracket.
Yeah, and SK can smell it. They really want to get their hands on that qualification spot. It's a fantastic position to secure so early on. We've seen XOFA already qualify for that with that achievement in mind. So they're going to be wanting to follow in their footsteps right now. This is the moment that they can capitalize on if they just get this next bit right, kind of think through kind of what is going to be the counter comp. What are AC Milan Clash likely to consider here? They've seen us play these cards, and what other ones they might be willing to throw into the mix. But I gotta say, I don't think we're going to see that same mirror matchup. I think that now we're going to see something daring from either of these two teams here. But for me, whatever AC Milan Clash do decide to go, they've got to make it count.
Well, we've seen a swap out from Sprout, not feeling like that was the way to go about things here for SK Gaming. Instead, they're going to be up close and personal, trying to get heavy shots off with both Max and Gene to deny access earlier on. Sprout gets a lot of value, I'd say, in the regular stage of the match while there's still obstacles to play around. But as you mentioned before, it was just really kind of delaying the inevitable when there was a ball that close to your goal line. You can't wall it off forever. And in both of the goals that we've seen scored on against a Sprout, it's like the Sprout wall delayed the goal but didn't ever prevent it. So happy to see SK Gaming kind of switching it up a little bit here with Max to provide some additional rapid fire.
Yeah, for me, I'm not sure about the Sprout instead of the Max. I've got to be honest, I think I'm kind of more of a speed versus scenery kind of guy. I think the Sprout walls are nice, but ultimately, it's going to be very difficult for Chaos to hit these shots when Jetson is able to kind of get his teammates whizzing around the map. And that's definitely going to be a testament then to how well AC Milan Clash can go on the defense here. As a pass through from Jetson, nice pull from Skyrex here. Continued pressure between the 2 versus 2. Gia goes down. Skyrex, a lovely little gadget there. Oh my goodness me!
He wasn't there for the final goal, but I think Semantic might have been the hero, the mastermind of that setup, using his super to jump in and get a lot of damage off onto all the enemy brawlers, deconstructed their defense. They have a really careful control-based comp here where they play long range and deny access to enemy brawlers, but when they lose any part of that 3-man setup, they really have a big weakness on their hands. Defense now for SK Gaming is just going to be kicking the ball out into the corner and waiting this one out. 37 seconds until we have the end of our upper bracket.
I mean, yeah, why not, right? Place the ball in the pocket and just kind of like wait this one out. You just got to hold the mid control, and that's going to be harder for AC Milan Clash to come back from with that takedown. This pressure now as all 3 of SK are just staying in the mix. The time is ticking. The mood is dwindling for AC Milan Clash as SK looking to go from strength to strength and secure themselves a spot now alongside EXO. It is done, Woody. Congratulations to SK Gaming.
Undefeated, having dropped only a single set throughout the entirety of the tournament. The EXO free agents now have a new competitor joining them in the ESL Mobile Open Challenger Series. The Brawl Stars competition is heating up with a $45,000 prize pool on the line, and now 2 teams qualified in. But fans of AC Milan Clash are going to have to watch them once more against Zero Zone to see if they can go toe-to-toe against the Russian Federation's top team in this tournament.
Yeah, AC Milan Clash are going to have a chance today. They're not going to be going home just yet. We're going to see them up again next. And got to say as well, that score, Woody, 3-1, 3-1.
Yep, we're keeping the tradition going strong. It's been a pleasure casting today. I'm going to step out right before our last match, but we hope that you'll stick with us here and see you again soon.
Ready for it.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The ESL Mobile Open. It is, well, the last game of the play-ins arc. And after having such an amazing series, I'm not too sure if we're going to be able to top that best of 5. But I'm going to say I called it. SK Gaming 3-1 over AC Milan Clash. So it does mean, of course, that AC Milan Clash will be up against Zero Zone now, the Russians, who have had to literally fight their way tooth and nail through the lower bracket, and they themselves actually got put down here by SK, so that's okay. They don't need to face them. Let's see what they can do against AC Milan Clash.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be something there that's a bit of a relief, I would say, for sure, because, you know, that's never what you want to see, is it, going into what could be a chance for you to either thrive or to see your demise, I guess, in that respect. But yes, it's SK that will join XOF in the qualification zone. Now it's going to be down to AC Milan Clash and Zero Zone to fight this one out, to see who is going to be the third team to join them. You know, I mean, AC Milan Clash are now warmed up thoroughly, so you know, Zero Zone, we've got to get their thumbs warmed up quickly if they're going to be able to keep up.
Absolutely, this is going to be tough. You just saw what that's all about, because I know there was a little bit confusion in the chat. There is no other big final. There's this is kind of the last match, effectively, because 2 teams will be going through to the ESL Mobile Challenge. Of course, we already have EXO free agents there. One of these teams will be joining them. For AC Milan Clash, it is, we've had debate about this. Lenane, I was going with, but it's kind of like the silent N, which neither of us can do. For Zero Zone, of course, MMA, right? BBGS and Jason. Obviously, we were talking about BBGS earlier. Something we noticed with Zero Zone earlier on is they really like to mix it up. You know, throw out those bruisers now and again, and like change it across to the range, and then switch it to the bruisers. And it caught Tea Drinkers off guard. Let's have a quick look at the bans for this. For Zero Zone, it's going to be Poco and Gene. Gene, once again, started off strong tonight, so has sort of started to hit that ban zone for quite a few times. So for AC Milan Clash, it will be Stu, and I hate to say it, it's Bell again, isn't it? You're not going to get to see her tonight.
I mean, I'm not too surprised by that, to be completely honest. I think Bell is a good brawler to get just completely eradicated from the mix. I think Poco as well is an interesting choice, because ultimately getting that brawler out of the mix, he's not going to be able to heal a lot of those bruises like you mentioned, so...
Yeah, well, okay, we're going to go to, you know what, it will be a break. Yes, I'm not even teasing you this time. We will be having a break. When we come back, the final series of the night will be underway. Zero Zone up against AC Milan Clash.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Mobile Open play-ins. It is the final game of the night, and it will be a best of 5. I'm Lee Demon Smith, and joining me is Ark for this final Brawl game of the play-ins. What are the play-ins all about, Ark? Well, let's tell them. It is $45,000 on the line, but you gotta get there first, and one of these teams will be there. Who's it going to be, Ark? Come on the spot right now. Who's it going to be?
Clash, maybe. I don't know. It's too close to say, honestly. I mean, it can go either way. We've seen Zero Zone be so resourceful today, but I just got to kind of maybe hand it a little bit over to Clash. There's so much that they've got in terms of experience, and I never do that, D-Man. I've got to be honest. I'm always the one to shy away from those moments, so you're getting a lot out of me today.
Fence sitting all the way, but oh wow, okay, we're getting straight into this one. Of course, we're straight into gem grab. We didn't even get a chance to cover off exactly what we're going into here. Of course, it is going to be a hard rock mine, then it'll be followed by a hot zone, then straight into a siege, and if we need it, we'll be going to a heist and a brawl ball. We were talking about the fact that we expect Zero to be going with the brawlers, and sure enough, they have done. You can see Jason over the side. They're actually going looking for Legia, and will actually find him. Doesn't quite get the damage down, though. Jason has to dash straight out, but the gems at the moment is looking good for Zero Zone, 6-0.
I do like Colette here. I do like the way that IKS as well is just forcing out Jason there. It's really nicely done, but Jason is so resourceful at staying alive here. IKS did really well because Mortis is a direct counter to Sprout there, and he was able to take care of the hazard, but I gotta say, I don't like this for AC Milan Clash. I think that Jason is just gonna continue going on the hunt here and is continuing just to be a pest on that left-hand side.
I love the fact they're using the speed. Max on the side now, but it's been caught out. Legia gets in there, immediately quickly responding. Colette comes straight out there, but the gems go all the way over to AC Milan Clash. And now Legia sitting on that big 6 stack, and I don't think Zero Zone can do anything about this one. About to hit that 10th gym. You see Jason committing. I got a feel he maybe needed the rest of his team there. Rosa for MMA has kind of been null and void so far. The fact that I've only just mentioned him this late in the day. And it will be AC Milan Clash in the end that close it out there. So a little too brawl heavy, perhaps a little too dive heavy for Zero Zone. And in the end, it backfired on them.
Yeah, but I think you're absolutely right there. I think, you know, like Jason just maybe overcommitting that time when I think maybe it just would have been better to sort of save a bit of time just to buy time and try to get that dash a bit more supported. Really important takedown, got to be said from AC Milan Clash to, you know, use that cheap cheap cartridge gadget, I should say, to get those gems to get quickly out of harm's way. Yeah, I know, right? It's the end of the day too. But you know, they did so well just to kind of stay in the mix despite a lot of really difficult brawlers to take care of, to stay calm and collected to come back the victor in that sense. Really got to hand it to AC Milan Clash there.
So I just wonder what Zero Zone are going to do. We've seen them make adjustments. Maybe take one of those bruisers away, maybe switch it across, maybe keep Colette in there and maybe switch them to go. Colette was kind of, you know, we saw Jason and Colette was actually causing them quite a few problems, but with just Max backing her up. And as you say, you know, MMA on Rosa really didn't get involved too much in that, just couldn't get close enough.
Yeah, she's definitely viable here. I think Colette is definitely going to be possibly a deterrent of that choice. I think that, you know, for me, we've seen AC Milan Clash going in with Ricos and stuff in Hard Rock Mine, which I think is a brawler which I think works out fantastically well here against things like Rosa too. I would love to see them go with that pick. It's one of my personal faves on this particular map as well. But definitely some options available. Jason's going to be stubborn though. He's going to stay with the Mortis. I don't see anything wrong with that. I think
so is MMA.
Everyone's going to be stubborn, it seems.
yeah, they've stayed the same. Yeah, right, MMA. But again, MMA just not able to really get close enough. Finally gets onto the back of Chaos and actually going to get some damage down there. So it does work out in his favor in the end. Manages to get himself the first kill there, which nets them 3 gems as well. Jason going aggressive on Legia. Gia getting picked off. The name going around the back side, chasing down BBG. BBG with with next to no health at the moment. Needs a little help around the back there as Lenane's going hunting. Oh, we watch Jason going aggressive. It's a battle of the gems, and I feel BBG's going to get caught out here. You can see Lenane putting so much pressure on him. That's the 4 gem stack. Nobody really helping him out there. The spawns in the end will come through, but AC Milan Clash have gained control of mid.
Yeah, risk game being played from both sides here. You know, BBG's on his own on that right-hand side being contested by Lena, whilst everyone else was just kind of doing their thing and going on the aggressive vibe. One thing to say for sure is that both of these two teams very much the aggressor, and you know, with that I feel is going to come down to it at the end of the day, which is able to take more calculated risks while staying in the mix. At the moment, that takedown there, not going to do any helping hand for Zero Zone, as BBG's now be forced back with those gems to heal up.
Trying to get the gear every time they get them low, just not quite enough there. BBG has to back away, and you can see AC Milan Clash, they just move a little further, get that heal zone working in their favor, and every time they try and commit and go in, they're just losing so much. Look at Jason. Jason losing half his health before he even gets close again, just getting absolutely picked off and bullied. Can't get close enough. They really want to try and focus this. Oh no, BBG goes down to the back there. The gems were picked off. They do manage to get Lene down, but it's not quite countered strongly enough. That's the 10 going in the favor of AC Milan Clash, and this may well be all she wrote for the very start here on Gem Grab. MMA going aggressive, going diving in. They need to get Lene down. He's down low. Jason trying to commit, wants another swing, gets him down at the end there. And now BBG's in control, has to run away. 16 gems to the good. Lene can't really get too involved, and off BBG goes. He's got the pace on max, and now the rest of his team's got to get involved and try and cut them off. MMA going around the side. He's just got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lene goes for it. Lene tries to find him. Can't get him down. BBG hangs on. A Zero Zone commit, and it pays off in the end, but only just.
That was honestly so close. That last dash that Jason had there coming in so clutch, and BBG just able to get to super, I think, was the saving grace there, because you know, had he not been close enough, then he wouldn't have been able to get out of that spawn with those gems. He almost did like an entire ring around the map there on his way back. But you know, that's the thing for me. You know, when it comes to 8-bit versus speed, I always tend to side with the max pick in those instances. You know, 8-bit's great for those you know, really you know, saturated shots and getting some fast takedowns, but ultimately max is just so resourceful at getting your team in and out of danger, and that goes such a long way.
Absolutely working out well in their favor. Now, we were talking about, will they make adjustments? They didn't. They stayed the same. Everybody stayed stubborn as per se, and it kind of worked out. But I gotta be honest, that was maybe more luck than judgment there. I don't know, but you can't complain about the skill when they, you know, they made it work, but they didn't have control of the map at all.
Yeah, and I would say that it'd be fair to say that probably Zero Zone are initiating more of that kind of chaotic environment, you know, going in like with that Mortis and just kind of messing around as much as you can as the cluster kind of begins to form and try to cycle your way around. It's definitely not your kind of like, you know, go-to kind of standardized gem grab game with kind of control being the main story of the day. But ultimately, you know, if it works, it works. And, you know, we're going to see Chaos bringing out the Rose. And now, obviously, that was a pick which AC Milan Clash felt like the Sprout. I think swapping that out was probably a good call for them, actually.
Well, you know, IKEA going over to Rose, I'm not too sure. I feel like that's actually maybe not worked for AC Milan Clash there, because you see Jason on the Mortis just getting around the back there, dealing with Lene. Lene, this time actually will chase him down, but he's got to be careful it doesn't work out for him. But now the rest of the team have been picked off at the back there. That's actually all the gems going over. I feel BBG just went a little too aggressive. Lene, no, Lagil there, picked off by Jason. Now Jason, a little unorthodox for Jason to be carrying all the gems there. He doesn't really want to be carrying them, kind of, you know, as a brawler that wants to go in, holding the 4 gems, not ideal, which actually is going to change the way Zero Zone kind of have to play this.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to take down you know, picking up the gems, I think was probably the right call. And if they do go down again, then they just kind of go back to Clash's hand. But I think that's the right call. But yeah, look at this. Well, snatch cheat cartridge, not even going to use it. Look, he's just so sluggish. The unfriendly bush is coming into play. He can just use it now, though. And he will do it right in the nick of time.
Whoa, just about holding on to that 10. Now the question is, can they chase this one down? The gear way out the back there. No, Linnaeus absolutely dashes in, smashes Jason. And that is going to be all she wrote. There's no way they can chase this one down. So AC Milan Clash will take themselves the first set in the series of this best of 5. So 1-0 it will go. That is Gemgrad done and dusted. And I mean, like you say, it was the right choice to pick it up. But the problem is that just alters your whole team comp because you're the guy that's meant to be pestering them. So and you can't go in. So there's no pressure. So it left AC Milan Clash to just say, all right, let's just push.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, you know, having a Mortis can be a saving grace, or it can actually be a bit of a hindrance, because as soon as you're carrying anything, you got to be more wary of your aggression. And you know, sometimes it depends on the scoreline. I think at that point there, it was like just a bad timing for Jason to go down, really. And you saw just how much time he had to kind of mess with, and like just toddling his way back out of the spawn. And you see like just how resourceful AC Milan Clash are as well, with like how much they don't use a gadget unless they really need to, because you just never know when you might regret that later down the lines. You just have no idea how long gem grab can be stretched out for. If you're not under much fire, then why use the gadget? But as soon as Gia had to do it, he didn't hesitate to hit that button and get out of the danger zone. But I've got to say, for me, AC Milan Clash kind of looking pretty comfortable and looking kind of at home right now.
Yeah, they definitely controlled the game, controlled the pace. I would say, I mean, arguably, other than a surprise dash that paid off by, I forget who was playing Max, actually, managed to work out, BBQ, managed to work out for him. Other than that, it should have been a 2-0, should have been 2-0 and done. So now we're going to be moving over to Hot Zone. It will be Ring of Fire, so we'll see whether this can work out. This is possibly where maybe Zero Zone's favoritism towards Bruce's could work for them. Obviously, you know, going to be in there going aggressive on the zone itself. We'll see. And just to refresh you guys, the bans themselves, Zero Zone banning out Poco and Gene, and Stu and Bell being banned out, which does actually open a lot of opportunities for Hot Zone. Obviously, the Gene's not going to be in there, so no Magic Hand to get those big pulls, which has been a big part of Hot Zone all night long.
Yeah, absolutely. The Max Gene combo definitely not going to be as strong. The one comp that is going to be as strong is still going to be Byron and 8-bit, and it's AC Milan Clash that are not hesitating to bring that one out early on. But it is going to be Lenan who goes down, and that's going to put a ton of pressure on Gear already. MMA is just putting a couple of shots down. Zero Zone hesitant, it seems, to kind of like get into the mid early. Just that might be maybe not the right call. So I think MMA here could probably work his way around, but ultimately with that plugged-in star power that Guille is rocking, able to get that additional speed, and that can be a dangerous thing to go up against as a thrower. So I understand why he's a bit hesitant there.
Yeah, it seems they want to just rely on Jason to be the one that goes into the zone, and as you say, that's kind of like losing them time and position there at the moment. But BBG now finally getting in position. It seems that they want to try and switch MMA over. So Barley v Barley perhaps over on the right-hand side instead. Try and see if you can focus onto Chaos. Does seem to be working, because now Jason, you can see, is starting to get a little bit more zone control. BBG, though, been picked off by Linnaeus, and that's going to cause some problems at the moment. Jason going aggressive. Chaos actually going very aggressive around the side. They're trying to get himself some more bang for buck. Jason going to get picked off, and now you can see AQM going to try and push in, try and go aggressive. They have lost quite a slice of space there on the Hot Zone, but 41-31, still plenty of time. BBG very low at the moment, having to back off, but Chaos is more controlling than ever as they do manage to find BBG.
I gotta say, I actually kind of like the Lou pick here. It's not a brawler that we tend to see too often, but it is one that I feel has a place in Hot Zone for sure. Got a little bit of a buff recently as well, so you can look there, BBG's just putting that into play, and he's got a lot of free stick, and there you see the effectiveness of it coming into play. Lenan had to come in with a little bit of a supporting skill there to keep him in the mix, but this is why I gotta say, this is why I give the edge to AC Milan Clash more often than not, because they're just able to be so under pressure and yet so calm under it. And on those low HPs, you really can't make any mistakes. There's no room for error. And you see there why they're just so good under those pressurized circumstances, able to be coming out the other side strong. And look at the heals here from Lenan, keeping Guille alive as BBG's forced back here.
I just thought Leguier was done. I thought that was going to be the turning point, but the massive heal coming out from Lenan there. And BBG trying to push in, Jason trying to get back control of it. Still very tight, you know, 20. Both in the 70 percentiles. This is looking good. Finally, we're seeing Zero Zone for the first time in this game, taking advantage here. AC Milan Clash waiting a little bit of time for the respawns to come through. Now they're going to try and retake control of this. MMA just about surviving by the skin of his teeth. Jason will take off Leguier. Jason and MMA pushing down, but they've got control, and it looks like they're going to take the first hot zone map in a really, really tightly congested match.
Wow, I mean, only 10% was in that. I mean, not necessarily what I was expecting to see coming out of Gem Grab when we saw that kind of frantic style, that really aggressive style from Zero Zone, just kind of like not really giving too many cares, just going in there and just trying to ruffle some feathers. But ultimately there, much better signs of control and actually kind of catering their comp around that very idea with Lou and various others. I've got to say, not the meta, but doing what actually was working for the most part there. So gotta give some credit to both sides here. I think this could be closer than people are maybe thinking in the Twitch chat and YouTube chat.
Absolutely, that's what I think. I mean, considering SK Gaming effectively swept Zero Zone aside, everyone was just assuming that AC Milan Clash were going to come in and do the same, but it does seem that this one is going to be much tighter. Now, in terms of adjustments, I mean, that was a close game, but do you feel there's any changes? I think, you know, as we saw in game one on Gem Grab, they didn't really make too many adjustments going into that second game. I feel we're probably going to see the same here, both teams running the same comps.
I would tend to agree. I think that, you know, Pam here, for me, works. Nita actually can kind of work here a little bit as well. There's some kind of weirder brawlers that I don't think we'll see, but I wouldn't be surprised if we do. I think you're absolutely right, Demon. I think we'll probably more than likely see the same stubbornness that we've seen from both of these two. Oh, or not.
Oh, no.
I mean,
okay.
I have a tendency of jinxing everything when it comes to cast. I absolutely love it, but I actually don't mind Mortis here at all. And I was actually in the Twitch chat earlier chatting to cast on the bounty map in which you and Woody were casting, and Mortis really can do wonders in these big kind of squared open maps to just go on the aggressive, and
it's that,
and Lenan does it better than anyone. Yeah,
it's that right there. They just thought, you know what, if they're going to do the same, they're going to run a Barley. I'm just going to get in that thrower's face, and Lenan is just causing him so many problems. BBG also going to get picked off at the back here, and that's just giving him massive control already. 50% already ticking and counting. Barley can't really do anything this as the thrower, because he's just going to get Lenan in his face constantly on that Mortis. Does a little commit too much there, but it doesn't matter. The damage has been done. 59% already locked in with still 2 minutes to go in this. This is looking great so far for AC Milan Clash to try and turn this back around. It looks like this adjustment has absolutely paid off. Leguier again landing some perfect shots, and when you got Lenan just absolutely forcing damage, thinking, you know what, we don't want no standing battle. This is going to be a done and dusted game. I don't see any way back at the moment. I think we're going the distance once again.
I mean, Lenan is so good at lining up those supers to cycle. I mean, he really does put so much thought into the way that he does plan his maneuvering on the map. It's a joy to see. He narrowly missed out that little bit of super on the MMA. He was coming into the spawn, and again, he's narrowly missing out, but the gadget just to make sure he gets the takedown on Jason, and that is much, much better, it must be said, from AC Milan Clash.
Great adjustments. That's what I like to see. That's where the best teams really deliver. The adaptation, reading what the opposition's going to do, is saying, you know what, they're going to be stubborn. If you think back to Gem Grab, they stayed the same. If they stay the same, I know exactly how to punish it, because we saw a Barley v Barley, and it was just a stalemate for so long on the right side. So clearly he's just looked at that, got frustrated, and just said, I know what to do. I know what to do. Now, the big question is, do we see a counter to that? And do we see AC Milan Clash also mind gaming them and changing again?
this is the thing now, because we've seen Jason already showing his hand and not, giving us any surprises now coming into what could be a Mortis off. Actually, you never know. I mean, that could be the response. And if AC Milan Clash don't change up that particular pick, we might see some dancing on those left-hand side and right-hand side lanes. I've got to think that it's a tough one, isn't it? You can go in with something to counter the Mortis, but this is what I love about competitive Brawl. It's like that mind game approach of kind of like trying to think through any patterns that they may have seen throughout the course of the day to kind of indicate what and where this might be leading. I would probably, if I was Zero Zone, tend to go with the idea of going Mortis myself, but ultimately it might be a risk they're not willing to take.
Well, let's have a look. Just trying to get a glimpse. And, it's back to Max. Okay, so Max is back on the field this time around. We do still keep Lene, though, and he just carries on doing what he does. You know what? You can switch across from a thrower. I don't care. I'm still going to get in your face. We'll see whether it pays off, though. And BBG this time, going to try and keep the distance. BBG, I feel, on Max is definitely much more of a threat than he was before, but we do see Lene doing some serious damage already.
Well, these are the takedowns that Zero Zone have got to continue putting into practice, because honestly, Lenan is just going to keep trying to distract. That's going to be his job at the moment. And I do kind of feel like actually going in with Mortis to counter that and just go with the mirror would have probably been a better shout at the moment, as the control is definitely not siding with Zero Zone right now. We're into that 50% line, as they've got to start to get that mid control going. They've got to get Jason right into the middle, placing down his turret, and going down is not going to go any further to assisting that process. Lenan on the left-hand side as well, going off on one. This is great control from AC Milan Clash.
The fact is, if BBG loses that battle to Lene, then suddenly that just buys so much time. Leguia is just sat there quite happily, holding the zone. 85% already. We've still got 90 plus seconds to go in this game. Leguia goes in, that's it, job done. AC Milan Clash going to be taking this hot zone easy as you like, and it does seem that Mortis absolutely paid off. Great choice, great decision, great mind games coming out, and he just absolutely bullied and battered Zero Zone there. So easy stuff for them. They're going to be moving on, so 2-0. What do we have coming up next? We're moving over to Siege. It will be Factory Rush.
Yeah, Factory Rush, great Siege map. And, again, I've got to feel like, if Zero Zone are starting to be a little bit less stubborn, they might stand a greater chance here, because they're just kind of not really adapting as much as I think they need to when you see these kind of like picks coming from, AC Milan Clash. They've really got to, just think things through, just go for the mirror. I know, Jason arguably may not be as accomplished as we know Lenar is in the EU scene, but ultimately he's had some great moments today as Mortis. He's demonstrated. I was surprised that he didn't sort of bring it back. I don't think we've seen Mortis in Siege personally, although we have seen it in the NA scene kind of recently bringing its way back in. Factory Rush is one of those maps where you've got that middle area, quite open space. I think some long-range brawlers will go a long way here. Some Piper, even potentially some Pam kind of hunkered down into the corner areas. But it's definitely a map which I think does lend itself to a number of options here.
Yeah, I see chat. Lene is very good on Mortis. I think we just cut that end bit off and just say Lene is very good. It's very good. It's very, very good. We're going across the Siege. Let's have a look to see what we got in here. Speaking of Lene, actually getting chased down by BBG. I bet you this feels good by BBG, though. Going to be chasing this one down. Should come out on top in this brawl, and he absolutely does. Meanwhile, over on the left-hand side, MMA and Jason are getting kind of bullied at the moment by Chaos there, making it work. And I'm just going to wonder whether BBG is going to grab himself all the bolts he can. And let's get things started off.
Yeah, interesting there to go for the tire. Personally, I may have considered, if I'm BBG's, going with my super and just kind of getting that first push. Because ultimately, if Zero Zone Iowa continue to control here, then it might be actually going against them in that final push if AC Milan Clash can get a push of their own. So it's a tricky one now to kind of decide as to whether you might even want to throw this particular round to have that final one be your final push. Ultimately, you don't want to overcommit on the push that is not the finale. It's a tough one now, but ultimately the banks are coming in thick and fast in favor of Zero Zone right now. But as the time is getting towards the 10-second mark, the mid control might then be another tie for all we know.
Well, will they go for it? That's the question at the moment. Going to get close to it. Okay, they're going to have to defend it. Right, here we go. Siegebot coming through for Zero Zone. Let's see if they can defend this one, back it up. Chaos is going to get a lot of damage down on it. Guille's throwing out all the Molotovs on top of it. Jason's going to push on through, just get Chaos down, but that Siegebot is almost done and dusted. It is even going to get hit. It will get one single hit. That was it. I think the Super did more from from MMA.
Exactly, and Jason going down from the Ike there is a disastrous way to try and hold what little you have ground left, which is the mid control. And look at the bolts that are being banked now. There's 14, 15. I mean, look at BBGs as well, popping the crying sad pin there because he knows there's going to be so little that they can do. Chaos and Guille just have to stay in the mix here. Seriously, not even moving at this stage.
No. 17, they realise, there's all the emotes are coming out. They realise there's not a lot they can do about this. And bash. Doesn't matter how many seconds are left. It looks like it's going to be going down. Yes, it will. So, in the end, now, do you feel, because you were talking about this exactly as it happened, Ark. Do you feel that was AC Milan Clash just saying, let's just back off, let them have that level 9 T-spot, we don't care, we're going to deal with it because we're just going to bank it. And it seemed to work out in their favor because they could have easily tied it.
The best teams are those that can communicate really down to the line, like whether it's worth going for the round, whether it's worth reserving and saving some bolts until after it's been tallied up and then getting them for the next round. Ultimately, you got to consider those options. It really does come into play sometimes. And losing around in Siege, which you might think is a bad thing, not necessarily is always the case. You've got to really use those judgment calls, similar to what you do in high scoring on the offense or the defense, but in Siege, deciding when to give a round, when to take a round, and when to fight for a round. Such difficult decision making that the best teams in the world can do on the fly.
Absolutely. Let's see, do they make any changes? Just got a brief glimpse of AC Milan Clash there. Does look like actually they're going to keep pretty much the same. Okay, both pretty much the same. That's a lie. Jason's switched over to
Amber there.
Damn.
Yeah.
Amber, that's it. The one time I go blank, it's like I'm like, it's the flamethrower girl. What's her name? Amber.
Oh, honestly, I do the same with Sandy all the time with that skin. I always think it's Leon. Absolutely. I think that was a brawler that was banned in the previous the setup there between Clash and SK. So I think that's not a bad pick to have here. They've got the defense. Jason's exacerbated a lot of those shots already, but first push defended well. Got to be said. I think Zero's going to split out a little bit here. Get some nice supers down, some healing tonic as well there from MMA to get everyone healed up into the mid, thick and fast. Now going down here is good for Zero Zone, and they continue to get these bolts and get a push here. This could be turning the tides really nicely done.
So Jason and BBG, that seems to be the tactic, as they are for just focusing targets and trying to pick them off. MMA is obviously just the slow distraction around the back there. The problem is that Linnaeus actually got around the side and managed to deal the damage to him. BBG will be able to pick off. That's pretty straightforward. Battler Max versus a Barley is generally going to go only one way. BBG comes around and still manages to get the shot off on the Guille as well. So managing to fix him down. Now the siege bot coming through. It's tier level 6, so won't get too far and immediately just going to get stopped in his tracks there. But you can see the super going down. Actually, it's going to get quite a bit of damage down on Ike, but not too bad. 62% and counting. Still a pretty low tiered game, I would say, so far, because we've had those 2 siege rounds.
Really did well to get the damage he did. Not going in with the takedown. I've got to say, Carl is the kind of like mysterious brawler that's not had the moment to shine currently in the meta, but not making it work and just showing how it's still kind of viable. Here we get into the last siege, and this could be a close one. It's neck and neck at the moment, but BBG's, no, it's going to be a tie. So that push is going to come in really important now in this turnaround, because AC Milan Clash now need to get damage. It's the only thing they can do with no push, and the takedown there, Guille going down, that's a huge thing for Zero Zone.
Oh, Chaos picked off. Chaos picked off on the side. This has got to be huge for Zero Zone. This is their chance to try and get back in the game. find themselves 2-0 adrift. They don't want to be going down, and they will tie it up 1 apiece. They are, of course, 2-0 down. It could be straight done and dusted if AC Milan Clash were to pick up that. They're sitting on match point right now, but a good turnaround from Zero Zone. And in the end, you know, just low-tier siege bots is what turned that game.
It's the power of Barley, you know, having that particular brawler, you know, kind of goes such a long way when you got the Ike protected in such a manner with those walls and such. You know, it tends to be more that brawlers like Barley would thrive there as opposed to kind of brawlers which would go for the breaking of that wall. So that makes a lot of sense to me. I think that, you know, I do like signs of teams switching things up. And that's what Zero Zone did. They came in with something that was a bit of a surprise to AC Milan Clash. You know, going in with that Amber pick, I think was a really smart thing to kind of gain some more authority over the mid and some control over those bolts being banked in their favor. And look at this. The response from iChaos is exactly that. Same brawler picker and the flying hook from Lenan. You see, that's kind of interesting mechanic there, Carl. It's so good to get that first push with that flying hook gadget to really enforce upon the mid there. I think it's a very underrated thing.
You know, Legia, you can flex all you like with your multiple Barley skins, but it doesn't matter if you get killed straight away. It's coming straight in. So we're going to get a level 2 siege bot straight out here. This will be AC Milan Clashes as they try and push on through. Maybe making sure that they don't get punished like they just did by not getting any early damage down, just to get that small percentile in there. You can see immediately the super coming out from Legia just to get that damage tick down effectively. Going to get more damage than ever. And actually, there's a lot of value just came out of that bot. 57%, that is some serious damage.
Yeah, really good damage there, and definitely the starter that they wanted at the moment. The speed coming in from Zero Zone to try and get everyone back into the mix might not be enough here as Chaos is connecting really nice with these amber shots. Double kill for him. Jason's all that's left, and Gear's doing a great job of, you know, just keeping him at bay with the healing tonic. And look at this, he's getting so comfortable in his position here. Super over the top for even more damage.
Yeah, just continually just poking out the super. Here comes the siege bot again, level 5 out there. This is looking great for AC Milan Clash. Remember, this would be match point if they were to take it here, and they would go through to the ESL Challenge Series as well. Fantastic stuff from them. Looking like it's going to be a done deal. AC Milan Clash will take it. I don't think there was really any date that they would merely struggle. There was a few little glimmers of hope for Zero Zone, I would say, over on the hot zone. But in the end, a 3-0 dominant performance there, Ark. No doubt about it. We're going to go into a break. When we come back, we'll break it down and show you exactly what has happened all through the night.
see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark. No fear, getting ready for the ride. Yeah, stepping into the light. No limit, aim high. No limit, the prize is mine.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Mobile Open play-ins. This has been the play-ins for the ESL Mobile Challenge. Now, of course, I'm Lee Demon Smith, and joining me is Ark. We've also had Woody taking us through all of the games tonight. And Ark, we had a fantastic end to the series there. I don't think anybody would probably expect any other teams than AC Milan, Clash, and SK Gaming to go through at the start of the day. And it does seem that they're going to be joining, of course, EXO free agents that are already there.
That's already, for me, a really exciting challenger phase coming up there. The giants of the EU scene already. T-Drink is now only missing out as well, and Zero Zone as well. A great day for them. I think there's definitely some promise as we go into ladder 2. But, honestly, the games today were absolutely insane. And many casters will try to amp things up, and genuinely, every game today just had so many moments that were just outstanding for me. A fine display of the EU scene.
It's great to see also some of the meta shifting games that they've had in there, the adaptations that teams have been making throughout, shifting and changing decisions. We saw the brilliantness of AC Milan Clash. That's why they won there. They made those just sneaky little changes there, switching across, and absolutely made such a huge difference in the matches overall. So this has been the upper bracket. This is how it all started out. As you can see, SK Gaming's path to their finals was taking down the Tea Drinkers. Then they met Zero Zone, and of course the big clash, best of 5 versus AC Milan Clash. 3-1 was the end result of that, and SK Gaming advanced through to the ESL Mobile Challenge. As you can see, AC Milan Clash there, they ended up taking down Blood Diamond, EU, and Big in the semi-finals, but after falling, they dropped down to the lower bracket, meeting Zero Zone, who had fought their way brilliantly, taking down the Blood Diamond Russia and Tea Drinkers in the end there, but they just fell short. An AC Milan Clash in a 3-0, a convincing 3-0 in the end. It looked like it was going to be a little bit of a close series arc for a while there, certainly on Hot Zone, but the adaptations to AC Milan, there was just no answer from Zero Zone. It seemed they seemed almost a little stubborn in what choices they're going with, and couldn't really unlock what AC Milan Clash were going to do.
Yeah, they just really had an answer for everything. AC Milan Clash looked very composed, very confident. They did some good banning we saw just there today. Really, they were just, they came prepared. I think that's the thing you got to say for the scene is like the best teams are those that come really well prepared, and they absolutely did just that.
I got to be honest. For me, I'm really looking forward to Ladder 2 now. Now we've got the big boys out of the way and done. It is wide open. The play-ins for Ladder 2 are gonna be absolute fire, no doubt about it. Now, Ladder 2 begins in just 3 days' time. 3 days' time. Get yourself on there. It is open. If you've got yourself a team you feel you can compete, then try and get up that ladder and see if you can mix with the big boys, because it is absolutely going to be fantastic. But Ark, that's not it. We are continuing tomorrow. Clash of Clans play-ins will kick off tomorrow. Probably one of the hottest sort of mobile esports scenes that have been developing over the years. Clash of Clans, the 5v5 attacks will be absolutely on fire. The European scene, EMEA, is absolutely... That will be kicking off tomorrow. Same channel. You're not going to want to miss that for sure. That will be myself. Lethal will be joining us, aka Harry. And of course, Judo Sloth, the man, the myth, the legend from the Clash of Clans scene. That is all happening tomorrow. Ark, What a fantastic night it has been. Thank you very much to yourself. Thank you very much to Woody. Thank you very much, obviously, to the production guys in the background that have been making all this happen. And, of course, you guys in chat that have been loving all the breaks today, along with a couple of few games involved. We love you guys. The community has been great. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night.
I go ready for it. I go ready for it. I go ready for it.